Chapter 47. Yijiosa walked into the Hokage Tower vertically. He entered the medical department horizontally. It was said that after the Nara clan calculated the losses of the Uchiha mansion, the little hero who used to be able to hold 9 tails couldn't take the blow. He rolled his eyes and fainted. The beautiful and motherly ninja in the medical department were about to give him a love drip, but the little loli who suddenly woke up held down the hand of the infusion. The girl, whose face was as pale as a ghost, climbed down from the hospital bed with difficulty. She sternly rejected the good intentions of the ninja. No drip. It's a waste of money. The ninja. Yijiosa put on his coat with trembling hands and left with his hands and feet against the wall. I can't be hospitalized. It's a waste of money. His mind was filled with the astronomical losses of the Uchiha clan, and he was thinking about how to pay off the debt to get out of this predicament. Halfway through the journey, his hungry stomach grumbled in protest. Yijiosa gritted his teeth and said, I won't eat. It's a waste of money. He took advantage of the night. He returned to his home with a face full of misery. It was almost midnight. The Uchiha clan's land was pitch black. Most of the men, women, old, and young had been taken to temporary apartments to live. Only a group of young men and women were still cleaning up the ruins. In such a large place, spacious commercial streets and antique courtyards, they were all demolished by the dogs. Not only did they cause their owners to bear a heavy debt, even the entire woodleaf was shocked by their lethality. Yijiosa was so hungry that his eyes were blurry. He dragged his feet to his Yi house. In the ruins of the abandoned corridor, there were 4 quiet dogs sitting upright. When they saw Yijiosa return, they immediately became extremely obedient. Perhaps they were starving. They all picked up their dog basins with water plants in their mouths. They sent them to him. Yijiosa expressionlessly inverted the dog basin on the ground. He said coldly, I don't eat dog food. It's a waste of money. Dogs. Was he planning to starve them? Yijiosa pushed the door open and entered the house. He fell asleep immediately. In the end, he seemed to remember something. He slowly crawled out of the bed, turned off the electricity and water, picked up white firewood, and stuffed Nara's head into the cupboard. As he rolled up the quilt, he murmured to emphasize, Don't turn on the light, it costs money. Don't use the water, it costs money. Daddy can't afford to raise you guys anymore. Tomorrow, take the dog basin and go beg on the street. Yijiosa's consciousness started to blur, but his little plan was very smooth. If you go to Inuzuka's house to freeload, remember to bring me some leftovers. Dogs. White firewood raised his head from Yijiosa's arms and looked at the 3 dogs in the room for a while. After the owner's breathing stabilized, he fell asleep. White firewood moved his body slightly and prepared to climb out. As if realizing that the little heater was about to leave, Yijiosa smacked his lips in dissatisfaction and muttered, hungry. Accompanied by a low voice, his stomach growled, causing the 4 dogs to be a little absent-minded. The owner was just a half-grown child. Did she not eat? For some reason, the 4 dogs felt a little guilty. But soon, they were too ashamed to get up. Because Yijiosa was crazy with hunger. The girl was drooling at the corner of her mouth, and her hands subconsciously pinched white firewood's soft body. She let out an extremely carefree laugh. Ha ha ha, steamed bun. White steamed bun. The 3 dogs subconsciously took a step back in unison, and all their fur stood up in alarm. Ha ha ha, hot steamed bun. Yijiosa rubbed white firewood's small body. Ha ha ha, big white steamed bun. The girl laughed strangely and held down white firewood, who had begun to struggle. She opened her mouth and bit the puppy's butt. Sharp pain came, and white firewood stretched out his hind legs and kicked her face mercilessly. He stretched out his remaining front paw and deeply embedded his nails into the floor, desperately trying to pull himself out. He flipped out of the girl's arms and rolled on the ground 3 times in a sorry state. The moment he got up, he turned his head to look at his throbbing buttocks and saw that the dog fur on them had been nibbled clean. He stared at the girl in the quilt, only to see her holding a mouthful of dog fur and chewing it with relish. He had never suffered such an insult before. Unable to hold it in, Saishomaru raised his front paw, which flowed with a bright green light. He rushed towards her neck and slowly approached. The next second, the Tibetan Mastiff quickly stepped on his tail, stopping him from moving forward. Woof woof woof. Calm down, she is just a child. Samoyed pressed down his front paw. His dog fur was sparse, which was obviously the work of Yijosa. Woof woof woof. Why bother? You are the one who is bald. The golden retriever growled in a low voice, indicating the stakes. Woof woof woof. If he killed her, who would replenish his strength? Saishomaru put down his paw, and his dark golden eyes swept over the three dogs behind him. For the first time, he looked them straight in the eye. Woof woof. Who are you people? The three dogs could not help but fall into silence. To be honest, they did not intend to be honest with each other. After all, the days of being dogs were a dark history, and they were favored by the heavens. How could they let others have something on them? The room was quiet until Yijosa's fragile stomach could not bear the burden and roared again. He frowned and tossed and turned. He seemed to be starving and began to bite the quilt. The four dogs looked at her for a while, and the Tibetan Mastiff simply opened the cabinet door and dragged Nara's head out. Nara's face was on the ground, looking at the circle of big bosses around him, and then at Yijosa, who could not sleep, and the empty dog basin. He showed a harmless and pure smile. What can I do for you? At a glance, he knew that they had not eaten. Nara was really afraid that this group of hungry big bosses would tear apart his remaining head and eat it. A strong desire to survive made him humble. As long as he could keep his head, he would not worry about not being able to make a comeback. Woof woof woof, woof woof woof. What happened to her? Why didn't she eat? Why didn't she give us food? Nara's face twisted for a moment. To be honest, no matter how smart and cunning he was, he really could not understand the dog language. Sorry, I really don't understand. The four dogs were stunned for a moment, and then they reacted. They lowered their voices for a while, and then used a lower voice for a while. It seemed that they had negotiated something, but it also seemed that they had compromised something. They reluctantly found a position, raised their heads, and looked into the eyes of the Tibetan Mastiff. They could not communicate in reality, but in Uchiha Madara's kaleidoscope illusion, it was enough for them to express themselves. Although the illusion created by kaleidoscope was Uchiha Madara's territory, the dogs were all kings who had seen the big world, and they were confident and even conceited enough to think that they would not have any problems. No matter what Uchiha Madara would do, they were not afraid. However, Uchiha Madara was not a villain who liked to play tricks. He had the dignity and pride of a strong man, and he was extremely disdainful of using despicable means to win against his identified opponent. Since his cowardly colleagues had decided to give it a try, it also proved that they were people with great courage. For the strong and fearless, Uchiha Madara also appreciated and recognized them. He had saved some chakra, enough to open kaleidoscope for 3 minutes. And 3 minutes was enough for them to come up with a plan. In the next second, 3 Magatamas suddenly appeared in his scarlet eyes, and they rotated rapidly, connecting into a gorgeous and strange pattern. A powerful and terrifying aura condensed around him, as if countless forces were imprinted in an instant, and a terrible gravitational force broke out. Eternal Kaleidoscope, the supreme pupil technique of the Uchiha clan, the world after opening is the divine realm of the kaleidoscope wielder. Be it the pure-blooded great fae of the dog clan, the hero king at the epic level, or even the strongest person who had been in the soul society for thousands of years, they had no choice but to be drawn into that mysterious and unpredictable place. At this moment, their hearts were shocked, as if they had never thought that there was such a strong man in the world, and for a moment, they all had some fighting spirit. But the hidden excitement didn't last long. When they saw each other, there was only shock and confusion on their faces. At the position of the white firewood puppy, sat a young man with long hair like snow. He was missing a hand, but he didn't lose his elegance. He was just silent on the side, like a distant bright moon, giving people a deep and indifferent temperament. In the place of the golden fur, there was a handsome man with golden hair and red eyes. He wore a set of thick golden armor, noble and arrogant. He was like a blazing sun, not only burning the world, but also himself. In Satsuma's position, a domineering and smiling person appeared. He had ash-gray eyes, and his hair was combed back. Although there was a smile at the corner of his mouth, and he looked as gentle as jade, he gave off a dignified aura that was as thick as a mountain. At the position of the Tibetan Mastiff, stood a powerful ninja with black hair and red eyes, wearing armor, holding a huge fan-shaped weapon. He was like a rose bathed in blood, exuding a unique charm. Except for Nara's head, which was still a head, the rest of the dog, in the illusion, turned into human form. This was great. His originally tightly covered disguise had been stripped clean in an instant. The four of them looked at each other for a while, knowing that this was not the time to greet and share information. They focused their firepower on Nara, interrogating him to tell them the information he had. Under the pressure of the big boss, Nara had to repeat what he saw at night. Because the quality of the Uchiha clan's house was too poor, it couldn't withstand your attack, so it all collapsed. Nara smiled and said, "Because you didn't have fun, and then you fought on the ruins, so." Everyone thought that this was the result of her failure to supervise you. The collapse of the Uchiha clan's house, this huge debt fell on her, so. To put it simply, you idiots didn't know how to find a place to fight. You destroyed someone's house, but let a little girl be the scapegoat. She owed a lot of debt, and before she paid it off, it would be difficult for her to support herself, let alone support you. Nara didn't dare to continue. He clearly felt that the owner of the Sharingan was angry. Uchiha Madara was furious. Useless things, actually let a child bear the debt. This generation of Uchiha was so shameless. The ancestor destroyed the family property and asked outsiders to pay for it, and also indirectly deducted the ancestor's dog food. This was intolerable. But in the years of the others, these words changed the meaning. Useless things, we are a group of men, but we can't even afford to raise a little girl, it's so shameful. Aizen. Add the palm to punish the skeleton to be angry. Fat wash fake take. Then, he looked around at everyone and said with a smile, then the problem is, after going out, everyone must be dogs, right? The surroundings fell into a dead silence. Then, if we are dogs, how are we going to make money? Everyone looked at each other, and finally, they all looked at Gilgamesh. Gilgamesh. I have a bad premonition. After the kaleidoscope environment was removed, Gilgamesh's premonition came true. Uchiha Madara rushed over and pinned him to the ground. Samoyed smiled and took out a comb and began to comb his dog's hair. Samoyed, woof woof woof. I remember that you can produce gold, so the task of making money is temporarily handed over to you. Golden fur, woof woof woof. Bastard. My hair is going bald. My hair is going bald. Stop. Tibetan Mastiff, woof woof woof. Shut up, we are all men, what is there to care about? Isn't it just bald? White firewood, woof woof woof. It's too noisy, so cover his mouth. Tibetan Mastiff grabbed Nara's head and stuffed his hair into the golden fur's mouth. Now, the world was quiet. But not long after, this peace could not be maintained. This was because Gilgamesh's fur was almost bald, but there was no gold in it. At that time, the sky was slightly bright, and the sun was about to rise, but the inhumane grooming was still going on. Yijiosa was awakened by hunger. He listened to the painful whimpering in his ears and opened his hazy eyes in a direction. Then he saw the evil Tibetan mastiff press the good golden fur on the ground, pluck its hair, and reveal its soft dog skin. It rubbed the golden fur with a ferocious face, torturing it to death. Samoyed buried its head behind the golden fur, holding something in its mouth, moving up and down, as if doing something indescribable. Nara's head was stuffed into the golden fur's mouth, and Nara's face and the golden fur's face were twisted into Picasso's abstract painting. Poor, young and helpless. White Firewood squatted on the side, ignorant and curious, watching the intimate activity of an adult dog. Yijiosa. What the hell? Doing such a thing to the same sex in broad daylight. You bunch of gay dogs. Chapter 48. The genes of the Uchiha clan are a symbol of strength and beauty. They are rich in beauties regardless of men or women, they all have black hair and white skin, their lips are not painted, their eyebrows are not painted, their color is not painted, and they can be painted with light or heavy makeup. In the distant ninja warring states era, the home of the Uchiha was located in the Land of Thunder. They always served the nobles, and it was inevitable that they were contaminated with the nobles' modesty and elegance. After passing it down from generation to generation, their charm and killing were precipitated together. It was forged into the unique coldness and cruelty of this clan. They are beauties with excellent looks and temperament, and in order to make their opponents ignore their beauty and focus on their strength, the Uchiha clan always has a sullen face, as if the world owes them 100 million. Their whole body exudes an unapproachable aura. Like a group of arrogant cats, they always love to look down on everyone. But only those who are close to them will understand. Uchiha is a flame wrapped in frost. As long as they have patience to melt the ice on the outer shell, the passion inside is enough to burn people. They like sweetness and protect their shortcomings. They are venomous and arrogant, and they are stubborn when it comes to relationships. They hang themselves to death on a tree. They go to the end with a one-track mind. From time to time, their imagination is imaginative. Their imagination is so wild that it breaks through the sky. But there is a great killing weapon called Sharingan that can turn all the rotten into magic. Just like now, even if the clan land is destroyed and there is no branch to rely on, they can still find a topic to talk about. A group of Uchiha with rabbit eyes sat together, looking at each other, and began to draft the unspeakable record of their ancestors. There's no mistake, according to the records and pictures in the clan, those are indeed Uchiha Madara's eyes and Susanoo. How can a dog have Uchiha Madara's Sharingan? Could it be that it was transplanted? That lord has disappeared since the Battle of the Valley of End. So far. He should not be here. Even if the eyes are transplanted, how can there not be a rejection reaction? Dogs and humans are different individuals, and it is impossible for them to be used on human organs, let alone the powerful Sharingan. What's more, who would install Uchiha Madara's Sharingan on a dog instead of himself? As the problem was analyzed layer by layer, the faces of the Uchiha became more and more distorted. Don't tell me you want to tell me that dog is the descendant of the strongest clan leader. An elder roared. We are humans, how can we give birth to a dog? Tell me, how did you give birth to a dog? Everyone fell into a dead silence until the youngest member of the meeting said, maybe. Madara's physique is different from ordinary people. Or do you like that sort of thing? The Uchiha were speechless. Pairs of 3 Magatama began to spin. It was obvious that the Uchiha were stimulated by a certain possibility. After all, according to the records of the clan, when Lord Madara was alive, he didn't have a wife, nor did he have a relationship with any woman. So, could it be that he doesn't like women? Hiss. The Uchiha clan members gasped in unison. But, I didn't see Lord Madara have any unusual feelings for any man. Well, except for the first Hokage, but the first Hokage married the princess of the land of whirlpools. Lord Madara doesn't like women or men. The hands of the Uchiha trembled slightly. So, he can only like dogs. Otherwise, where did this dog with a kaleidoscope come from? The room was silent, so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. They always felt that something was wrong, but when they carefully compared it, everything was right. Thinking about the Uchiha who fainted after waking up, they insisted that they saw their ancestor. Is it possible that the ancestor? Did he really do something crazy to the dog? The Uchiha were confused, thinking that the person who drove the kaleidoscope was actually a dog. Their mood was like being trampled by thousands of nine-tails, leaving only desolation. The descendant of the strongest Uchiha in history is actually a dog. A dog. Dog. So the question is, what should they do to give the Uchiha dog a decent face and welcome it back to the Uchiha clan? If I remember correctly, the owner of the Uchiha dog seems to be carrying a huge debt of the destruction of the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha looked at each other and finally looked at the haggard Uchiha Tomiyama. Uchiha Tomiyama. I always feel that something bad is going to happen. Uchiha Tomiyama came to Yijiosa early in the morning with Shisui and Itachi, but he saw Yijiosa rolling up his sleeves and beating the dog with a feather duster, making the three adult dogs jump up and down. With a numb expression, he watched as Yijiosa pulled the ancestor by the ear and begged for mercy all the way. Finally, it was dragged into the room, where the door was closed and the dog was beaten up violently. After the domestic violence in the Yi house, there was a lot of wailing. The adult dogs stopped, but Yijiosa still did not stop. He picked up Nara's head and locked him in the toilet with a cold face. Nara. He felt that his life was less than that of a dog. When the dust settled, Yijiosa pushed the door and went out. He wanted to open the wood leaf shop as soon as possible and strive to pay off the debt. But when he looked up, he saw the three creditors standing in the small courtyard. He was so scared that his hair stood on end. He suddenly took a step back and clung to the door frame. It was only right and proper to pay back the debt. The Uchiha patriarch came to collect the debt from him early in the morning. Yijiosa's eyelashes were filled with tears. He trembled and shouted intermittently in a hoarse voice, ya lie die. This lie die could be said to be tender and weak, like the cry of a girl who was being bullied by a bully in despair. Yijiosa did not do it on purpose, but he had watched countless movies in his previous life, and his brain was filled with the resources of two tanks. In the desperate situation of facing the creditors, he really could not call out other words than instinctively shouting, lie die. The Uchiha people. The dogs. Seeing that the Uchiha patriarch's face was getting darker and darker, Yijiosa was frightened. Patriarch Uchiha, I will work hard to pay off the debt, please give me time. The Tibetan Mastiff poked its head out from the side, with half of its bald head, and stared at Uchiha Tomiyama gloomily. How dare you force a child to pay off the debt? Uchiha Tomiyama smiled stiffly, avoided the Tibetan Mastiff's gaze, and spat out a sentence, Yi-jun, you don't need to be responsible for the restoration of the Uchiha clan's land. This is the result of the Uchiha clan's poor supervision. As soon as he finished speaking, the Tibetan Mastiff nodded in satisfaction. Yijiosa's eyes widened, and his face was full of disbelief. What did you say? The Uchiha will be responsible for the restoration of the clan's land, it has nothing to do with you. Uchiha Tomiyama put down his stance, and sent Itachi and Shisui in his hands to her side. The clan's land was destroyed by dogs, it can only mean that we, the Uchiha, are weaker than dogs. Let go of those unnecessary debts and spar with your peers. Ichiosa stared at Uchiha Tomiyama. At this moment, he felt that Uchiha Tomiyama was as tall as a mountain, like a gilded angel, shining in front of him. Uchiha forgave his debt, Uchiha did not pursue his responsibility, and Uchiha also let go of his dog. There is such a kind, pure, and sincere shinobi in the world. Uchiha is simply the incarnation of Jesus. Uchiha clan is evil, Sharingan is evil and sinister, Uchiha are capricious and bad-tempered. All of these words were removed from Ichiosa's mind. From now on, he is an old fan of Uchiha. Whoever dares to slander Uchiha, he will be the first to kill them. Without debt, Ichiosa was full of energy. In order to open the shop, he was very busy. Because Pure Young Mara's cooking skills were maxed out, so the first shop he opened was related to food. Although Uchiha clan forgave his debt, Ichiosa has a heavy sense of responsibility. He thinks that his dog is wrong, and he is not willing to accept this kindness for nothing. He decided to do a good business, work hard to make money, and benefit Uchiha. When the debt is almost repaid, then this page can be considered turned over. Otherwise, his conscience will not be at ease. Uchiha is such a sincere little angel, he can cheat others, but not honest people. While listing out his plans, he was decorating and arranging the layout of the shop. He picked an auspicious day to open the shop. The shop is a small business, with small profits but quick turnover. The main products are skewers and spicy soup. This unique Hua-Xia-style snack was welcomed by the whole wood leaf. Skewers are really not expensive, 1 or 2 to 3 skewers, and even the rich children can afford it. Coupled with the spicy oil and stock personally prepared by Ichiosa, it is simply the taste of ascending to immortality. Skewers and spicy soup are popular, and Ichiosa's daily life suddenly becomes busy. Even the 4 dogs in the family, Kimimaro of the 4th generation, Shisui and Itachi of the Uchiha family, and even Nara's head, all work together. Ichiosa was so busy that he had no choice but to place Nero's head on the counter and braid his hair into 18 small twists. He placed the cash and change under his hair and instructed, "Keep an eye on him, collect the money, and give me the change. If you're short 1 cent, you'll be sleeping on the toilet tonight." Nara. He took the money from the hands of several ninjas, and at the same time, he pulled the counter to give them the change. He never thought that one day his smart brain would be put on the counter as a cashier. But there are so many people here, he is just a gimmick. When people overcome their fear of him, they love to see him make a fool of himself. Nara is a cashier, and then he saw the Tibetan Mastiff and Samoyed pull a small car out. The car is full of takeout. Yes, takeout. Something that Ichiosa came up with equals the buyer only needs to use the ninja beast to pass the message or place an order in advance, and Ichiosa can make the skewers and let Guzi deliver the takeout. Fortunately, the Tibetan Mastiff and Samoyed can bear it, if it was him. Oh, even if it was him, he can't change anything. The Tibetan Mastiff and Samoyed can deliver takeout, the Golden Retriever and White Firewood can't escape. The Golden Retriever was punished by Ichiosa to stand at the door as a lucky dog. White Firewood looks harmless and cute, so Ichiosa put him in the doghouse to attract the attention of the girls. Not only that, Ichiosa also put a donation box next to White Firewood. In Nara's view, Ichiosa's way of making money is simply unscrupulous. Kimimaro and Uchiha Shisui are walking around the store, helping Ichiosa to serve food to the customers. Itachi Uchiha is holding a stack of leaflets, carrying his brother who is vomiting milk, standing on the street like a child left behind, looking at the endless flow of people in silence. After a while, with a cold face, he took out the unique skill of flying shuriken and slashed the leaflets one by one, accurately slashing them into the grocery basket of the Andi, the gap of the door of the shelter, the bathtub of the witch soup, the building of the Hokage, and the trash can of the Umbu. The name of the skewers gradually spread in the land of fire, and in less than 2 months, Yijiosa had to open a second skewer store because of the large number of customers. His business is in full swing, and with his own strength, after wiping out the financial deficit of Woodleaf, he also gave Woodleaf a financial income. In the Hokage building, the Yondim-sama closed this year's financial statement, stood up and stood at the window, staring deeply at the skewer store not far away. Admiration for Yijiosa arose spontaneously. Chapter 49. Yijiosa's business was doing well, he was living in high spirits. When the third skewer chain store opened, he stayed up all night working hard. He took on the posture of writing a graduation thesis. He gave the fourth-generation leader a copy of the new Woodleaf Village construction plan. Minato opened the plan with interest, but as the advanced measures were printed in front of his eyes, he could no longer maintain his calm expression. That afternoon, he immediately summoned all the higher-ups in the name of Hokage and listed Yijiosa's plan in detail to the hawks and doves. A fierce debate broke out in an instant, and both sides insisted on their own arguments. No one was willing to make do with the other. It formed a standoff. In fact, if one looked at Yijiosa's plan from a fair and just perspective, one would find that his measures in all aspects were very complete. For example, the opening and development of the skewer chain store. Because of the lack of waiters, it could provide opportunities for those retired and disabled ninjas to find jobs again. At the same time as the place with the largest flow of customers, the food chain store was naturally the place with the most information. If it could work with the Woodleaf ninja, that would become the biggest information point for Woodleaf. Not only that, Yijiosa also planned for them the idea of food conquers the world. If they wanted to destroy the enemy to maintain world peace, they first had to catch the enemy's stomach. He was used to eating delicious, spicy, and delicious skewers. If one day Woodleaf collected all the delicacies, could the picky tongues of the rest of the ninja villages swallow dry and tasteless soldiers' food pills? Could they still swallow dry steamed buns without the fragrance of soup sauce? Could they still endure the pain of eating half-charred roasted chicken in the open air? Not really. Food is the most important thing for the people. Aren't humans running around all day just to have a little desire for food? Even the basic taste can't be satisfied. The ninjas of the other ninja villages will only feel resentment towards the village and feel estranged. In the vast ninja continent, there are so many foodies. When foodies condense into the power of food, it is enough to bring immeasurable losses to the stable ninja villages. Yijiosa spoke with certainty in his plan. Even though he was not in the meeting room, his legend was still there. He had sold toxic Amway to the executives of Woodleaf, but the executives were still eating it happily. Yijiosa really knew how to conduct himself. He proposed the concept of a joint stock system for food and beverage chain stores. He repeatedly stated that all the stores would belong to Woodleaf, and that the financial income would contribute to the harmonious development of Woodleaf. He would provide the recipe for Woodleaf's gourmet food, and he hoped that he would be a hands-off shopkeeper. All he asked for was a monthly bonus. To Yijiosa, he was just too tired from doing business and wanted to live a lazy life of eating, drinking, and counting money. But to the higher-ups of Woodleaf, he was a little angel who came to them in their hour of need. Almost all the representatives of the hawks and doves were moved. However, in the last line of the plan, Yijiosa added a line of words. The higher-ups only had one meaning. The shop belonged to Woodleaf, and the gourmet recipe belonged to Uchiha. Kuroto has always repaid kindness with kindness, and repaid hatred with honesty. Since he wanted to benefit Uchiha, he would naturally plan a big one. After repaying the favor, he would no longer have any psychological pressure. But he did not expect that just the mention of Uchiha would make the leader of Woodleaf's hawks, Shimura Danzo, explode. Shimura Danzo, the head of the mafia of Woodleaf's root organization, is a shrewd old man who loves to cause trouble. He has been brainwashed by the second Hokage Senju's statement that Uchiha are all little goblins, so he doesn't like Uchiha at all. He is the conscientious anti-fan of the Uchiha group. For 10 years, he walked on the road of writing a big letter for Uchiha, contributing all the headlines to the great cause of Uchiha. He thought that Sandaime Hokage, who grew up together with him, would firmly stand on his side, but he did not expect that Sandaime Hokage would eat the Uchiha idol group's recommendation and turn to whitewash the long-legged oppas of Uchiha. Shimura Danzo couldn't swallow this anger. He looked at his swollen short legs, old face, and fat body, and then compared it to the bright-colored contact lenses, beautiful faces, and strong bodies of Uchiha. The wildfire in his heart can't burn. He thought that Yijiosa's heart was on wood leaf, but he didn't expect that Yijiosa was already a true fan of the Uchiha clan. How can this be? Shimura Danzo was so angry that he even disregarded the majesty of the two Hokage and strongly requested to bring Yijiosa to the confrontation. The atmosphere in the conference room was very tense for a while. Minato's face became cold, and his dissatisfaction with Shimura Danzo quickly increased. But soon, Minato calmed down and said, "Well, since you want to see her, then let's have a face-to-face confrontation." Thinking of some of Yijiosa's terrible attributes, Minato looked at Shimura Danzo and smiled amiably. The Umbu of Hokage informed Yijiosa of this news. At that time, he had already handed over the shop to a group of retired ninjas with missing arms and legs, and all he needed to do was sit at the counter and play with the dog or count money. Yijiosa smiled and took out a piece of candy and handed it to the Umbu. The Umbu held the candy and seemed a little overwhelmed. To be honest, there is no such thing as child labor in the ninja world. Look at the little Umbu in front of him. His bones are slender, his body is flat, and even his voice is a little hoarse. He is just a little boy in the puberty period. Unexpectedly, a 13 or 14 years old minor has become an Umbu who can kill enemies here. Yijiosa was a little emotional, then he held Nara's head, picked up white firewood, told Kimimaro to look after the shop, and walked to the heavily guarded conference room with the other 3 dogs. The Umbu hesitated for a while and asked, "Sama, why do you want to bring a dog?" "Nonsense, to be brave." Yijiosa's intelligence came online, and his heart was clear. "Something that can make Yondaime to invite me. It must be very difficult. I feel a little shaky going alone." Umbu. Dogs. You are very honest. But I am not afraid now. After all, I am a person with a dog. Yijiosa gave the Umbu a poisonous Amway. Think about it. The dog I raised can even demolish Uchiha's mansion. Why would I be afraid that I can't demolish the conference room of the Hokage? Anyway, I have beaten and scolded them. I have given up on treating them. As the saying goes, instead of letting the dog wither in the iron cage, it is better to let the dog be intoxicated in debauchery. Release the nature of the dog, demolish the Hokage, and let everyone know my power. Let's see if they dare to call me into the office next time. Umbu. Dogs. Nara's mouth twitched, so this is the correct way to raise a dog. It took Yijiosa 5 minutes to reach the Hokage, and 3 minutes to find the conference room. After 8 minutes, he basically Amway the 8 honors and 8 disgraces to the Umbu kid. The Umbu kid floated away. Yijiosa stared deeply at his back and said sadly, go as far as you can. This is no longer a battle you can intervene in. Leave this place and live well. Before dying, Nara raised her head with difficulty and asked, "Why did you bring me along?" "Let me go, I also want to live." Yijiosa smiled. "White firewood is the weapon I hold in my arms, the Tibetan Mastiff, the Golden Retriever, and the Samoyed are my fighters, and you are good at talking, smart and sinister. My teammate for this round of debate is you. Nara." After saying that, he pushed open the door of the conference room. "Oh, isn't it just arguing with women and talking nonsense with men? Come on. Let's hurt each other." Yijiosa was fearless. When an anti-fan meets a true fan, this is a sacred battle. When the emperor goes to war, not even a blade of grass grows. When Yijiosa goes to war, his momentum swallows people. It was supposed to be a serious meeting about the future development of Woodleaf, but it was bombarded by Yijiosa and Danzo into a shiraba. Saliva splashed everywhere, and the rest of the senior executives retreated. Even the dogs had to avoid it. In fact, there is no such thing as quarreling between men. Sometimes a disagreement will only lead to a fight. But when Yijiosa saw Danzo's old face, he gave up the impulse to hit him. Fuck, this old man in his 70s or 80s didn't play Tai Chi sword in the square, but instead rushed to quarrel. He must be trying to cheat me of medical expenses. How could he be fooled by such a smart guy? I won't fight with you. Yijiosa used all the rascality he had learned from the years he spent raising the husky. Danzo was obviously infuriated by Kuroto's words. He rolled up his sleeves to reveal the veins on his arms. The Sharingan of the Uchiha clan is the incarnation of evil. They kill their own brothers and sisters to promote their own evolution. They are the devils. The mastiff in the corner stared at Danzo with cold eyes. Bah! You said it like you saw it yourself. Yikyu's also rolled up his sleeves and said, according to what you said, all the Uchiha in Konoha killed their parents to get their Sharingan, but the question is, why haven't they been exterminated yet? That's right, the Uchiha in Konoha killed their parents to get their Sharingan, but the question is, why haven't they been exterminated? The surrounding ninjas were slightly taken aback, and their minds slowly turned. That's right, with such a method, the Uchiha can even exterminate themselves. Don't tell me there's something wrong with your head. Yijiosa was not polite. So what if the Uchiha have Sharingan? So what if they can evolve? Their ancestors' genes are so powerful. Don't talk about how they evolve their eyes. To be honest, it's none of your business. Why do you care so much about it? They didn't stab your brothers and sisters. Why are you so anxious? Yijiosa's verbal cannon ability was directly raised to the max. He quarreled with the husky for so many years, not to be at a disadvantage at this moment. The mastiff was stunned and looked at Yijiosa in a daze. White Firewood narrowed his eyes and quietly went behind Danzo. Seeing that the golden retriever was also ready to make a move, Satsuma leaned sideways and gently shook his head. Danzo slammed his palm on the table. He had been in power for so many years, but this was the first time he was angry at a child. What do you know? The Uchiha have long been disloyal to the village. It is necessary to guard against them. Do you know how the first Hokage died? Danzo roared, as if to remind everyone. He fought with Uchiha Madara in the Valley of End, and finally died of illness. What kind of illness can he get? What kind of illness can the possessor of Wood Release get? He was just seriously injured and couldn't live. Like a thunderclap, the mastiff's claws trembled slightly. It seemed that he didn't expect Senju Takuma to die like this. He thought that he would live to 100 years old. After all, he was the possessor of Wood Release. Danzo's rebuttal continued. From the beginning of the village's establishment, the Uchiha have been rebellious, and it will only become more and more intense. They already have a large number of clansmen and military force, and giving them the formula is equivalent to giving them financial resources. How can they not rebel? Rebel my ass. Yijiosa slammed his palm on the table, his face contorted. Your worldview has really widened my horizons. I have also learned the history of the Woodleaf in the ninja school. The Uchiha clan and the Senju clan formed an alliance, which was the prototype of the Woodleaf. Do you understand what alliance means? Two evenly matched shinobi clans cooperate. Cooperation, do you understand? Yijiosa went all out. There is no such thing as who is attached to who. The two clans borrow each other's power to end the war. This is the behavior of the tyrants. The Uchiha of that era were tyrants. But because of your ignorance and prejudice, you treat the Uchiha as a usable sword, sparing no effort to use it, squeezing it, and not maintaining it. The people who use the sword are afraid that the sword will hurt themselves, and gradually begin to alienate the sword, but because of possessiveness, they are not willing to give the sword to the person who can really use it. This approach makes the treasure covered in dust. It is simply rubbish. Every word he said was deafening. Are you fucking kidding me? You never trust the Uchiha, but you want the Uchiha to be loyal to you wholeheartedly. This is not the way to make a losing deal in the world. Uchiha Madara was shocked. For a moment, he felt that the figure of Yijiosa overlapped with the figure of Senju Takuma. It was like a warm sun that warmed his limbs and bones. Not only him, even the remaining 3 dogs and Nara gave him an admiring look, indicating that what Yijiosa said was really popular. You should be glad that there is no Uchiha in the conference room, otherwise they will be very disappointed. Yijiosa faced the silent conference room and sneered, you let your sword rebel, you don't look for your own reasons, but you blame the sword. It's really a double standard. Fortunately, the Uchiha clan didn't leave Woodleaf. If it were me, I would have already taken my whole family and left. Don't tell me that I have to think for the village and put the overall situation of the village first. If I can't even protect my own family, how can I have the heart to protect the village? The Uchiha clan is first and foremost a family, then the Sword of Woodleaf. It's understandable that they think for the family. Being able to stay until now without reprisal is enough to prove their loyalty. Seeing that Danzo's face was purple with anger but he didn't know how to refute, Yijiosa sat down and put on a posture that was more powerful than Hokage. Take me as an example, although I always beat the dogs, I treat them as family. The 4 dogs were really confused. The word family was so familiar and strange, but their owner said it sincerely without any falsehood. At this moment, it would be a lie if their cold heart didn't fluctuate. Yijiosa took Nara's head and put it on the table. Even if only the head is left, it's still a family. Nara. His mood was complicated, he actually remembers him. I beat my own dog, there must be a reason, but you look at the Uchiha clan, there is no reason for their extreme methods. Yijiosa said, I can grow feelings for the dog after a few months, but Uchiha clan has been in Woodleaf for decades. Do you really think they have no feelings for this village? If they have no feelings, they would have left long ago. Yijiosa pinched Nara's hair, feeling that this teammate was not good enough. He didn't even say a word to help. So, he began to pull Nara's face. Nara. There was no chance to interrupt. Thank you, well, that's all I want to say. I will still give the recipe to Uchiha. Yijiosa smiled brightly, my words are too harsh, I hope you all can forgive me. Everyone. They didn't dare to say anything, for fear of being scolded. Didn't they see that Danzo's flame was extinguished at this moment? Everyone remembered the fear of being dominated by Uchiha's true fans QAQ. Yijiosa won a great victory, dragging his family out of the meeting room with a smile on his face. On the way, Yijiosa suddenly stopped and looked at Nara. By the way, Nara, go and find out where Danzo's hideout is. Although he won the argument, he was still very angry. Nara showed the vigilance of a dog. What are you going to do? Yijiosa showed a smile full of black mud. The weather is cold, it's time to demolish Danzo's hideout. Chapter 50. It was a dark and windy night when they closed the door to let the dogs go. Around 3 o'clock in the morning, Yijiosa was lying on his back, drooling. Accompanied by the soft rustling of the wind, the first squad of Umbu, who was good at concealment, quietly left. At the same time the Tibetan Mastiff in the kennel opened its scarlet eyes. Yijiosa did not know that after he and Danzo fell out, the 4th generation leader had assigned the Umbu to protect his safety. But no matter how small the signs of the movement of the Umbu were, they could not hide from Uchiha Madara's eyes and ears. Taking advantage of the time when the Umbu took turns to hand over, Uchiha Madara slowly got up. He opened the door without a sound. With a leap, he quickly disappeared into the night. White Firewood on the tatami lifted the warm quilt, and his dark golden eyes swept over the other two dogs who had woken up. After thinking for a moment, he called, "Woof. Go." The golden retriever glanced at the owner lying on the couch. His ears moved, listening to the sound outside. "Woof woof woof. This king will give you this honor." Satsuma looked at him inexplicably. He smiled gently. "Woof woof woof. I advise you not to call yourself king between us." After seeing them in the kaleidoscope illusion, Aizen had already guessed the identity of these people. His eyes were not blind, and his brain was not stupid. He knew that these young men who had turned into dogs were not easy to get along with. Moreover, looking at that aura, they must be a powerhouse that had not appeared in 100 years, a peerless powerhouse. Strong enough for him to put these people on the same level as himself. Therefore, Aizen had been advancing step by step in order to reduce his threat and danger value. Before he figured out their trump card and confirmed their position, he wouldn't do anything in a high-profile manner. He had been dormant in the Soul Society for hundreds of years. Was he going to act in the kennel for a few months? Aizen lowered his head, seemingly following by Chai's lead. At the same time, he also ignored the words of the golden retriever, refusing to acknowledge his authority as king. In contrast, it was as if White Firewood was the leader. At the same time, he kindly reminded the golden retriever about his status. As expected, the hot-tempered golden retriever was enraged again. Aizen didn't like White Firewood and wouldn't easily provoke him. He wanted to dig out White Firewood's background, so he naturally needed a good knife. Unfortunately, the golden retriever's arrogance gave him a chance to take advantage of it. Saishomaru glanced behind him and did not say anything else. He continued on with his journey. The Samoyed followed closely behind. The golden retriever raised its paw and scratched the floor. It looked at the two dogs in front of it and followed them. This nighttime demolition operation was actually very much in line with the intentions of the four dogs. They lacked basic knowledge of the new world, and the information in their daily lives did not allow them to grasp the big picture. He had been in power for too long. The feeling of not being in control of the big picture was really unpleasant. This time, they could use the convenience of demolishing the house to look through the hidden files of Woodleaf Village. Decades have passed, and the appearance of Woodleaf Village has changed. But Uchiha Madara has already figured out the way. He took the lead to see the situation of the Uchiha clan. He saw that the Uchiha clan's temporary clan meeting place was lit up. The candlelight flickered, illuminating the solemn atmosphere of the Uchiha clan. And in this clan meeting, there were also the third and fourth generation leaders. They were talking about something, and their faces were more dignified. Uchiha Madara didn't stay. He followed the smell in the air and finally found Nara on the roof of the restaurant. Not long after, the other three dogs came one after another. Uchiha Madara looked at them and barked at Nara. Nara bitterly took off and wobbled into the night, heading towards Danzo's base camp. He only has a head left, and his demon power is low. Even dogs can bully him. He can only hope that he can get a useful body on this trip. Otherwise, when will these days come to an end? However, at this time, Nara didn't know that if Yijiosa doesn't die, he can only be a dog for life. At 3:20 in the morning, Woodleaf time, Inaguchi Gumi's troublemaking squad arrived at Danzo's base. Under the leadership of squad leader Nero, they passed through the line of fire without anyone noticing. They passed through Red Alert, defeated 300 heroes, defeated Resident Evil, avoided the big battle royale, and went straight to Yuri's revenge. Finally, they achieved the world achievement of Dragon Slayer Saber, Gift at Click. Amidst the root ninjas, Unzip My Pants If You're Gay, the Tibetan Mastiffs, Demacia, completely annihilated the enemy camp, and by Chai's, everything is tied to an arrow, took out 1, 2, and 3 kills. Golden Retrievers, return my fancy punch, harvested batch after batch of root ninjas, and Satsumas, half-step with a smile, followed closely behind, killing them one by one. Nara's head hovered over the ceiling, and after looking at the overall situation, he found that he could only shout, 666. The defeated root ninjas fell to the ground, just like a mini-boss in a dungeon with only a little bit of health left. The disfigured me looked at Yu, who was covering his crotch, and realized that this dog's operation was too sharp. The training ground was torn down to the paint, and the laboratory was smashed to the point that there were no containers left. Fragments of files flew all over the sky, and even the dragon bone wine was emptied. Now it was too late to regret. They could only make an appointment at the medical department's plastic surgery shop, change their faces, and quit to start a business, lest people know that they were inferior to dogs, and it would hinder them from buying a house and marrying a wife in the future. That old thief Danzo is really not a good person. I've worked for him for so many years, but I can only cry because I don't have any insurance, and I'm attacked in the middle of the night. Fuck your wood-leaf flag, don't try to trick me into sacrificing my life for righteousness. Do you really think that a puppet doesn't have a temper, and you can just throw it away after using it? The root ninja wailed, and the dog retreated unscathed. Nara excitedly found a corpse that was soaked in a potion, spread her long hair, and hid away. The next morning, Yijiosa lazily leaned against a tree and ate an apple. Since he handed over the management of the kebab shop, he became a hands-off shopkeeper, and once again lived a dejected and depressed life. He heard that something big happened to Danzo's root ninja. The old guy was stimulated last night, and his blood pressure was high, so he was sent to the hospital, and he was still on M4 drip. Fortunately, he didn't get high blood pressure because of Danzo, otherwise, he would have to pay for medical expenses for the rest of his life. Yijiosa chuckled twice. With one hand supporting his head and the other holding white firewood, he stared at the sparring between Uchiha Shursui and Itachi Uchiha and slowly opened his mouth. Kimimaro quickly put the apple into his mouth, and neatly picked up a towel to wipe the juice from the corner of his mouth, and then picked up a toothpick to insert the next piece of apple into his mouth. Prosperity, democracy, civilization, and harmony. Playing the role of a loyal dog, their acting skills are not even half as good as that of a white-haired brat. This is insane. Yijiosa chewed the apple in boredom, ignoring the strange atmosphere around him. Watching the sparring between the Uchiha, he basically learned their fighting routines. Sharingan is a powerful tool for manipulating genjutsu. When two Uchiha with their eyes open fight, they will instinctively use genjutsu first. They are genjutsu masters, so naturally, they can't lose their reputation in their old profession. Only when their old profession is finished will they start sparring with taijutsu. Then it is the combination of genjutsu and taijutsu, and the fight is in full swing. Yijiosa watched a lot of battles between Shursui and Itachi, and summed up their fighting patterns, and came to a conclusion that the Uchiha clan fights are very similar to Huasia's Tohoku. Because the prelude to their fight is... What are you looking at? I'm looking at you. Try looking again. I'm just looking at you. After staring at each other with their Sharingan for a while, they immediately activated Tohoku-style Shura field. Yijiosa looked at Shursui and felt that he was seeing a compatriot that he hasn't seen for a long time, so his imagination became even stronger. The battle between Shursui and Itachi came to an end. Itachi is extremely talented, but he is still young, and in the end, he was defeated by his cousin Shursui and was knocked to the ground. Yijiosa looked at the extraordinary Itachi Uchiha and recalled what he was doing when he was 5 or 6 years old. Oh, he was playing with mud next to an ant nest. Yijiosa looked at the sharp Uchiha Shursui and recalled what he was doing when he was 11 or 12 years old. Oh, he was eating a chicken leg and walking on the path, and was chased by 2 hungry grass dogs to school. Without comparison, there is no harm. Yijiosa felt that he could be a little worse. After eating the apple, he felt a little full and wanted to do some exercise. Yijiosa slowly got up and walked into the training ground. He slowly drew his sword and slowly recited his lines. I see that your excellency is full of heroic bearing. Do you dare to fight me? Uchiha Shisui pulled out a shuriken and quickly entered the training ground. Instinctively, Uchiha Shisui used genjutsu on Yijiosa. His Sharingan rolled, and his consciousness entered Yijiosa's mind without any hindrance. He was surprised by the success of his attack. What the hell is this guy? Uchiha Shisui was annoyed by Shisui's attitude. He immediately used chakra to construct an illusion and stood in front of Yijiosa, who was tied up. He decided to teach Yijiosa a lesson. But soon, he could not get angry anymore. This was because he realized that Yijiosa had actually broken free from the rope and was standing up with his wrist turned. You. So this is genjutsu, the world you created. Yijiosa almost understood. Genjutsu is used by the Sharingan and is connected to the imagination. No wonder you Uchiha people are so sensitive, it turns out that you think too much. Thanks to the pure Yang Nigong, he didn't expect that Shisui could be immune to genjutsu. Shisui. Let me try to see if I can create something here, if I can. Yijiosa had a bold idea in his mind. Shisui had an ominous premonition. Then, he was stunned to find that although he was standing in his own illusion, he could only watch Yijiosa do whatever he wanted. Yijiosa created the first husky, the second husky, the third husky. The 100th husky. They stuck out their tongues and shouted, causing serious mental pollution to Shisui in the illusion. In the end, Yijiosa directed the huskies to face Shisui and shouted, "It's decided on you." Pipiha. A large wave of huskies suddenly like a raging tsunami, trampling on Uchiha Shisui's body like stepping on Yijiosa. Shisui. On the training ground, Uchiha Shisui was greatly stimulated and fainted. Yijiosa slowly walked to his side and looked at his Sharingan. Chapter 51. Uchiha Shisui, male, he was 11 years old, died under the huskies' trampling. Bah! Yijiosa knelt upright in the Uchiha clan's ancestral hall, looking at Shisui, who was paralyzed on the straw mat like a rag doll, then looking at the Uchiha who were spinning their Sharingan, he unconsciously widened his dead fish eyes. Danzo firmly said that the Uchiha clan had to kill and kill when they opened their eyes. That was really bullshit. How could this clan have to kill and kill to open their eyes? It was clearly too much stimulation, beyond the range of psychological endurance, and they had to hold it in and not collapse. In the end, they couldn't hold it in and cried out, only then did they open their eyes. For example, Itachi Uchiha, the genius child of the patriarch next door, I heard that he has a brother complex potential stock. At the moment he heard that his mother was pregnant, he was too excited and opened a Magatama with a bang. When Ninetales attacked the village, he took refuge with his younger brother. He vowed to defend his younger brother with his life. He made up his mind. He was excited and opened a second Magatama with a bang. Finally, after seeing him combing Nara's long hair one evening, he was stimulated greatly. He was so scared that he opened a triple Magatama that many adults couldn't open. And this was the reason why he scared the patriarch's child, the reason why the Uchiha clan didn't come to find trouble with him. To tell the truth, they really had to thank him. Because not only did he give them a 6-year-old baby with 3 Magatama, he also gave them the recipe of the kebab shop, and even gave them something that they hadn't had for decades, the Manjikyu Sharingan. Uchiha Shisui opened a Manjikyu. This news was tightly sealed. Before the situation between Woodleaf and Uchiha was clear, Uchiha would never spread the family secrets. This was a Manjikyu. A Manjikyu that hadn't been seen for decades. They were shocked by Shirsue's age and his attainments. They were extremely excited by the good news that Yijiosa, the human-shaped koi fish, had brought to Uchiha. The Uchiha really wanted to say some words of gratitude, but they really didn't know what to say because they had always been too arrogant. Moreover, when they faced the Tibetan mastiffs behind Yijiosa, they always felt an indescribable sense of guilt. Ah, the ancestors. Descendant. Speaking of which, the Uchiha dog is also a kaleidoscope. Ha ha ha, they looked at each other, and after a long silence, Uchiha Tamiyama asked Yijiosa about the details of Shirsue, opening his eyes with the greatest respect and sincerity. Yijiosa sat up straight and went straight to the point. To tell you the truth, let me digress a little bit first. Why is there a rumor that the Uchiha clan's Sharingan can only evolve by killing their kin? Just this sentence alone was enough to make everyone's expression change. Don't try to lie to me, and don't say that you don't know. Yijiosa glanced at everyone's face and said sternly, you heard the rumor but didn't defend it. It proves that it is true, otherwise, how could it be reduced to the point where even the clan's land is built on the border of Woodleaf? Don't lie to me, and don't treat me like a child. I have already shed all pretense of cordiality with Shimura Danzo. It's impossible for you not to know. If you were really blind, you wouldn't have lived for so long. Yijiosa urged. Tell me the truth, Patriarch Uchiha. Uchiha Tamiyama was silent for a moment, then slowly said. According to the clan records, the Manjikyu Sharingan is powerful, but it is easy to lose sight. Only by changing the eyes of your kin can you be eternal. The strongest ancestor, Uchiha, was able to become the demon god of the Warring States period because he had his younger brother's eyes. Kuroto didn't elaborate any further. This was the secret of the Uchiha clan, and for them to say this to Yijiosa, they have already regarded him as one of their own. The atmosphere around them was heavy, no one spoke, but it was filled with an inexplicable sadness. Yijiosa frowned. So, your clan hasn't opened the Manjikyu for decades. It's not that you don't have the conditions to open it, it's just that you don't want to open it, right? Because opening the Manjikyu means losing sight. The fear of losing sight will drive a strong person who possesses the Manjikyu crazy. He may even kill his kin for the sake of his eyes and power. Several Uchiha turned their heads away, not saying a word. There are so many geniuses in the Uchiha clan, how can there be no amazing geniuses in the past few decades? It's just that the Uchiha clan is extremely emotional, and they can give up anything for the sake of their kin. Then here's the question. Yijiosa's tone was extremely calm, but his words were chilling. Is it really the effect of the eternal kaleidoscope after killing a loved one, or is it the result of the eye of the loved one, or is it the result of the eye being stimulated after losing a loved one? The evolution of your Sharingan, from the low level to the high level, has been stimulated all the way, and it's related to the violent fluctuations of emotions. How can it be possible for the Manjikyu eternal Manjikyu to open it in a different way? This doesn't make sense. Many elders of the Uchiha clan tightened their faces, seemingly very dissatisfied with Yijiosa's doubts. That's something recorded in the clan, and it has a long history. In other words, it's the experience passed down from generation to generation. How can it be wrong? Unexpectedly, it was this sentence that opened the hole in Yijiosa's mind. He remembered watching The Legend of the Condor Heroes when he was a child. Ouyang Feng caught Huang Rong and forced her to recite the Nine Sutra for him to practice. Huang Rong did succumb to his oppression, but the girl cleverly disrupted the order of the Nine Sutra and gave Ouyang Feng a reverse version, which finally drove Ouyang Feng crazy. Ouyang Feng's Nine Sutra was powerful, but in the end, he was crazy. Is there any difference between the Uchiha clan and Ouyang Feng? It seems not. The things passed down from the ancestors have such a long history. Who knows if someone has been crazy enough to tamper with 1 or 2 sentences in it. Yijiosa, on the other hand, laughed. Well, are you sure that the ancestral things have not passed through the hands of outsiders? Or, are the elders in the clan who have handled the ancestral things reliable? The Uchiha clan's 3 Tomeos spun like a small windmill, looking very bad. Yi-kun, what do you mean? What I mean is, if I were the enemy of the Uchiha clan, would especially want to tamper with your theory of evolution. If the kaleidoscope wants to become an eternal kaleidoscope, it needs the eyes of its loved ones. In other words, if a strong kaleidoscope wants to change its eyes, it can't choose a pair of 3 Tomeos, right? They will lock onto the Uchiha clan, and then kill each other. Isn't this internal friction? Without wasting a single soldier, it can make the Uchiha lose 1 or 2 strong people. Just this sentence was like a bolt from the blue, pulling everyone out of the dilemma. Their faces instantly turned as dark as ink, almost not daring to imagine the truth of this speculation. There was even an elder of the Uchiha clan whose hands and lips were trembling, as if he wanted to say something but his throat was choked. But Yijiosa continued, the Uchiha who survived got the eyes and the power. Are you sure he is still a normal person? He killed his loved ones, his hands are stained with blood, his people fear him and stay away from him, no one will comfort him at this time. Will he really not regret taking this path? Will he really not hate his own clan? Will he really not take revenge on his own clan? Will he really not tamper with the information after taking power? I am in so much pain, the world should be in pain with me, setting, which is very suitable for the Uchiha clan. Yijiosa thought heartlessly. For consecutive questions, the continuous critical hits made many of the Uchiha clan pale. Their emotions were fluctuating violently, and even a few of the 3 Tomeos were spinning crazily, because the stimulation was too great. They hugged their heads and covered their eyes, groaned, and lay on the ground, struggling and twisting. The originally quiet ancestral hall suddenly became chaotic. Only Yijiosa said leisurely, "Don't touch them, what if they open a kaleidoscope?" The Uchiha clan immediately froze, involuntarily stopping their movements. If the stimulation is too great and the kaleidoscope is opened, then please take a look at your family heirlooms. The dynamic vision of the Sharingan is so strong, you should be able to find some clues, right? Yijiosa patted the head of the Tibetan Mastiff, motioning it to calm down. No one knows what is wrong with the Tibetan Mastiff, but it actually became anxious. Uchiha Madara was cold all over. As the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, he was the one who came into contact with the ancestral stone tablet. The stone tablet has a long history, dating back to the legendary period of the Sage of the Six Paths. But Yijiosa is right, after such a long time, is there really no one who tampered with the stone tablet? He suddenly thought of Anna Izumi, thinking of his younger brother who was willing to exchange his eyes with him. If everything said on the stone tablet is false, then what is the meaning of what they did? Anna Izumi's eyes, Anna Izumi's life, Anna Izumi's everything, just in exchange for a scam. Uchiha Madara couldn't bear it, his younger brother was so excellent, opened the kaleidoscope in his early years, and also comprehended Susanoo. He couldn't bear it, he felt that he was going crazy. In the crazy imagination of the Uchiha clan, they almost figured out 17 or 18 conspiracies, locked on 17 or 18 enemies. They stayed in the ancestral hall for a long time, until the clansmen were properly settled down. They couldn't wait to say goodbye to Yijiosa, changed to another more hidden place, and started the internal meeting of the Uchiha clan. The Tibetan Mastiff went out in the opposite direction. Yijiosa thought it went to poop, so he didn't pay much attention. Kuroto sat in the ancestral hall and looked at Uchiha Shisui who was sitting on the straw mat, and then looked at Itachi who had a serious face and Sasuke who was spitting milk bubbles, and suddenly showed a gentle smile. Itachi, try to use genjutsu on me. Itachi Uchiha firmly refused him, and gave Yijiosa a white firewood. The Uchiha were busy, they seemed to find something wrong. In recent days, they frequently went in and out of the Hokage pagoda, and even put down their arrogance. They wanted to contact Senju Tsunade, who was far away in another country. Uchiha and Senju had been at odds for hundreds of years, and they only formed an alliance in the era of Senju Takuma and Uchiha Madara. The deep hatred separated the two families, and there would be no reconciliation at all. But now, the Uchiha clan's patriarch actually sent people to find Senju's people. It seemed that he was serious. It scared a lot of people. The relationship between Woodleaf Village and Uchiha clan was easing, and they were too busy to care about other things. So, Ichijose took Kimimaro, Shisui, and Itachi, and squatted in Shirsui's childish illusion to make trouble. In the end, he was not satisfied with playing with people, so he dragged 3 dogs. Why were there 3? Because Tibetan Mastiff has been going out frequently recently, and it came back late at night. It may be that it met a little female dog that it liked, and it no longer thought of him as its owner. Alas, children grow up so fast, and they have reached the age of looking for a female dog. Today, Ichijose was still worried about the heart of an old father finding a wife for his son. Uchiha Shisui had just opened the kaleidoscope, and he had not mastered the essentials of the kaleidoscope. It happened that Ichijose and others were willing to practice with him, so he readily agreed. It was just that his kaleidoscope was too immature, and it didn't have the vigorous momentum and immortal foundation of Uchiha Madara. Therefore, when he dragged the 3 dogs into the illusion, the dogs were still dogs, and there was no change at all. Ichijose couldn't stay idle for a moment, and after he came in, he began to make trouble. He patted Shirsui's shoulder earnestly, ignored his sharp eyes, and said, "This time, we came here mainly to practice courage. Look at you, last time you were scared by a wave of dogs, and you didn't look like a qualified ninja at all." Shisui replied dryly, "Then, I really have to trouble you to teach me." "No problem, no problem." Ichijose smiled, and with his imagination as the benchmark, he created a towering track in the illusion, almost reaching the sky. Then, whether it was human or dog, all of them were fastened with seat belts. Ichijose slowly outlined the shape of a roller coaster, and put all of them into the car. The people and dogs were all fixed in the seats, and the roller coaster slowly climbed along the track, higher and higher, higher and higher. What is this? Itachi Uchiha had a bad feeling in his heart. What is it doing? Training courage. As soon as Ichijose's voice fell, the roller coaster that climbed slowly to the top suddenly dived down. This was like a dragon diving into the sea. The peak height coupled with the extreme speed, the stimulation of the freefall without any guarantee of life exploded the 5 senses. Ah! The sharp scream and the dog's barking broke the sky. The golden retriever's newly repaired long fur was blown by the wind, and like a pufferfish that was full of air, it became a giant round popcorn. As it was in the illusion, it couldn't use its strength at all, so Gilgamesh was frightened, and its claws grabbed the clothes of its neighbor, Uchiha Shisui, and in the end, its hand slipped, and it clawed hard at Shirsui's crotch. Uchiha Shirsui's face twisted in pain, and it immediately gave the golden retriever a kick. Whether it was intentional or not, it also hit the golden retriever's penis. At that moment, Gilgamesh's mournful barking stopped. Along with the acceleration of the ups and downs, the Samied opened its mouth wide and swung its saliva at Itachi Uchiha's head in the back seat. Itachi Uchiha's straight and smooth hair had already exploded into the sky. He reached out and grabbed the Samied's tail, and with the force of the plunge of the roller coaster, he plucked all the fur from the Samied's tail. Kimimaro was still calm, and white firewood was stuffed in Ichijose's arms with 5 or 6 layers of insurance, but its fur was still blown into a ball of dandelion. Ichijose's screams resounded in his ears, and the most terrible thing was that the cub liked to dance and beat its chest when it was excited. But he was tied to her chest. Saishomaru felt that his dog's stomach had suffered internal injuries, and he was about to vomit out the chop soup he had drunk earlier. Yijiosa's small fists pummeling your chest continued without any signs of stopping. Bai Chai endured, and in the end, she wasn't able to hold it in during the final explosive strike of her pink fists and vomited. Yijiosa looked at his wet chest. Unable to hold it in, he also vomited with a wah sound. It was too disgusting. Uchiha Shirsue's expression was distorted. He wanted to hold it in, but he was still a baby, and he couldn't hold it in anymore. In the end, he achieved 3 consecutive wah on the roller coaster. The feeling of nausea was like an uncontrollable virus, and it infected everyone on the roller coaster. At that moment, Yijiosa deeply understood the importance of carsick medicine. Chapter 52. Yijiosa discovered that Nara, this little spicy chicken, not only liked clay figurines, he also had a fucking necrophilia. And he was in love with this corpse. It wasn't some beautiful young girl who died young, it was a disfigured man who had been dead for a few months and was still a little smelly. Damn, heavy taste, he didn't know where he got the male corpse from, he even wrapped his long hair around it and shrunk it into the closet. He pressed his face against the corpse's chest in satisfaction, looking like he was entangled and flying. Damn, it hurts my eyes. Tears are a little salty and sweet. Your chest kisses the side of my face. It's so cold that I'm reluctant to part with it. I just want to experience it with you, let me and you in the closet, affectionate. When I saw you in the morgue, I fell in love with your face, drooling like a waterfall, blinding other people's dog eyes. Now I'm lying on the tip of your heart, merging will bring us forever. The connection between the soul and the body is the manifestation of true love. Damn, it makes people lose their minds. Yijiosa closed the closet door with a bang. He didn't expect that Nara would be able to do such a high-energy operation when he only had one head left. No. No, where did this corpse come from? Although it looked like it had been soaked in formalin. What if someone liked to soak formalin in a coffin? Did Nero dig up someone else's grave? Yijiosa couldn't help but open the closet door. He watched helplessly as Nara buried half of his face in the corpse's chest. His face was extremely distorted. Where did the corpse come from? If he really did something wicked like digging someone's ancestral grave, he might as well carry Nara's head to greet him. Nara seemed to be very weak, and even his voice became erratic. An ownerless corpse, roots. Oh, Danzo old bastard actually has a necrophilia. Damn scary. Yijiosa felt a chill run down his spine. Shock. An old man with a beer belly actually did such a thing to a disfigured male corpse. Damn, beast. Yijiosa discovered that Nara seemed to have gotten into trouble after fusing with the corpse. His luck was really good. He was able to pick a corpse with a bloodline limit. But as luck would have it, when his demonic power repaired the missing organs and destroyed face of the corpse, the blood inheritance characteristic that appeared was white eyes. Furthermore, it was a supercilious man with the words, caged bird, engraved on his forehead. This body was about 17 or 18 years old, with long, straight black hair and a body that wasn't too skinny. He didn't know if it was because he was fused with Nara, but his delicate face had the mold of a coquettish B*TCH. Especially when he smiled, it sent chills down one's spine. He didn't look like a good person at first glance. Nara didn't seem to know the restraining effect of the caged bird. He was still proud of his young and powerful body. After getting rid of the stench from his body, he came out with a towel wrapped around his waist. His eyes glanced at the dogs in the room with a faint smile, and he seemed to have an arrogant attitude. Thinking of his daily life being bullied by the dogs, Nara was full of smiles, and he suddenly wanted to annoy the dog. He knew that these dogs cared about Yijiosa, but they just didn't want to admit it. And he, Nara, liked to take advantage of the loopholes in people's hearts, and he liked to sow discord. He slowly approached the little girl who was staring at him, and raised a smile that he thought was gentle. He bent down, stretched out his hand, and curled his index finger around Yijiosa's hair, and tucked it behind his ear. A cool breeze blew, and the sun shone down. The dog rubbed his claws, and the little girl was silent. Yijiosa smelled the steam and fragrance on Nara's body, and his dead fish eyes swept over his wet long hair, naked upper body, and the towel around his waist. Finally, they moved to the legs with long leg hair. In a trance, he understood something. Yijiosa held his hand, put it to the tip of his nose, and sniffed it gently, feeling it with his heart. The dogs. What are you doing? Let go of that paw. I'm very familiar with the smell on your body. Yijiosa looked straight into Nara's eyes, and his eyes were burning. Fuck, you actually used the carving transparent soap that I put in the bathroom. You actually touched my carving. Bastard. You even used it to wash your hair. You used it to bathe. Without saying another word, Yijiosa kicked Nero's kidney, causing him to fall to the ground. You've tarnished my carving. Do you know that I specially used it to wash my underwear? Brother Condor was gone, and every time he washed his underwear, he could only comfort himself with, I still have the carving. When the carving made white bubbles on his underwear, it was like some kind of indescribable essence, which gave him great psychological comfort. When the carving became thinner and thinner in his hands, it was as if he could see Brother Condor gradually getting further and further away, and his heart ached so much that he couldn't breathe. He didn't expect Nara, this little trash, to actually touch his beloved carving. This kind of pain was simply like self-castration. Yijiosa stepped on Nara's face and crushed it heavily. Fuck. It's not enough that I lost the carving, I also want to lose the carving. It's you, Nara. You made me lose my last chance to become a man. Die. You beast. Yijiosa called on his friends and dogs, and after beating Nara up, he chased him out of the house to take revenge for the carving being humiliated. The bitter wind and bitter rain were just like Nara's heart at the moment. He was hidden in the woods with bruises all over his body. Dusk was approaching, and the sun was sinking. He was so weak and helpless that he needed the angel of love to come and save him. However, the natural aura of the world boss didn't bring him the kind and amiable Miss Kikyu. Instead, he met the cold and gloomy Uncle Orochimaru. On a certain day in a certain month, two world-class bosses met in a small forest. They were separated by a running river, but it still couldn't block their telepathic eyes. This person. When their eyes met, it was like a tortoise looking at a mung bean, like a blind cat bumping into a dead mouse, like a creditor who crossed thousands of years and saw his debtor again. It's you. It's you. This unique temperament of a villain, there's no mistaking it. A few decades ago, by the river of the Naka River, Senju Takuma and Uchiha Madara pledged their lives. A few decades later, by the river of the Woodleaf Village, Orochimaru and Nara regretted not meeting earlier. I, the child abductor, met you, the child bearer. Ah, you are April on Earth. Yijiosa found that Nara seemed to have found an organization and made a good friend. Not only that, but he also returned to the Hyuga clan. Kuroto didn't know how he sneaked in, but he was living a good life. Yijiosa was unhappy, he felt that Nara was ungrateful. If he hadn't beaten him up, would he have been able to enter the Hyuga clan? He didn't even give a sign. Yijiosa brought the 4 dogs with him and charged to the door, blocking Nero. Nero, as the saying goes, you're right. Dogs and riches prosper each other. Nara. Yijiosa left after the fight. The world was so big, he wanted to take his dogs out to sea. As for Nara, with the caged bird around, what tricks can he play? He didn't know much about Byakugan, but he also knew that the Hyuga clan was divided into the main family and the branch family. Although they were blood relatives of the same clan, they were divided into ranks. The branch family existed to protect the main family, and the main family controlled the fate of the branch family like the caged bird. In Yi-Josa's opinion, this was simply causing trouble. The Uchiha clan was so big, but they didn't create a branch family. There were so many bloodline clans on the mainland, and the Hyuga clan was probably the only one that had the main family and the branch family model. Such a deformed family relationship will eventually be destroyed. Leaving Nara and them to torture each other is also a good show. After all, Nero was a boss before he had his head left. Let them hurt each other. Uchiha Kurosawa, with the 4 dogs in tow, was busy with the Uchiha clan's enemies. Shimura Danzo was busy with his high blood pressure, and the Hokage were busy with the construction of the new village, driving the slow ox cart out of the village. Because he walked too slowly, one day later, Kimimaro abruptly used the characteristics of a dog's nose and caught up with him. When Yi-Josa saw Kimimaro, he really felt that he didn't raise him in vain. In the following days, he had a cook. This little life of eating, drinking and playing with dogs was really sweet. Yi-Josa's ox cart moved forward slowly. For the safety of travel, he specially opened the shop of Kenzo and searched for the appearance that he had bought with money and decided to change his appearance. Black hair, white hair, blonde hair, red hair, short skirt, long skirt, cloak, applique, contact lenses, makeup, skin color, mounts, quirks, cloaks, and pets. In the disguise column, except for his current cute face, the other face shapes were abolished and it seemed that they could never be used. Speaking of which, his current body is not composed of data, it is flesh and blood, and it will definitely grow. If he changes his face from time to time, it will be a bit scary. However, even if he can't change his face, the color of his pupils and the makeup on his face can be changed, which gave him a lot of wonderful ideas. He stared at Kimimaro's delicate face and thought about him making up to look like a little loli. Hey! Yi-Josa had always been a man of action. He took the lead to grab the extremely gorgeous red hair and put it on himself. He adjusted his eyes to purple, and then did some eye-piercing makeup. He also put on the appearance of the sword net 3 overturned, for a few seasons, completely making himself a devastatingly beautiful beauty. When the loli looks back, the 4 dogs around him are scared to death. When the loli looks back, the whole Woodleaf village jumps off a building. When the loli looks back, the ancestors come back to life and lift the veil. When the loli looks back, the Halley's comet hits the earth. Epic eye-piercing makeup, love me, are you afraid? The 4 dogs are so scared that they no longer dare to approach him. However, Kimimaro is an exception. In his eyes with filters, Yi-Josa's image is no different from going to Thailand to change his sex, going to Korea for plastic surgery, putting on makeup in Japan, returning to Huaxia to take photos, and even using Photoshop to make up for it. With respect in his eyes, he sighed and said, "Sir, is this a transformation technique?" Yi-Josa said mysteriously, "Yes." "As expected of sir, you look good no matter what you transform into." Yi-Josa was elated. Of course, his daughter is the most beautiful. You are right. Kimimaro got his wish of being touched by love. At this moment, the 4 dogs are connected. They really respect Kimimaro for being a real man. How blind, how distorted, and how much of a realm of reversing black and white must be to be able to say the word beautiful to Yi-Josa. Yi-Josa repeatedly operated in the shop several times before he realized that appearance changing can only be used by himself and cannot be used by others. The appearance can be bought with time, but the price. is a bit too expensive. However, Kimimara's characteristics are a bit obvious. He is also a rare blood successor. If he is not good, he may attract a wave of black-hearted ninjas. Yujiosa thought about it and finally stopped the ox cart in a small town. He bought rouge, face powder, and a kimono for Kimimaro. "Thank you, sir, I like your gift very much." Kimimaro smiled innocently. The 4 dogs. How much of a bottomless indulgence does he have to be to make Yujiosa continue to push his luck? Yujiosa personally applied powder to Kimimaro's face. His cheeks were dyed a strong Highland red, and he tied his hair into 2 ponytails. He then put on a bright red and green kimono. When they returned to the ox cart, they found the 4 dogs huddled in a corner. Yujiosa stood on the ox cart and looked into the distance. "Kimimaro, we need a reasonable identity as a descendant of the family for this trip." "Yes, sir. From now on, we are members of the Berry Love family." "Yes, sir. Remember, I am Berry Love Yui, and you are Berry Love Maria." "Yes, sir. Catch them, I will paint them in a rainbow." "Yes, sir." The dogs. Chapter 53. Saishomaru had never thought that. As a pure-blooded demon of the Western nation, to think that they would fall at the hands of young humans over and over again. Every time he suffered a loss. His heart and eyes were filled with the thought of killing the cub, but gradually. This kind of killing intent evolved into, "I'll teach you a lesson," as they got along for a long time. The extreme emotion became, "Just you wait," until today, the thought of revenge had actually mutated into, "Go ahead and mess with me." It had to be said that this was a heart-wrenching and extremely depressing change. Saishomaru felt that he should be a demon who held a grudge. However, it was probably because his colleagues around him had lived a worse life than him. In his mind, he could not help but have the evaluation of, "The cub treats me well." In the end, he successfully took a detour. Just like now. The cub also took out a bunch of strange things from somewhere. She looked at them curiously for a long time, and as she looked at them, she laughed. "Ha ha ha, what the hell? What is BB cream?" Yujiosa was holding a bottle of BB cream. He felt that the shop was very interesting. "I'm dying of laughter. Do girls put on this thing when they put on makeup? Ha ha ha, BB cream. Will they keep on BB if they put it on?" No wonder many girls would have endless things to say when they gathered together. Was it really because of the effect of BB cream? Yujiosa had never come into contact with cosmetics. He was used to being a straight man. Even in the bathroom, there was only a shifugia, a black man's toothpaste, and half a bottle of soft shampoo. His most extravagant time was when he bought a bottle of Debeo Asodi honey to apply on his face in the middle of winter. In the end, his brother said in surprise, "Fuck, you still use Debeo, you live such a fucking exquisite life." Yujiosa thought for a moment, why did he need to apply it on his face as a man? He would be laughed at by his brothers. But Debeo was very expensive. A bottle actually cost 750 yuan. He had never used such an expensive cosmetics before. In the end, he distributed Debao to his brothers. The group of men rolled up their trousers and began to wipe their feet, laughing as they wiped. "Debao is good. My girlfriend always thinks my feet are smelly. I'll wipe more, we're going on a date later." Just like how a girl with makeup felt like she was a fairy, a man with makeup felt like he was Leonardo today. In the end, that guy went out on a date valiantly, only to be chased back to his room in the middle of the night. Apparently, he even broke up with his girlfriend. The reason for falling out of love was that they were in different camps. The girl said to him, "Sorry, my true love is a long-lasting perfume, not Debeo Asodi honey." At the end of his recollection, Joseph put down the BB cream. In order to become a real man full of perfume, he seriously opened the shop and exchanged for a bottle of 6 Gods floral water. It was fragrant enough, spicy enough, and exciting enough. It was a strong floral water. Lucian brought a man the lingering taste. The ox cart stopped, and Joseph looked at the pile of cosmetics spread out beside him. He couldn't figure out why he had the problem of buying, and not stopping. In his previous life, he had downloaded Taobao just to clear the shopping cart for the right girl who would appear sooner or later. So strange, why can't I stop once I buy? Joseph was very puzzled. Fortunately, these gadgets didn't consume much. He raised the dog every day and got a lot of returns. The puzzlement didn't last long. He looked at these girls' favorite brushes, blush, eyeshadow, and hair masks again. Then he picked up the cute and soft white firewood, picked up the brush, and smeared it on its white fluffy hair. At first, white firewood refused and even struggled violently. But when Joseph forcefully picked up the eyebrow pencil and drew a funny on its back, white firewood finally gave up struggling. It lay on Joseph's lap and let him do whatever he wanted. As night fell, white firewood's hair was painted bright yellow by Joseph, and he also drew many lines on its back with a black eyebrow pencil. He didn't even let go of white firewood's ears. He gave full play to his artistic cells and dyed them all in yellow and black. In the end, he picked up the lipstick and smeared red little round pancakes on white firewood's cheeks. White firewood was speechless. No love in life. Joseph held it, and his eyes shone with satisfaction. He looked at white firewood and felt that he had picked up his dream of becoming a Pokemon master again. "Ah, I've decided on you, Pikachu." Yes, that's right, white firewood had been turned into Pikachu. An electric mouse that was very similar in color and size to the protagonist. "I'm Saishomaru, not Pikachu." Joseph found the true meaning of makeup. He never knew that girls putting on makeup was such an interesting thing. He put down Pikachu and asked Kimimaro to drag the Tibetan Mastiff over, and he began to brush its fur. "You're all black, so it's easier to put on makeup." Joseph fully displayed his subjective initiative. He picked up the ivory BB cream and hair gel, and immediately started working on the Tibetan Mastiff. One circle of fur was painted white, and the other was fixed with hair gel, the other was completely black, and the other was fixed with hair gel. After the job was done, the Tibetan Mastiff's body had 2 circles of white and one was black, and one was thin and one was fat. Joseph smiled. He felt that this was the true meaning of the Burying Love family, trendy, eye-catching, at the forefront of fashion, and not easily imitated. Democracy, your black and white look is like a cute little zebra. A straight man's aesthetic was the most fatal. Uchiha Madara, I'm Uchiha Madara, not Uchiha Madara's horse. After the Tibetan Mastiff, the Golden Retriever suffered the most. It struggled the most violently, and its red eyes stared at the killer Pikachu and Uchiha Madara's horse, and it let out the most mournful howl of its life. Joseph was very excited. The Golden Retriever's long hair was the smoothest and the most fun. He patiently and carefully smoothed out the Golden Retriever's long hair, and made 56 braids. Each braid was dyed with a beautiful color. After he was done, he happily picked up the eyebrow pencil and wrote a line on the Golden Retriever's tail, "If you're well, it's a sunny day." Golden Retriever, not well, colorful youth, painful sorrow, the beautiful me who strolls through the ugly world. Gilgamesh, I'm Gilgamesh, not Gilgamesh. When Joseph turned his eyes to the Samiad knew its fate. Unlike the other Samiad's struggle, the Samiad walked elegantly to Joseph, waiting for his arrangement. The white Samiad was the easiest dog to make up. It was so elegant, and it should be the type that girls loved. He remembered what it was called. Oh, Mary Sue. That was the name, right? He remembered when he was in university, a girl said, "A woman who doesn't want to be a colorful Mary Sue is not a little princess among fairies." Colorful. Mary Sue. Fairy. Princess. Yijosa pulled the Samoyed over and carefully painted it with rainbow colors. Finally, he put a sunflower hairpin on the Samoyed's ears. Very girly. Then, he glued a small diamond crown on the Samoyed's head with 502. Very fairy. Then, he tied a big bow on the Samoyed's neck. Very public. Finally, he took out a lipstick and painted the Samoyed sexy, fiery red lips. Very Mary Sue. A dog that doesn't want to be a colorful Mary Sue is not a good dog. You are now a little princess among dogs. Eisen, I am Eisen. Jiaidao. Emperor snatches leek. Emperor snatches leek. Tong. Yijosa looked at the army of dogs that had succeeded and was extremely satisfied. Very good, even if he sneaked into the Huiyi clan's territory again, he wouldn't be afraid of being recognized. Kimimaro, do you think they will recognize my dog if we go to the Huiyi clan's territory again? The village lowly Kimimaro, who had 2 ponytails and was wearing a flowery cotton-padded jacket, said seriously, "Sir, they won't recognize you." "Why are you so confident in my skills?" Yijosa said more seriously, "I want you to tell me the truth, don't flatter me all the time." "Dogs, so you know he's flattering you?" "Yes, sir." Kimimaro's little face was taut, and his 2 lumps of Highland red were glistening in the bonfire. "They really won't recognize me, because I can't either." He really couldn't recognize. These 4 magical animals were actually dogs. Since he couldn't recognize them, the Huiyi clan definitely couldn't. No. His clan might have already forgotten whether it was a dog or a cat they saw a few months ago. After all, they were always fighting, and there was a high chance that they would accidentally blind or damage their brains. Yijosa looked carefully for a while, and was surprised to find that his skills were so superb. "Now that you mention it, I also realized that I can't recognize them." Ha ha ha. I can't even recognize them. Dogs. They looked at each other, and then looked away in disgust. Oh my God. There are such ugly dogs in the world. It's so disgusting. My eyes are going blind. Instinctively, they wanted to see the cute Loli's face to wash their eyes. But what they saw was not the usual clean, white, sunny, smiling face with 2 dimples, but a red-haired demon with purple eyeshadow, purple contact lenses, purple lipstick, and a can on her head. At this moment, the 4 dogs felt a chill, thinking that one day when they become human, the first thing they will do is to correct their owner's aesthetics. By the way, it's time to find a bunch of dolls for their owner to play with, or else they will be the unlucky ones. Unconsciously, the 4 dogs began to play house mode of an old father worrying about his daughter's dress-up. After a long time, they fell asleep with heavy makeup. That night, because of the golden retriever's screams, Black Jew, who had been tracking the Sharingan Tibetan Mastiff, was attracted. Since the Uchiha clan began to move, Black Jew turned his attention to the Tibetan Mastiff. Black Jew, who had lived for thousands of years, naturally knew that the Tibetan Mastiff had the familiar fluctuations of Uchiha Madara's pupil powers. He had lived for too long, and he had seen all kinds of strange things. Wasn't it just Uchiha Madara turning into a dog? He had been looking for him for a long time, and finally, he could kill him. Kill him, take the power of the original body. Then dig out his eyes and give them to the Uchiha Obito, and he could move forward according to plan and release Kaguya, who was sealed on the moon. Compared to replacing Uchiha Madara's identity and merging Black Jew's immortal body, Otsutsuki Kaguya's supreme power was more attractive to him. Take advantage of tonight, do it. Black Jew quietly drilled out of the soil and looked at the 4 dogs lying next to the campfire, and the malice in his heart instantly turned into confusion. Wait, what are those things? What the hell is that? Are those dogs? They look like... Which one of them is Uchiha Madara? However, Black Jew didn't know that his power system was closely related to chakra, and he was extremely good at hiding, so he wouldn't be easily attacked by chakra, so Uchiha Madara, who also practiced chakra, didn't notice his appearance in time. But Uchiha Madara's momentary negligence didn't mean that the other dogs would be careless. Gilgamesh and Aizen, who were the heroic spirits and the Grim Reaper? Jiayin gone. Search. Woo. How can I deceive you? Ding. Hiss. Hiss. Search. At the same time, he used his tail to gently pat Uchiha Madara, who was next to him. Across the faint campfire, the 4 dogs looked at the unearthed Black Jew with their glowing eyes. They stuffed one, beautiful as a flower, into each of them, and each one was more beautiful than the other. There were thousands of dogs in the world, but only Burial Love was the most beautiful. When you look at the dogs in different eyes, it's like staring at the Shamate family's carnival dance troupe. Black Jew. Chapter 54. Black Jew did not know that there was a pattern of overbearing CEO in the world called, "You have successfully attracted my attention." He did not know that there was also a line called, "Little Goblin, are you satisfied with what you see?" He was just in the wrong place at the wrong time. He accidentally popped out of the wrong place. He provoked the wrong group of dogs. Thus, Black Jew was forced to change from the role of an assassin who counterattacked with a small role to the sad female lead of a high abuse and spicy novel. He was like a little white flower, punching bag, that was targeted by a group of evil and unruly, loveless CEOs, big shots. He could only passively endure their violations, group beatings, and insults, trampling, and powerlessly be stained with their breath, toilet water, and white turbid BB Frost. In the end, he could not bear the humiliation. He took his broken love, blinded by the spaciness, and a check of 5 million yuan, numb nose, leaving behind bruises, plum blossom marks from dog hooves, and the child in his stomach, serious mental pollution, and ran away to another place, running for his life crazily. It was impossible. His lowly status could not enter the eyes of the wealthy nobles. What kind of dogs were these to be able to directly injure the will? Everything he had paid was just a joke. He was just a salted fish who wanted to kill Uchiha Madara. Instead of silently burying his youth, being killed, it was better to bring the child in his stomach and make a comeback a few years later, taking his time to think about it. Black Jew knew that he had been exposed. His strength and Uchiha Madara's were of the same origin. It was impossible for the main body to not notice it. Moreover, the dogs around him were too strange. Whether it was strength or attack mode, they could penetrate the soul and will directly through the skin. This was undoubtedly a great blow to Black Jew. After all, before he had truly integrated with the Black Jew, he was just a plunderer who stole Uchiha Madara's identity, ability, and luck. He originally wanted to directly stab the main body when he first arrived at the Valley of Death to completely send him to hell. However, the main body's body disappeared in the water, and he could not find it no matter how hard he searched. But this was also good. Uchiha Madara disappeared from this world. He could use his luck and identity to grow until it truly replaced the original body. Unfortunately, after the battle in the Valley of Destiny, Uchiha Madara's body was no longer young. Coupled with the fact that he was heavily injured from the battle, even though he had stolen everything from Uchiha Madara, he was still terrified of the fact that his life was nearing its end. He wanted to live. He wanted to have endless life and infinite power. In order to achieve this goal, he set the Black Jew as his prey. He plundered Uchiha Madara, devoured the Black Jew, and added the Uchiha Obito to his list of food. Now, he was thinking about how Kaguya, who was sealed on the moon, would taste like. Greed had blinded his mind, and with the help of Uchiha Madara's luck, he had lived for decades smoothly. Until he met the true body once more. Killing the true body had become a demon in his heart. As long as Uchiha Madara was still alive, it meant that the balance of the world would always tilt toward the true body. Uchiha Madara had returned to this world for a long time. In the past few months, the strength and luck that belonged to the true body in his body had been flowing away. If he could not be killed as soon as possible, the only ending that awaited him would be destruction. The Black Jew's body was extraordinary. Other than the ultimate move of the earth-exploding heavenly star, almost nothing could destroy him. However, what was difficult to accept was that compared to Uchiha Madara's mellow and powerful combat power, the Black Jew's combat power was only 5 pieces of trash. He wanted a long life, and he wanted powerful combat power. The pain of not being able to have both tormented him day and night. But tonight, he had to escape. Something unexpected had happened. The black thing used a lot of effort to escape, leaving the 4 dogs standing in the same place, grinding their claws in boredom. As if thinking about something, the dogs began to communicate in a low voice. They were not idiots. Based on the information obtained during the fight, it was enough to analyze what it was. The body of will. The black thing, was it some kind of crystallization of will? It could not be destroyed by magic attacks such as wind, fire, and water, nor could it be solved with punches and kicks. The magic power of the heroic spirit and the spiritual power of the Grim Reaper could cause serious damage to him. Natural Fang's attribute of life and death blend could reap his life. And every time the body of will was damaged, strands of power would overflow from the wound and scramble to drill into Uchiha Madara's body. Every time a strand of power fused, his aura became stronger than before. The above was the result of the information they exchanged with each other. Saishomaru, who had experienced a battle with the raiders, naturally knew what it was. But why should he kindly remind them? Since they had met each other in the illusion, they more or less understood that the other party was a peerless master. Then, a master should have the appearance of a master. Regardless of success or failure, it was the fate of a master. They had been together for a long time and had feelings of hardship, but other than that, there was no other interaction. After a night of fooling around, they returned to the campfire and found that Kimimaro was calmly watching them with his eyes open. Not long after, Kimimaro released the hand covering Yi-Josa's ear and said coldly, "You guys are very noisy. What if you wake up the master?" Yi-Josa was sleeping soundly, drooling. Dogs. How could a person who slept like this be woken up? In the next few days, Yi-Josa hurried on his journey in high spirits. Every time he passed a populated place, he would take the dogs to swagger through the market. The girls screamed when they saw their idols, the boys were jealous when they met a good rival in love, the women were drooling when they met a mature man, and the men were excited when they found a cute Lolita. Wearing sunglasses and the trendy style of the Burying Love clan, Inaguchi 48 walked on a bluestone path like a red carpet at the Ken Film Festival. All the men, women, old, and young who were buying vegetables on the street, as well as the warriors and girls who were peeking their heads out from the attic, all held their breaths. Their eyes widened as they watched the Inaguchi Group 48 strut across the street. Their minds went blank. They had lived for a long time and had never seen such a blatant coquettish bitch. It was suffocating. What the hell is that? I heard they are ninjas. Ninjas? Why would a ninja dress like that? Shouldn't they be wearing light armor and tights? Maybe. The ninjas of the big families are different from ordinary ninjas. I heard they are ninjas from the Burying Love clan. It didn't take long for the name of the Burying Love clan to spread throughout the shinobi world at an extremely fast speed. Many people were extremely curious about the so-called Burying Love clan and were even willing to spend a lot of money to buy relevant information. The underground dark web was spread out, and the black shops made a lot of money. But when the big fat sheep came to the door, they would still ask out of humanitarianism, "Are you sure you want to buy information about the Burying Love clan?" "Yes." "Won't you regret it?" "Never." Immediately afterward, the buyer received a bunch of embarrassing photos and a bunch of useless information about sightseeing. In order to not let others know their stupidity, when the next victim came to the door, they would even encourage them together, "Go buy some information about the Burying Love clan. What a special clan. They look really powerful. I can't be the only one who gets hurt. I can't be the only one who spends money in vain." Finally, their victim's cult would welcome a new member. With this kind of mentality, the price of information about the Burying Love clan became higher and higher, and more people bought their information. In the end, the Burying Love clan became the descendants of the legendary sage of the Six Paths. What the victims didn't know was that Kakuzu, who sold the information to the Burying Love clan, was enthusiastically greeting the patriarch of the Burying Love clan and praising Ijosa. Kakuzu warmly greeted Ijosa, the god of wealth, to sit down, and eagerly offered him a cup of tea and said, "Burying Love Sama, your idea is really excellent. This week's Burying Love photo album sold a lot of money." Ijosa looked at the dividends with satisfaction and praised Kakuzu, hoping that he would continue to work hard and strive to create even more brilliant results. The two of them looked at each other and smiled. All the tacit understanding between them was tacit understanding. After Ijosa developed Kakuzu into a cornucopia, the Burying Love clan became famous all over Hokage. Other news that became trending at the same time as the Burying Love clan were: Woodleaf Village's kebabs are delicious. Woodleaf Village's Byakugan clan's internal strife. Woodleaf Village's Uchiha clear up rumors. Kagaya clan finally discovers that their little bastard has escaped. It had to be said that ever since Ijosa became friends with Angle, he was able to grasp the situation on Hokage with ease. 5 months had passed since he left Woodleaf Village, and the kebab's chain store had already expanded from the Fire Nation to the Sand Nation. Woodleaf Village had earned a large sum of money. They had opened a nursery, a large canteen, a new orphanage, and even the ninjas were subsidized. The third-generation patriarch retired with a smile, while the fourth-generation patriarch amassed money with a smile. Even Orochimaru received a large amount of research funds, which immediately extinguished the terrible idea of stabbing Woodleaf Village. Nara was doing very well in the Hyuga clan, but because he was too outstanding, the Hyuga clan was afraid of him, and he was forcibly tortured by the caged bird technique. Nara became gloomy and dormant, and together with Orochimaru, with the strongest brain of the two as the foundation, it took them about 3 months to finally solve the caged bird technique. In this regard, Nara was delighted and said, "Dog wealth, mutual prosperity." Orochimaru. Nara returned to the Hyuga clan and began a new life of turning over the serfs with the rest of the Hyuga clan. Another month later, he even became the new patriarch of the Hyuga clan. Then he invited the elite researcher Orochimaru back to the Hyuga clan and gave him a generous research fund. Together, they studied how to make big waves. At the same time, under the poisonous Amway of Uchiha Shursui, the Uchiha clan contracted all the romance novels in a bookstore. Since then, in the newly built Uchiha clan, there have always been girls and young wives, men and young boys, all of them holding a romance novel in their arms, immersed in it and crying their hearts out. While their emotions were rolling in pain, the Sharingan opened 1 Magatama, 2 Magatama, 3 Magatama. The facts overwhelmingly clarified the rumor that Uchiha clan opened their Sharingan to kill. The most shocking thing was the Kagaya clan. After Yijiosa abducted Kimimaro, it took nearly a year for them to finally realize that Kimimaro ran away. They couldn't figure it out. There was obviously a child in the dungeon, and the food sent to him every day was eaten up, so how did he suddenly disappear? But in fact, the child in the dungeon was the scarecrow that Yijiosa ordered to curl up, and it should have been able to deceive the Kagaya clan for 3 or 4 days. But who would have thought that it wasn't 3 or 4 days, but a year? As for the question of why the food in the bowl decreased, the patriarch of the Kagaya clan angrily smashed the dungeon, and then with the instinct of a beast, he smelled the smell of blood and dragged out 3 dead mice that had been fed until their fur was shiny and weighed 15 pounds. The Kagaya clan. That night, the dead mice were put on the grill, and not even a bit of residue was left. Yijiosa looked at the intelligence report and made a tsk sound, and it didn't take long for his dog and Kimimaro to run around the world. He doesn't know if it's an illusion, but he always feels that the behavior of the Tibetan Mastiff has recently become more and more human-like, and even its physique has grown a circle and become more majestic. But at the same time, his dog was always jittery, as if it was guarding against something. In the end, Yijiosa decided to return to Woodleaf, and for some reason, he felt a little scared. Although his dog is troublesome, it hasn't done anything to harm his life. It's much more reliable than the husky. So, it's better to go back. Yijiosa drove the cart back, and along the way, he passed by a village that was filled with blood and the stench of corpses after the massacre of the village. Yijiosa carried his sword and jumped down from the cart, and walked into the farmhouse with the dog. After searching for a while, the Tibetan Mastiff opened the broken wooden board with its paw, and from inside, it pulled out a girl covered in the smell of blood. She looked a little older than Kimimaro, and her face was covered in sweat and blood. Her black hair was messy, and her small face was pale. Her wide black eyes were filled with tears and helplessness. Lolita. Cute Lolita. Yijiosa felt like an arrow had been shot in the heart. He comforted the girl for a while, took her to the cart, and went to Woodleaf. Their speed was a little slow, and the girl's psychological problems seemed to be a little serious, and even her physical condition was not optimistic. In desperation, Yijiosa could only use the ninja eagle to contact the Uchiha clan, and ask the fast ninjas to send the girl back to Woodleaf first. A week later, Yijiosa received a reply from Uchiha Shursui, and the general content was, "Yijiosa, your luck is really good. The first child you picked up was Kagaya, and the second child was Moonless. Don't worry, this boy has recovered now." Staring at the letter, Yijiosa was silent for a long time. This boy recovered. This boy recovered. This boy. Chapter 55. Yijiosa discovered that there had been a sneaky shadow quietly following him recently. Especially when he was looking for a place to solve his physiological problems. The feeling of being stared at by a carnivore became stronger and stronger. Several times. It made his hair stand on end. But when he looked back, the surroundings were often silent as usual, there were no traces of animal footsteps left. However, the birds that chirped from time to time also disappeared. It was as if he was the only one left in the dense jungle. Dead silence, solemnity, and hidden killing intent. His dog seemed to have sensed something, whether it was bathing or washing his hands or cooking and cutting vegetables. They seemed to have agreed to leave one to guard him, the other 3 took on the task of patrolling martial law. Everything was unusual, and Yijiosa hastened his pace in the face of such an unfathomable crisis. And rushed back to Woodleaf at noon a few days later. The spying gaze was no longer unscrupulous, but it still existed. And he did not restrain himself even though he was in Woodleaf's territory, it could be seen that the spying couldn't hold back anymore. No matter what his purpose was, the other party's substantial murderous aura really made Yijosa think a lot. The guy in the dark seemed to want to make a move on him. Yijosa didn't have the heroism of fighting alone, and he didn't want to put himself in a passive situation. Thus, as soon as he returned, he went to find Nara first. He thought that with the Hyuga clan's keen perception, he would definitely be able to find out that thief. But unfortunately, even with the help of the Hyuga clan, they were unable to find out who was behind the scenes. Not only that, they even attached themselves to a jonin with a relatively high level of experience. When the black mud-like dirt was removed from the body of Hyuga shinobi, the superior ninja instantly lost his life. And the black mud disappeared into the soil without a trace. The Byakugan couldn't find him, the Sharingan couldn't catch him, and the various chakra spells couldn't do anything to him. In addition to the Rinnegan and would release opened after practicing the yin-yang double release to the extreme, in this ninja era where kaleidoscopes are rare items, Black Jew can almost do anything he wants. But he couldn't wait any longer. After the original body appeared, the power that belonged to Uchiha Madara in his body was slowly fading away. This speed was not fast, and the amount of energy lost was not much, but it could not withstand the accumulation of energy day by day. Based on the Black Jew's long lifespan, he would not be in a hurry. However, after obtaining the ultimate beauty and enjoying the lofty honor, suddenly losing the treasure that supported them was enough to drive them crazy. Uchiha Madara, the descendant of immortal Samsara of the Six Paths, the reincarnation of Indra, the gatherer of providence. How could he give up? How could he not want to kill? As long as he could kill the original body, he would be able to take everything for himself. Greed had blinded Black Jew's rationality. Relying on its uniqueness, it snuck into the wood leaf and waited for an opportunity to devour the original. And in the process, he stared at Yijosa. A little girl who was not rejected by the original body, and could even make the original body let down its guard. Well, as long as I get close to her, devour her, and pretend to be her, I should be able to kill the original body. But Black Jew never thought that even if he didn't know who the opponent was, Yijosa's means were endless. Inside and out, it caused him all kinds of trouble, and even attracted the help of the Hyuga, Uchiha, and Inoshikacho clans. After the loss of a jonin, the Yondaime-sama began to pay attention to this matter and held a secret meeting for this matter. And there were only a few people at the center of the meeting. The man known as the fastest in the shinobi world, Minato Shinakushina, who was proficient in the Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques, Uchiha Tamiyama, who was cold and arrogant, Nara, who was sinister and cunning, Orochimaru, who was obviously not a decent person, and Yijosa, who even brought a group of dogs to the meeting. The six of them sat in the seal circle with 4 dogs, preparing to have a serious meeting. Who knew that Yijosa would unload a small bundle, take out a tablecloth from it and spread it in the center. Then he took out spicy duck intestines, braised chicken legs, melon seeds, instant noodles. Kuroto distributed the dog food to Guzi, opened the lid of the instant noodles to everyone, and considerately gave each of them a bottle of mineral water. Uchiha Tamiyama's forehead was full of blue veins. We are in a meeting. Not a party. Anyway, we are all, no, there is no difference. Yijosa poured the mineral water into the instant noodles and laughed. Eat, don't be so serious. By the way, Chief Uchiha, can you use fire release on my instant noodles? Uchiha Tamiyama was speechless. The Uchiha clan's fire release is not used like this, bastard. He really wanted to reprimand them, but he didn't know that his friends in the meeting already had a bowl of instant noodles in their hands, waiting for him to add fire. In their eyes, the arrogant Uchiha was finally defeated, and miserably used chakra to spit out a thin line of fire to cook the instant noodles. Fugaku, don't you want to eat? Minato slurped the noodles and mixed some spicy duck intestines into it. I don't eat this kind of thing. Uchiha Tomiyama was extremely cold. Do you still have the appearance of a Hokage, Minato? How can you do such a disgraceful thing in the meeting, you? Slurp slurp. The group of people slurped the instant noodles and ate happily. Slurp slurp. The demonic voice repeated in their ears, and the fragrance of the instant noodles floated into their nostrils. Yijiosa said heartlessly, only people with weak bodies don't eat instant noodles and drink goji berries instead. Uchiha Tomiyama was speechless. No. You can't say no if you're a man. Uchiha Tomiyama picked up the instant noodles with a pale face and began to join the slurping clan. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, Yijiosa lazily picked his teeth and said, Everyone, clean up your own trash, it's too late, let's continue the meeting tomorrow. Uchiha Tomiyama took a deep breath, Yi-kun. Well, don't be calculative with children, Fugaku. Minato swiftly packed up the instant noodles in his hands and said meaningfully, Children have the right to be willful. Willful power. Power. The power to distribute, the power to perform their own duties, the power to unify the planning. Uchiha Tomiyama packed up the trash and pretended to be indignant as he walked out of the meeting room and headed towards the clan's land. On the way, he met Uchiha's guards. They probably saw someone slacking off and went up to scold him. After scolding him, they seemed to have forgotten about the trash in their hands and actually carried it home. Black Jew hid in the soil and felt that gathering people just to eat was really something that the little kid liked to do. They had agreed to meet tomorrow, so let's continue to observe tomorrow. Black Jew disappeared, and the people who carried the trash home took out the instant noodles one by one, peeled off the plastic wrap on the lid, and took out a small piece of paper. On it was the planning steps that Yijiosa had assigned to them. Everyone's work was different, and as long as they were assigned to some ninjas, it wouldn't attract too much attention. Every step was very ordinary, but the combined power was not just a little bit. Before all the steps were completed, no one knew what the effect of the combination of these things would be. As a boy, the toy that Yijiosa played with the most was model assembly. As long as all the parts were in place, there was no need to worry about not being able to build this aircraft carrier. The next day, the Jonin received an order. It was said that the population of Woodleaf had skyrocketed, and more fields were needed to support the population. Therefore, the Jonin and the Genin were ordered to plow the open space in front and back of the village. After plowing the land, they poured the latest nutrient solution that Orochimaru had formulated into the soil, ensuring that the plants would grow extremely fat next year. For the sake of food, the ninjas worked in full swing, and the surroundings were busy. The Chunin smiled as they chopped down all the surrounding trees. It was said that they were going to build a number of houses on the periphery of the village and expand the area of Woodleaf. In the future, the newly built houses would be sold to merchants to open shops to prosper the economy of Woodleaf. Thinking of the rich and beautiful future of Woodleaf, the ninjas raised their cheerful smiles and energetically refurbished the soil and sprinkled the nutrient solution. The Chunin inserted the logs according to the blueprints, and each log was marked with the address of a house. Outside, the work was in full swing, and the plan in the conference room was almost finalized. Yijiosa slammed the table, his face filled with pure childlike excitement, as if he was extremely proud of himself for coming up with this plan. It's settled, we'll make our move tomorrow night. I'll pretend to be the bait and go to the river at the entrance of the village. The trees there just happen to be cut down, and without the cover of the dense forest, we'll definitely be able to catch that sneaky guy. When the time comes, I'll have to trouble a few of you to turn into dogs and follow me around, and help me restrain him when he makes his move. It'll definitely be foolproof. Yijiosa's firm words caused Black Jew, who was hiding underground, to sneer. How naive. He probably doesn't even know that his plan has been leaked. Black Jew sniffed the scent that belonged to his original body and thought about the time to make his move. I can't delay any longer, my original body is about to recover. As long as I can find the time when the enemy is alone, I'll directly kill them. In this space, everyone had their own thoughts. After the meeting, Minato called out to Yijiosa and smiled as he handed a scroll to him. Well, we're already carrying out the construction of the outer village that you previously suggested. Today, we tested the effects of the nutrient solution in the newly plowed farmland, and it really did accelerate the ripening of many plants. We've already planted seeds in the farmland according to your plan, for the future of Woodleaf. Tonight, we have to send someone to guard the property at the entrance. Yijiosa's face was ashen, and he said in shock, "Hey, it can't be me, right?" Minato put his palms together and smiled apologetically. "I'm going to accompany Shinakushina and Naruto. Most of the ninjas are exhausted today, and after thinking about it, only you can do it. Just me, isn't that inappropriate? There's also the guards of Uchiha. I'll have Shursui and Kimimaro accompany you." Yijiosa thought about it, and reluctantly agreed, "All right." The voices in the conference room gradually faded away, and Black Jew drilled out from the wall like a ghost, the ambition in his eyes burning. Tonight, at the entrance of the village, guarding the property. Hee, what an arrogant little brat. Did he really think that 3 little brats could stop him? It was night, the moon was bright, and the stars were sparse. Yijiosa yawned heavily, and tears appeared in the corners of his eyes. Uchiha Shursui, who was sitting on his left, looked at him with extreme disdain, while Kimimaro, who was sitting on his right, revealed a gentle and tolerant smile, and took out a blanket to cover him. "Go to sleep, me and we'll guard the property. If you're not at ease, take my kunai." Yijiosa glanced at him and took the kunai. Kimimaro smiled apologetically. "What a disgrace to a ninja." Uchiha Shursui complained in a low voice, but she didn't stop Yijiosa from looking for a place to sleep. The little girl pillowed the rectangular blanket and quickly fell asleep. Guzi, who was beside her, was lying on his stomach and taking a nap. As time passed, Kimimaro yawned loudly because of his young age. Then, Uchiha Shursui also couldn't hold it anymore, and quietly closed her eyes. Everything was silent, and there seemed to be no change. But at the second when their nerves were the most relaxed, a cold murderous aura suddenly rose from the ground, like a hanging sword finally falling down, and wanted to cut off Yijiosa's head. In the blink of an eye, Black Jew's hand was about to pierce through Yijiosa's chest, but the loli's face suddenly changed, and it was replaced by Kimimaro's indifferent face. His right hand was rubbing around Rasengan, and almost at the first moment of contact, he viciously smashed Black Jew together with the blanket 10 meters away. With a loud explosion, the chakra burst, and the Woodleaf village sounded the realm of enemy attack. Black Jew's eyes suddenly widened, and she stared at Kimimaro in disbelief, who was holding Yijiosa, and screamed hoarsely, "You're not Kagaya, you're. I'm Minato, please advise me." Tearing apart the disguise of the transformation technique, Yondaime-sama's cold eyes spread around his body. He put down the sober Yijiosa, touched her head, and said, "Take your flying thunder god kunai." Yijiosa nodded, looked at the dark enemy, and instinctively felt a sense of disgust. "Ha, what a stupid thing, just a little bit of planning, and you fell for it. Do you think you can trap me?" Black Jew laughed wildly. "You're just a Woodleaf village, a village that doesn't even have the Rinnegan and would release, and you want to trap me?" Yijiosa took out the notebook and began to write down the words Rinnegan and would release. After the villain was defeated by the righteous, he became angry and began to reveal important information and fatal weaknesses. "Motherfucker, I'll write it down first, and then I'll organize it after I finish. We really don't have the legendary Rinnegan." Uchiha Tamiyama tore open the coat of Shursui, and when he opened his eyes again, a pair of kaleidoscopes were staring at him, but we, the Uchiha clan, have many kaleidoscopes. Ha, kaleidoscopes, with just you and your useless guards. The Uchiha guards surrounded the area one after another, revealing pairs of bright kaleidoscopes. This kind of mass-produced kaleidoscopes really shocked Black Jew. What's going on? When did the Uchiha clan have so many kaleidoscopes? In the last few decades, wasn't there only one? Damn it. Black Jew understood that he had fallen into a trap, and he was about to drill into the ground, but he didn't expect that the entire ground was blocked by a special spell. Moreover, there was a strange energy that filled the area, and if he tried to break through, it would damage his willpower. Damn it. How could this be? Hee hee hee. Orochimaru's gloomy chuckle was particularly strange at night. Unfortunately, the liquid that was poured into the farmland was mixed with some of the wood-release cells of Hashirama. Otherwise, how could the plants grow so fast? Black Jew's body stiffened, and he didn't realize that their plan had already changed. But how did they communicate with each other? He had been staring at them all the time. It's fused with some of my special chakra. Nara smiled and added a general name to demon power with chakra. Looking at Black Jew who was being tricked, she directly gave him a critical blow. The wood-release nutrient liquid is active. It's more than enough to catch you. Black Jew looked out of the forest. If he couldn't drill into the ground, he could still run. If he couldn't run, he could still fly. However, the moment he shifted his gaze, the seemingly random pieces of wood that had been inserted into the ground actually emitted a faint light. They seemed to have formed a large array, and a faint blue enchantment actually spread out, wrapping the entire area and Black Jew within it. It was like a huge birdcage, trapping the bird that wanted to escape. But this wasn't the end. The blanket that covered Black Jew's body actually depicted the seal of the Uzumaki clan. When Shinakushina stepped into this place with her long hair, the seal was directly opened. No! Black Jew roared, and the space around him was compressed. The mutated wood-release underground was shrinking, and the outside Manjikyu won with quantity. Under the construction of the power of yin and yang, no matter how hard he struggled, he still couldn't break free. The shrill scream resounded through the sky above the wood leaf, and the Uchiha clan's Manjikyu shed tears of blood, and the elders who were delivering chakra to the seal began to exhaust their strength. Seeing that Heiju was struggling endlessly, the furious Yijiosa immediately took out his sword and slammed it into Heiju's body, activating the yin-yang transformation technique. The pure spiritual power directly cut open Black Jew's invisible body, and his spirit seemed to be severely damaged. In the end, he was completely sealed in a square cage. In an instant, countless meteor-like power crystals flew out of the cage. They were glowing with blue and black light, and they rotated and flew into the body of the Tibetan Mastiff. Like an endless galaxy, it carried the lost luck and power of Uchiha Madara, mixed with the memory and energy of thousands of years of Black Jew, and unreservedly flowed into the body of the Tibetan Mastiff. Ding! Congratulations to the knight for defeating a predator. The reward is 6 years of survival time. Please continue to work hard and achieve more brilliant results. Yijiosa was speechless. What the fuck? Black Jew was actually worth 6 years. Motherfucker, did he die? Please don't die. He still wanted to raise it, and then kill it again. Just like raising Nara. Smile. JPG. Chapter 56. The cage that sealed the Black Jew trembled as time passed, the range of its movements slowly decreased. After the last trace of energy entered the Tibetan Mastiff's body, the Black Jew in the cage was like a withered grass. It lost its human form at a speed visible to the naked eye, it fell apart, it turned into a ball of struggling flesh. After a while, the flesh squirmed twice and turned into a pile of useless ashes, disappearing into the space of the cage. If the thing that needed to be sealed was annihilated, then what was the point of keeping the cage? Thus, under the unblinking attention of the ninjas, the light of the sealing cage became dimmer and dimmer, from light blue to grayish-white, from grayish-white to transparent, finally returned to the darkness before dawn. Shinakushina frowned. She rushed to the seal and carefully examined the traces left behind by the seal. After a long while, she came to a conclusion: self-destructed. His life signs disappeared. He should be completely dead, otherwise, the seal wouldn't have been lifted. Minato pondered for a while. He turned his gaze to the motionless Tibetan Mastiff. Then there's one more thing that hasn't been solved. Is there anything wrong with this dog? They watched with their own eyes as the pitch-black thing separated into countless starlight and fell into the body of the Tibetan Mastiff. If this was a forbidden technique for reincarnation, then before the other party recovered, they had to kill this dog first. Yijiosa didn't say anything. He just took a step back and stood in front of the Tibetan Mastiff. I'll take it to the Inuzuka clan for a body check. You can go together and observe, but before the results are out, please don't choose to attack it just because it's a dog. In the minds of humans, especially in the eyes of this group of ninjas who had been fighting all year round, a dog was a dog, an animal. Using a dog's dispensable life to exchange for peace was a matter that didn't need to be considered. However, Yijiosa stopped them and prevented them from strangling the danger in the cradle. Yijun, it's just a dog. Someone was dissatisfied and emphasized, didn't the village spend so much effort to set it up to catch that guy? Right now, he might be parasitizing this dog. If we let it go, it will be difficult to catch the culprit next time. Yijiosa glanced at him. If I can catch it once, I can catch it again. By the way, I'll reimburse you for the repair fees for this night mission. I'll pay everyone who participated in the mission double the mission fee. Yijiosa's hands were tired from receiving the dividends from the skewer store and the photo shoot. He felt that as long as he had money in his pocket, he wouldn't feel empty. The best way to shut people up was to throw money at them. There was nothing that money couldn't solve. If there was, then double it. Finally, even if it's a dog, it's still my dog and my companion. Yijiosa frowned. No matter what happens to it, I will be the first to benefit or suffer. You don't have to worry too much. Seeing Yijiosa's resolute attitude, no one dared to bump into his muzzle at this time. After all, the Uchiha clan has long known that the Tibetan Mastiff is a strong dog with Sharingan. For the powerful ancestor, they only need to look at their eyes, nose, and heart and be wallflowers. Anyway, even if the sky falls, there's still Manjikyu to hold it up. Why should they stand out? Many of the remaining ninjas have seen the scene of Yijiosa bombarding Danzo. Every time they think of that bloody storm, they can't help but feel scared. In order to avoid the fate of being drenched in saliva, they also shut their mouths. It started with a bang and ended with a dull sound. Everyone went back to their homes, curled up in the quilt, and had sex. Yijiosa called his dogs and decided to go to the Inuzuka clan accompanied by the Yondaime couple. But unfortunately, the tall and strong body of the Tibetan Mastiff shook and fell at Yijiosa's feet. Yijiosa. Fuck. What's wrong with democracy? Kidney deficiency. Uchiha Madara had a very long dream. In this long dream, he was a bystander that they couldn't see or touch. He could only watch everything happen without being able to stop it. He saw the cruel goddess Kagaya at the beginning of the world, the legendary sage of 6 paths who moved mountains and filled the sea, the seal of the goddess and the birth of the 9-tailed beasts, and the 2 children raised by the sage of 6 paths. Indra, Asura. Indra's bloodline has the eyes of the sage, Asura's bloodline has the body of the sage. They are the direct descendants of the Sage of Six Paths, the representatives of God in the world, and blood brothers. Blood brothers. Oh. Uchiha Madara covered his left eye in the dream. The fiery eyeball was beating in his eye socket like a drum, making him feel pain. Crimson tears of blood flowed from the corner of his eye, increasing in number and thicker. The dream was like the wheel of history, rolling and crushing his consciousness, showing him bright or dark pictures and sweet or bitter memories of the past. Indra and Azura had a falling out. Neither of them could let go of their pride, allowing a little bit of trivial conflict to evolve into an irreparable wound. They went in opposite directions, gradually drifting apart, turning from blood brothers to strangers. Thousands of years passed in a hurry. Indra's bloodline's eyes evolved into Uchiha and Hyuga, while Azura's bloodline's body evolved into Senju and Vortex. There were thousands of ninja clans on the mainland, but only Uchiha and Senju had been enemies for generations. They were supposed to be close relatives, but because of Black Jew's interference, they became mortal enemies. Black Jew. Black Jew. Black Jew. Uchiha Madara witnessed him tampering with the clan's monolith, attaching himself to the body of a Senju clansman, and killing Uchiha's descendants. He also watched him put on the body of a dead person, and killed the later Senju clansman. Black Jew succeeded again and again, and there was no possibility of Uchiha and Senju reconciling. Uchiha Madara wanted to rush into the dream countless times to change these endings, but he could only reach out his arm through their bodies, and nothing else. Oh. Uchiha Madara's eyes widened as he watched his biological father, Uchiha Taijima, drink the Black Jew's water and then die on the battlefield. No. Father. The eternal kaleidoscope in his left eye spun rapidly, faster and faster, so fast that the lines could not be seen. A strange purple color filled his eyeball, and circles of spirals appeared alternately. Blood-colored magatama hung on the spirals, densely packed like complicated carvings. He saw that Anna Izumi was attracted by the black shadow, and stepped into the place where the monolith was placed. His younger brother, who was fooled by Black Jew to see the words on the monolith, and because of his sensitive mind, he had already made up his mind to exchange his eyes. Anna Izumi. I beg you. Look back at me. Anna Izumi. Uchiha Madara missed again and again, and he could not stop Anna Izumi's decision to exchange his eyes. Once again, he saw Anna Izumi die, and once again, he saw himself exchange his eyes in the dream. Brother Bambi. Separated by the years, he knelt in front of his younger brother's bed, listening to him murmur, I really want to see you again. Anna Izumi. Anna Izumi. Look at me. I'm by your side. When Anna Izumi died, he swallowed all the tears in his heart, but now, he was lying beside Anna Izumi, wailing in grief. They were wrong for thousands of years, and they were wrong countless times. They had lost countless blood relatives, and they had lost good friends, all because of Black Jew's conspiracy. Celestial eyes, celestial body, the combination of the eyes and the body to form the 6 realms. There was no need for the bloodthirsty exchange of eyes, no need to kill one's dearest lover, no need to point the blade at one's family and friends. The ridiculous history, the ridiculous arrogance, the ridiculous hatred. Be it Senju or Uchiha, they were merely puppets played by Black Jew. Once again, he dreamt of the Valley of End, and he watched as Senju Takuma stabbed his chest with a sharp blade. The blade pierced through his heart from the back, and in an instant, his whole body was cold. He trusted him, so his back was never guarded against Senju Takuma. Unfortunately, what welcomed him in the end was not a hug from the other party, but a fatal cold light. It would be a lie to say that he did not blame Senju Takuma. But was there any use in saying all this? He saw himself die, and he also saw Senju Takuma crying, kneeling beside his body. Silent tears, silent grief, he did not cry out, but it made people feel that his heart was dead. "Hey, Hashirama." Uchiha Madara reached out and passed his cheek. At this moment, there was a burning pain in his right eye, and he covered his head tightly, feeling that something was exploding and reorganizing in his mind. Senju Takuma defeated Uchiha Madara, but he could not defeat the devil in his heart. He was a wood-release awakener, but in just a few days after Uchiha Madara's death, he actually aged beyond recognition. He was only in his 40s, and for the wood-release awakener with strong vitality, it was not impossible to repair his age, prolong his life, and maintain his youth. But Senju Takuma did not. He handed over the position of Hokage to Senju Takuma, and actually withdrew all the wood release, letting the devil of illness ravage his body. He should have had more possibilities, and he should have been able to see a more distant future. Hashirama. Uchiha Madara stayed in front of his bed, looking at his gray eyes, still stupid as always. His temper was as stubborn as a cow, and he actually used death to atone for his dead best friend. Lingering on the bed, Senju Takuma walked to the last moments of his life. In the morning cries of his loved ones, Senju Takuma turned his head and quietly looked at the withered flowers by the window. Uchiha Madara stood in front of him, but he couldn't see him. Hashirama. At the time of death, they fought for a lifetime and entangled for a lifetime. It's time to let it go. Uchiha Madara's right eye shed tears of blood. Even if he couldn't touch it, he reached out and touched Senju Takuma's forehead. But the next second, the surging vitality and strong mood swings came. Senju Takuma suddenly opened his eyes, stretched out his hand, and firmly clasped the hand on his forehead. Uchiha Madara's eyes widened as he heard the exclamation. "Madara!" Senju Takuma showed the most hearty smile, like the sun without the slightest haze. "Did you come to pick me up?" "Great. I'm sorry." In a moment, Senju Takuma closed his eyes and fell asleep with a smile on his mouth. The hand passed through his fingertips, nothing was held, nothing was left. Only the momentary outbreak of wood release and vitality ripened the withered flower on the windowsill. The purple flower swayed with a hint of fragrance. Blood flowed from his eyes, meandered on his cheeks, and bloomed on his neck. Uchiha Madara's right eye rotated and turned into a deep dark purple eye, and a leaf-like black magatama emerged from the spiral, drawing a circle. In a trance, he understood what he meant. "I can't be sorry for the world, so I'm sorry for you. I can't be sorry for you, so I'm sorry for myself." Uchiha Madara covered his face with his hand, and the deepest knot in his heart suddenly loosened. "Senju Takuma, you're really going to die. It's good to die. Fool. Fool." When Uchiha Madara woke up, he found himself lying in a warm doghouse, surrounded by a familiar smell. It was the body odor of his colleague, and also the fragrance of Yijiosa after her bath. He saw the girl lying in front of the doghouse, covered with a blanket, and holding a few dogs' physical examination reports in her hand. Uchiha Madara stretched out his paw and pulled the reports over. He skimmed through them and realized that they were his. The content was, "Your dog is very healthy, and its body is excellent. Everything it eats tastes good." He threw the reports away, climbed out of the doghouse, and gently picked up Yijiosa by the back of her neck. He put her on the tatami and covered her with a blanket. The golden retriever and the Samoyed glanced at him, but didn't say anything. Uchiha Madara looked around and found that white firewood was nowhere to be found. No wonder the owner didn't sleep on the tatami. Was it because there was no hand warmer? His thoughts were eerily close to the truth. But the little girl was really afraid of the cold. His body was too big, and he might accidentally crush the child. So, it was time to find white firewood. Uchiha Madara's mobility had always been at the maximum. Ever since he integrated Raider and Black Jew, the power in his meridians was almost endless. If he wanted to go out quietly, he wouldn't alert anyone. Therefore, the Golden Retriever and the Samoyed only felt a gust of wind before the Tibetan Mastiff disappeared. This speed. The two dogs' eyes sank at the same time. Uchiha Madara followed the smell to the forest of death, and found white firewood in a ruin in the middle of the forest. But Uchiha Madara's pupils suddenly contracted. He saw white firewood's body slowly elongate, extend, and change shape. In a flash of white light, he turned into a handsome silver-haired man. The man turned his head and looked at him with his dark golden vertical pupils. He didn't say a word. Not long after, the handsome silver-haired man slowly withdrew his power, shrank his body, and turned into white firewood's young appearance. Uchiha Madara's face instantly twisted. He lost his brother, lost his best friend, and the only thing left for him was to be the owner of his child. But now, he realized that there was an adult man lying next to the little girl he raised every day. Every day. They hugged each other to sleep, they were intimate. This shameless thing, he could have turned into a human, but he chose to turn into a puppy. That was insane. That was despicable. His own pig stole someone else's cabbage. He felt sorry for the stupid pig. Chapter 57. Saishomaru understood from the moment the Tibetan Mastiff discovered that it could transform into a human form, the balance of the kennel would soon be broken. They were originally dogs, of the same class. Even if they had seen each other's human form, they had felt each other's power, but as long as they did not leave the form of a domestic dog, no one was much more noble than the other. Under this disguised calm, no matter how indignant each party was, they would restrain their rebellious nature and pretend to be loyal and obedient dogs. Just to be able to replenish the lost strength from human cubs for a long time. Human cubs provided them with energy and food. They provided entertainment and protection for the cubs. This was originally a mutually beneficial situation. But there was no doubt that the scale that maintained the situation was not fair. Once he had the ability to transform into a human form, it meant that his colleagues in the kennel would have various thoughts. For example, they would guess the reason why he transformed into a human form was it because the closer he was to the owner, the more energy he could absorb, which would lead to a qualitative change. For example, they would follow him to spy on the way he transformed, and covet the energy he obtained, covet his mutated flesh and blood, and wait for an opportunity to assassinate him. Saishomaru grew up in the Western Kingdom. Even in the world of demons, the strong were respected, but there was no lack of schemes and plots. As the heir of the Western Kingdom, he would inevitably think a little more. If it was in the past, he would only nip all crises in the bud. However, now that the crisis had become an expert on the same level as him, it was very likely that relying on force would not be worth the candle. He felt the hostility of the Tibetan Mastiff towards him. However, Saishomaru did not know that there were two reasons for the enmity between him and Uchiha Madara. They reluctantly returned to the kennel in peace. Just as Saishomaru had expected, when he squeezed into Yijiosa's bed as white firewood, the Tibetan Mastiff's eyes suddenly became fierce. As expected, was it coveting the position of the human cub's bed? Saishomaru narrowed his eyes and felt that his royal authority had been provoked. He believed that a dog with a noble bloodline like himself would definitely enjoy the same level of treatment as its owner. Who did the Tibetan Mastiff think it was? It actually dared to snatch its cub's tatami. It was overestimating itself. In the dark, the Tibetan Mastiff's eyes stared at white firewood without blinking. White firewood looked back coldly. In the next second, Yijiosa flipped over and habitually fumbled around the pillow before hugging the hand warmer. Bai Chai's ears twitched, and in front of the Tibetan Mastiff, he rubbed his head against Yijiosa's neck, not knowing if it was intentional or not. The Tibetan Mastiff's black fur suddenly became like a hedgehog. He even bared his teeth, a low growl spilling from his throat. Saishomaru's face turned cold. He realized that the Tibetan Mastiff really didn't know what was good for it. He had already left his aura on the cub, indicating that it was his prey, yet it still dared to provoke him. Was it because the aura he left was too weak that this stupid male despised him? Saishomaru's dark golden eyes flashed slightly. He seemed to think of something and suddenly hesitated. Uchiha Madara thought that he finally knew how to be ashamed and was ready to climb out of the bed of a little girl and become a dog again. In the end, he widened his eyes and looked at white firewood. He turned his head and was silent for a while, as if he was worried about something. In the end, he seemed to have the courage to cut off all means of retreat. He stuck out his tongue and licked the girl's white neck. The strong aura belonging to the demon white dog was engraved on Yijosa's neck. Saishomaru thought that the other party should have stopped now. In the mind of the dog clan, the stronger the male, the stronger the aura. They marked their territory with their own aura, defeated other males, and obtained the right to mate with females. A sensible weak male dog would never provoke a strong male dog, because it meant death. For Saishomaru, the smell of the Tibetan Mastiff in front of him was not strong. Compared with a dog, it was closer to a human. Since the smell was not as good as his, it was not qualified to fight for anything. However, humans could not understand the dog's thinking. Especially Uchiha Madara, who was wearing a dog's skin. He jumped out of the kennel and stared at the mutated reincarnation eyes. In an instant, the world was spinning and the air was exploding. He came to the bed from the kennel in an instant, showed his fangs, and bit the back of White Firewood's neck. In the blink of an eye, Bai Chai's face remained cold and indifferent. He didn't move at all. Instead, he stretched out his paw and slapped the sleeping Yijosa without turning his head. Yijosa suddenly woke up and bounced up. Coincidentally, he bumped into the Tibetan Mastiff that was charging at him. Accompanied by a cry of pain, the scene suddenly turned upside down. Yijosa rolled 3 times and got up like a ghost, with a resentful look in his eyes. Seeing this, White Firewood immediately jumped up energetically. Without saying a word, he jumped up and kicked the confused Tibetan Mastiff fiercely. He successfully established the image of a heroic protector. The Tibetan Mastiff was knocked to the ground. He jumped up angrily and was about to give White Firewood a bloody bite. Unexpectedly, Yijosa's small hand suddenly grabbed his tail. Uchiha Madara. The dog's fur stood up one by one. Democracy, very energetic in the middle of the night. Yijosa's hair was disheveled, and there was still White Firewood's plum paw print on his face. He smiled like an evil spirit. Then let's go to the small courtyard and have a good talk. Woof, woof, woof dash, you've been fooled by him. Woof, woof, woof dash, he was a man, not a dog. The Tibetan Mastiff struggled, but it was frozen by Yijosa's 3 talents transfiguration and was dragged out of the door. Not long after, the sound of the feather duster flying and the howling of the Tibetan Mastiff came from the courtyard. White Firewood lay on the pillow and slowly licked his paws, hiding his achievements and fame. In the kennel, the Golden Retriever and the Samoyed quietly watched the cause, process, and result of the incident. They obediently chose to remain silent. This was probably a big boss, right? Uchiha Madara didn't give up and decided to look for outside support. In recent years, Yijosa had grown taller and had the shadow of a young girl. In other words, she was slowly approaching the age of having children. From a little girl to a young girl, it would be fine if she hugged a dog to sleep, but this dog was really not a dog. As long as the thought of Yijosa hugging a dog to sleep and hugging a big belly, Uchiha Madara felt that the whole dog was not good. White Firewood was so treacherous and cunning. Last night, he licked the owner's neck. It was inevitable that one day he would lick her face, her mouth. Shameless beast. Didn't he know that he was a man? Uchiha Madara knew that White Firewood's appearance had a natural advantage of deceiving people, so he immediately adopted a roundabout policy and prepared to secretly repair the plank road. Kuroto sneaked into the Uchiha clan's mansion. At that time, they were in the middle of a clan meeting, and his arrival scared the Uchiha clan's elders to the point that their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. When they found out that it was Uchiha's dog, they withdrew their vigilance with complex feelings, and their faces couldn't help but show a trace of awkwardness. Uchiha Madara opened the Rinnegan, a circle of magatama and leaves rotated, and chakra intertwined into a fine net, dragging the high-level members of the clan into the illusion. In the illusion, all the high-level members of the Uchiha saw a high valley, a waterfall, and a giant lake. And on a huge rock, a man with long black hair turned his face and stared at a pair of very threatening Rinnegan eyes. His face was full of disdain. He held a fan with a cold glint in one hand and a sickle with a fishy smell in the other. Just standing there, he was like an unclimbable mountain. The Uchiha were stunned. Looking at the face, they remembered the paintings of the strongest Uchiha that have been passed down from generation to generation. But the characters depicted in the paintings were less than 1/10,000th of the pressure of the person in front of them. This face. These weapons. Can only be. Oh, listen up, juniors, Uchiha Madara said indifferently. I am your ancestor, Uchiha Madara. Hiss, the people in the audience gasped. Then the question is, the dog is the ancestor. How can the ancestor become a dog? No, how can the ancestor live to the present? And looking at his appearance, he is only in his 20s. Now, I want you to do something, the sooner the better. Uchiha Madara ordered. Organize the women in the clan and bring the girl from the Yi house to be taught by the noble lady. Without my order, don't let her come back. Uchiha Madara's eyes swept the audience, and the smart ones quickly nodded and didn't even ask for the reason. Okay, the second thing is to find me a group of healthy and energetic bitches. The Uchiha. Bitch. Uchiha Madara thought of the man's soul under the skin of the other two adult dogs in the den, and he was so angry that his teeth itched. Hee, find a group of bitches, and let's see if they still have the energy to stay in the Yi house. Little did he know that when these words reached the ears of the Uchiha who loved to imagine, it became another meaning. Your ancestor has physiological needs to solve, as the strongest dog in the world, a female dog may not be able to bear it, so you have to prepare a huge harem. Oh my God, he is indeed the ancestor. Even if he becomes a dog, he can still be the king of the dogs. It was truly a cause for celebration. Bah! Damn it, the ancestor wants to fuck a dog. What the fuck is this? They, the Uchiha, still want to save face. Unfortunately, under the pressure of Uchiha Madara, no one dared to say anything. The Uchiha clan's action was worthy of recognition. In order to thank Ichiosa for guiding them to open a kaleidoscope, they specially invited the grannies who planted flowers and played with cats to bring Ichiosa here and began to teach him patiently. Ichiosa suddenly felt a headache, but he did not dare to run away. As soon as he thought of running, these grannies would feel heartache, back pain, stroke, menstrual cramps. No. What the hell is menstrual cramps? Although he was a man, at least he knew that it was impossible for an 80-year-old woman to have menstrual cramps. In short, he was left behind, feeling wronged. As soon as Ichiosa left, Uchiha Tomiyama personally went to the Inuzuka clan, hoping that the Inuzuka clan would choose a high-quality and cute female dog to provide a mate for Ichiosa's wolfhound with glossy hair and a magnificent figure. The Inuzuka clan leader's eyes lit up, and after laughing 3 times, he immediately agreed. He had been drooling over the majestic Tibetan Mastiff for a long time. The Tibetan Mastiff had stayed in the clan for half a day, and almost captured the hearts of the female dogs. That pitch-black fur like needles, that majestic and strong body, that vigorous and fierce fighting. If a female dog could be favored by the Tibetan Mastiff and give birth to a few strong pups, that would be great. The Inuzuka clan leader excitedly selected 20 of the healthiest and most beautiful female dogs and went with Uchiha Tomiyama to Yi House. It was noon, the sun was shining, and the weather was beautiful. The dogs of Yi House maintained a companionship like plastic flowers, each with their mouths out of their kennels to bask in the sun, looking very comfortable. The Tibetan Mastiff heard the footsteps and barking outside, and quickly flashed into the room, considerately locking the door and closing the window. Samoyed looked up, thinking that something was wrong. He was about to find out what was going on when he suddenly heard the sound of the shower turning on. The sound of running water. Bathing. Tibetan Mastiff. Samoyed sat down quietly. As a dog, it was really strange that it would take the initiative to take a bath. Finally, he held the kennel in his mouth and jumped up to the roof with the agility of a cat. The footsteps were getting closer, and the barking was getting louder and louder. White Firewood seemed to have discovered something. His golden eyes suddenly widened, and all the white fur on his body stood up. The golden retriever followed his gaze and turned his head. Then he saw a cloud of smoke rising from 50 meters away, and the excited barking of infatuated dogs. What the hell? The golden retriever jumped out of his kennel and hugged the pillar. When he took a closer look, he discovered that it was a group of female dogs that emitted a sweet smell, galloping towards him. This aura, this gaze, this speed. The golden retriever was instinctively afraid. After Samoyed, he used all of his potential and climbed up to the roof. 20 crazy bitches surrounded the Yi mansion in a flash. They raised their heads and roared at the roof. A few ninja dogs with excellent skills were eager to try and almost jumped up. When the first female dog looked at White Firewood realized that sometimes it was a sin to be too masculine. He jumped onto the roof and slapped the female dog that tried to jump back to the ground. However, they were surrounded by the female dogs. They couldn't go down. No one wanted to be the first to go down and be chased by a group of female dogs. There were so many female dogs. If they were caught, wouldn't that be? Samoyed looked at the roof, then at the closed door. Then there was a low growl, as if he was saying something. The dogs remembered the Tibetan Mastiff that hid in the house at the beginning, and the sound of the shower. He. Why should I let you escape this calamity? They were on the roof, sleeping on the tiles and drinking the northwest wind, but you were in the house, sleeping on the tatami and flipping through the refrigerator. Samoyed grinned, revealing a smile full of black mud. Woof, woof, woof. Take it down. White Firewood, woof, woof, woof. Send them in. The golden retriever, woof. The 3 dogs on the roof immediately used their claws and flipped the roof of Yi House, throwing down a large piece of bricks and wooden planks. Their actions were not gentlemanly at all. They directly offended the female dogs below. Such rude males, sisters, fuck them. The female dogs howled and were really angry. One by one, they jumped up from the ground and rushed to the roof. Then, one by one, they were slapped back into the house by White Firewood. The 20 female dogs were all locked in the cage. Samoyed immediately jumped down, picked up a large piece of wooden plank, and threw it back to the roof. The golden retriever steadily caught the plank and patched up the huge hole in the roof. The next moment, the 3 dogs very tacitly ran, following the scent of Yi Jyosa to find their owner. In Yi House, the Tibetan Mastiff rolled out of the bathroom in a sorry state. Behind him, in front of him, on his left and right, up and down, he was surrounded by the high-quality and cute female dogs that he had designated earlier. As the white moonlight cinnabar mole in the hearts of the female dogs, he was almost blocked by the female dogs. Ninja dogs had a certain level of intelligence. The female dogs knew that he was not easy to deal with, so they harassed him one after another, persevering and persistent. Uchiha Madara, get lost. Damn it. This was indeed the worst batch of Uchiha. He did not need the female dogs at all. What were they trying to understand? Just as he was in deep trouble, the door of Yi House suddenly opened. Yi Jose, like the sun god Apollo, appeared in front of him, shining brightly. At this moment, he was still entangled with the female dogs. Yi Jose was speechless. In broad daylight, the universe was clear. Democracy. You actually have 20 mistresses. Huh, your harem is overturned, right? Yi Jose's face was cold. He carried white firewood and closed the door with a pada sound. Fu Chang, we don't want this house anymore. Let's buy a new one. Uchiha Madara was speechless. Chapter 58. Children are very forgetful, often the toy that they desperately wanted to get yesterday after putting it aside for a day, they lost interest. Yi Jose was not only forgetful but also had a big heart. In less than half a day, he became heartless again. He affectionately dragged the 4 dogs and wandered around. He wanted to buy a piece of land to build a small country villa. Now that he had money, he naturally wanted to buy a real estate, a luxury car, and even some wife money. There was no other way. Men valued these 3 things very much. After all, this was the basic standard to measure a man's success in his previous life. But after swaying around, Yi Jose sadly recalled a fact: he was reincarnated as a girl. He was not used to it. He had saved so much money, he had a house, and he could buy several ox carts, but this wife money had become dowry in the blink of an eye. To be honest, at present, he only knew how to raise dogs to fight monsters. He did not know when this would end. In other words, he was not sure if he could complete the task to get the last chance to make a wish. Maybe he could only be a real girl and then be single until he grew old. It seemed even worse when he thought about it this way. Yi Jose pulled a few strands of foxtail grass. He called the 4 dogs home with little interest. Uchiha's house had been demolished by the bitch, and he asked someone to renovate it. He could not go back for a while. His temporary house was a small 60 square meter apartment allocated by Woodleaf. It was barely enough to toss around. It was night. He played with his dog for a while. Yi Jose hugged white firewood and fell asleep. The Tibetan Mastiff glanced at it and calmly nested in its kennel, as if it had nothing to do with it. He had figured it out. Even if white firewood could become a human, he was just a dog now. As for humans, as long as they were not out of their minds or had distorted aesthetics, they would never be interested in a furry dog face. Moreover, he still remembered the silver-haired man whom he had met with the girl in the forest. If his eyesight was correct, then white firewood's human form was exactly the same as the silver-haired man. He thought about the girl's attitude when she met that man. She basically attacked him without saying a word, as if there was some deep hatred between them. The Tibetan Mastiff yawned and thought, if that's the case, what's there to worry about? If white firewood had the guts, he would transform into a human. As for the consequences of taking human form, who knew? White firewood had probably considered this point, which was why he didn't act rashly. In this way, a man who had always maintained the form of a dog was nothing more than a dog. What was there to be anxious about? He was just worrying over nothing. The Tibetan Mastiff rested peacefully for a while, woke up in the middle of the night, and went out to the Uchiha clan. Although this group of Uchiha got 0 points in reading comprehension, Kuroto didn't mind helping them out since the little boy named Uchiha Sasuke looks so much like Izuna. Kuroto didn't mind helping them out, but he didn't mind helping them out. But Uchiha Madara was also stingy. He only picked Uchiha Shisui and Itachi Uchiha. After slapping the 2 kids awake, he led them to the forest and opened the Rinnegan. How could the 2 kids, one kaleidoscope and the other 3 Magatama, be a match for the ancestor? They were almost dragged into the forest in a daze, and then were beaten. Uchiha Madara's teaching method was simple and crude. He basically relied on beating them. After beating them, he taught them over and over again. When he was tired of talking, he directly stuffed all the images in his memory into the 2 kids' brains. He didn't care whether they could bear it or not, and only did it in his own way. After a week of sleeping and playing at night, the skills of the 2 kids improved by leaps and bounds. Uchiha Madara lost interest. After stuffing a bunch of ninjutsu hand seals into their heads, he went on strike. He had said goodbye to the past, and the gift to the Uchiha clan was also limited. From now on, he was just Uchiha Madara. He had no ties, no responsibilities, no hatred. That was all. After fighting for most of his life, it was time to drink tea and raise the kids. The Tibetan Mastiff maintained a peaceful state of mind and entered the state of enjoying the rest of his life in advance. But he didn't know that after he restrained his sharpness, Yijiosa liked to comb his hair more and more. In the end, Yijiosa also liked to stroke the long hair on the belly of the Tibetan Mastiff and find a comfortable place to lie down and rest. Bathed in the sun and the breeze, the days were very comfortable. But unfortunately, the good times didn't last long. The cause was that Nara, who was idle and bored, and together with Orochimaru, the 2 strongest brains got together and began to study the forbidden technique, Undead Demon Seal. Undead Demon Seal, Yonde Minato used this technique at the moment when the Nine Tails attacked the village, using his own soul as the price to summon the Shinigami in an attempt to stop the attack of the Nine Tails. When he heard the name Shinigami, Orochimaru showed eagerness in his eyes. He pursues longevity in youth, so naturally, he is extremely resistant to death. But since the Shinigami exists, it is the closest thing to death. Only by understanding the true meaning of death can he eliminate any possibility of death. He has to find a way to torment the Shinigami and find out the secrets of death and rebirth. In this way, he will add a thick and colorful stroke on the road to immortality. As for Nara, after playing enough of the Hyuga clan's supercilious eyes, he wants to have a change of taste. Instead of being a human, it is better to be a Shinigami. Regardless of what Orochimaru's purpose is, as long as the body of the Shinigami is left for him to erode. After all, no matter how good the body of the Kekkai Genkai is, it is still a human. Even a human will die of old age, and the elders of the clan will urge him to get married. As the patriarch of the Hyuga clan, Nara naturally has to leave behind an heir. Under the repeated bombardment of blind dates and matchmaking, Nara set foot on Orochimaru's pirate ship without hesitation. The troublemakers hit it off and colluded with each other. First, they worked together to steal the scroll of Undead Demon Seal and tried various methods. It took them 3 months, and they really made a name for themselves. They didn't summon the Shinigami, but they opened a dark hole. The black hole only existed for a second, but the huge suction swept away half of the data in the entire laboratory. The troublemakers looked at each other. Hey, there's a chance. They were even more enthusiastic. But this matter went out of hand. They killed Yijiosa and Kimimaro. Orochimaru went to the land of Tian, where he quietly built a base and collected a lot of good seedlings. But when he returned to the Woodleaf village from the outside, he found that the village was in a mess, and the area near the Hyuga clan was surrounded by people. Orochimaru's heart skipped a beat, and he hid his figure and decided to wait and see. He suspected that his research on forbidden techniques was exposed, and Woodleaf would arrest him. First, hide and see the situation, and then think about whether to run away or not. He quietly approached the Hyuga mansion and found that many ninjas were coming in and out, and there was a faint cry coming from the house. Then, he heard the villagers whispering. "Did you hear? The Hyuga clan seems to have exploded, and the patriarch was blown up." The low voice continued. "The patriarch of the Hyuga clan seems to be doing something strange, and in the end, he couldn't control his power." Hiss. No wonder Yondaime-sama and the Uchiha clan are here. Yondaime-sama. You may not know, but Yondaime-sama's adopted son seemed to be in the center of the explosion at that time. What? Even the moneymaker girl from before was inside. Orochimaru pressed the bamboo hat on his head and left silently. He has to confirm one thing, whether the information in the laboratory was blown up or it was taken away by the higher-ups of Woodleaf. If it's the former, he can still stay in Woodleaf for a while. If it's the latter, he has to leave now. As for Nara, it's really a pity. It's not easy to meet a like-minded collaborator, but she actually died and left the stage of Woodleaf. Orochimaru's heart didn't have the slightest sadness. He is used to seeing life and death, and he is even more used to the endless accidents in experiments. Nara's death is a pity, but it can't stop him from moving forward. At the moment when the Hyuga clan was crying, he turned around and left without hesitation. Hyuga clan, in the destroyed laboratory. Yondaime-sama looked at the mess and closed his eyes fiercely, tightly holding an S-class mission scroll in his hand. Search for the lost forbidden technique. Minato stood in the ruins in silence for a long time until Uchiha Shursui next to him stared at the kaleidoscope and pulled his clothes. Yondaime-sama. Minato endured the bitterness in his heart. Sorry, I was a little out of control. Uchiha Shursui wiped his eyes and said in a rare bad tone, "It's not your fault, she didn't listen and insisted on taking this S-class mission. She really thinks that she can find the forbidden technique just because she has a dog. She's too naive. It's her. Serves her right." The kaleidoscope spun, and tears blurred his vision. Minato sighed and gently rubbed Shursui's head. "It's my negligence, I actually let someone take advantage of the loophole and give it to her. Yijiosa has actually completed a lot of S-class missions, and all of them have basically reached a perfect level." In Minato's eyes, Yijiosa is already an elite Jonin reserve, and her ninja beast is extremely powerful. As long as she doesn't encounter a Kage-class strong person, she should be safe. But he forgot that in addition to being a girl, she also has good strength, and she is also the creator of Skewer. With her Woodleaf, the finance has increased several times, there is no shortage of rice, and she also controls the Nine Tails and Uchiha clan, which has long become a thorn in the eyes of other countries and shinobi villages. Just like her death, it may be the work of the Land of Fire's daimyo, to beat the loyalty of the Woodleaf village and persuade them not to jump too much. It may also be the work of other shinobi villages, in order to make the Woodleaf village lose its money bag and kill the elites of the next generation of elders. Or, it may be Shimura Danzo who has been dormant for a long time. After all, only he has the means to hand over a special S-class mission to her without suspicion. Yijiosa did not disappoint anyone's expectations. She found the scroll, but died in the explosion along with her mission partner. And her mission partner is his adopted son Kimimaro. Kimimaro is still a child, and he hasn't graduated from school yet. How could he receive an S-class mission? Killing two birds with one stone, not only took away an elite Jonin reserve, but also killed a special Kekiai inheritor. Minato clenched the scroll, leaving the Umbu to deal with the aftermath, and solemnly stated that the Woodleaf village believes in the Hyuga clan. Although the forbidden scroll was found in the Hyuga clan, he firmly believes that the Hyuga clan would not do such a thing. The new head of the Hyuga clan wept bitterly and hugged the thigh of the Hokage clan. After Minato returned to the Hokage pagoda, he flew into a rage for the first time and thoroughly investigated all the spies in the Woodleaf village and cleaned them up. It was a bloody day, and it was at that moment that the people of the Woodleaf village realized that even if Yondaime-sama is gentle and sunny, he is still the Hokage of the village, the real ruler of the village. Simply looking at him as a young man is disrespectful to the strong. 1 month later, Minato adopted the second child Ichijose picked up, Yuki Mizuki. Half a year later, Uchiha Shisui was promoted to the head of the Umbu, and completely became a disciple of the Hokage clan. 1 year later, Itachi Uchiha joined the Umbu, and together with his brother, he took over the information of Yondaime-sama and continued to investigate the cause of Ichijose's death. When Ichijose woke up, he found himself lying in a Japanese-style house. He rubbed the back of his head and got up, pushing away Kimimaro who was lying on his legs, and rubbed his temples to regain consciousness. Oh shit! He remembered. Nara, this idiot. He took an S-level mission, dragged 4 dogs to sniff the smell of the Forbidden Technique exhibition room, and then went to track the lost scroll. On the way, he met Kimimaro, and ran away with him. Who knew that he would chase Nara's house? He remembered that he laughed and ordered the dogs to push Nara down and drag him back to hand in the mission. Who knew that when this guy struggled, he didn't know what he opened, but he heard a roar in his ears, and then he didn't know anything. What the hell? Ichijose dizzily looked around the environment, patted Kimimaro's face, kicked Samied's waist, looked at the dogs lying on the ground, and Nara's head rolling in the corner. Ha ha ha, Nara, you're still playing in the end. Kill the account again. But soon, Ichijose couldn't laugh anymore. He picked himself up from the dusty floor and stared at the Japanese building. He glanced at the old TV in the hall and the dusty stairs, and suddenly realized where he was. This is modern. He wandered in the hall, flipped through some scattered books, and found that they were all in Japanese. Oh. Japan again, but forget it, since he was in modern times, he could at least save money to buy a plane ticket back to Wasaya. Thinking of this, Ichijose was happy. Even if he had no money in his pocket after coming to the new world, as long as he wanted to, the plane ticket money could be changed. He just didn't know if a minor without a guardian could get on the plane from Japan to Wasaya. Finally, he came to this world, and he didn't know how Woodleaf was now. Sigh. Ichijose didn't feel sad for long. When he found that the kitchen stove was cold, the faucet had no water, the power was blocked, and the phone was useless, he woke up his dog and friend in a minute, picked up the tablecloth and wrapped Nara's head, and stepped out of the door of the broken house. Well, if he couldn't find a place to live, he could come back. There was no one living here anyway. Since it was Kimimaro's first time in modern times, he had to keep an eye on him to prevent anything from happening to him. Ichijose took Kimimaro's hand and walked out with his dog. The sun was setting, and the setting sun was like blood. Ichijose felt that the area was a bit too quiet. Even a bird couldn't be seen, and it was dead silent. It was strange and panicky. But it was good to have fewer people, as it was much more convenient to move around. He turned back, intending to write down the number of the house. Then he saw a rusty door plate with a few bloody words written on it, Zobo's house. Zobo house. Oh, was the owner of this house called Zobo? Chapter 59. Ichijose held Kimimaro's hand. He walked out of this eerie and strange building complex with the 4 dogs. This place had been desolate for a long time. The bushes on both sides of the path grew wildly. The branches of the trees soared into the sky. They interweaved into a twisted dark color. They were like human faces in pain. Countless fallen leaves swept over with dust. It was bleak and cold, giving people a bone-chilling coldness. The gray street lamps were rusty, as if they were stained with reddish-brown blood clots. The pale spider webs were swaying in the wind. They were like withered human hair. There was still sunlight shining above his head. However, it was as if there was a barrier between them. He could not transmit any warmth. Yijiosa quickened his pace and walked for more than 10 minutes. He finally stepped into the nearby suburbs. He couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. He didn't care about Kimimara's surprised gaze. He didn't notice the brief surprise of the few dogs. He was like a fish. He happily merged into the modern city. It had to be said that thanks to the development of Japan's anime, even though Yijiosa and Kimimaro were dressed strangely, they did not attract anyone's attention. On the contrary, because of their cute and soft appearance, they attracted many women and young girls. Yijiosa realized for the first time that he was so popular with women. He was extremely excited. He gave her a hug when he said he would. He gave her a massage when he said he would. Under the attack of the island girl's sailor suit and the absolute domain, the gentle and turbulent face of the island girl's wife, Yijiosa felt like he was in heaven. Until Kimimaro's palm pierced out a small bone spike, and it pierced his kidney. Yijiosa came back to his senses. As a pure young Meiluo, he was very clear about the importance of the kidney to pure young martial arts. Therefore, he picked up his brain and calmly bid farewell to the little sweets. After harvesting a lot of snacks, he immediately left the lively crowd with Kimimaro. He was really afraid that this dear friend would pull out his rib bones if he was in a bad mood. In public, it would be hard to say how he was going to clean up this mess. Was he going to lie and say that they had seen wrongly, and that it wasn't a rib, but a Sailor Moon warrior's transformation device? No. He didn't want to go to heaven yet. He led Kimimaro and the 4 dogs to a small park nearby. He sorted out the snacks and took out a few rice balls with a light taste as the dogs' rations for the night. Sir. Where is this place? Kimimaro showed a rare childlike quality. He touched the beautiful lawn, sniffed the flowers, and looked at the hurried men and women on the road. Finally, his eyes fixed on the grayish-black iron boxes. A metal box with 4 wheels. Can move. It's Japan. Yijiosa rummaged through the food packaging and checked the production date on it. He rubbed his chin and analyzed, we're in Japan in 1994. Yijiosa was stunned. He repeatedly rubbed the numbers to make sure that his eyes weren't playing tricks on him. It was really 1994. He almost jumped up. Fuck 1994. Wasn't this the year he was born? Yes, there was no problem with his memory at all. He was born in 1994, and his zodiac was a dog. In 2018, he was killed by his own husky, and then he came to this fucking world. What the fuck? In 1994, if he went back to Huaxia now, would he go back to change his diaper? No, wait, was this really his original world? Yijiosa couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Considering the unreliability of the previous 2 worlds, he felt that it was better to be cautious. After a while, he pulled Kimimaro and said, Listen, Kimimaro, it's not convenient for us to go out. Don't call me by my real name, and don't call me sir. Kimimaro nodded and responded, Okay. Good boy. Yijiosa rubbed his head and said, Let me think. Forget it, you can just call me 6 Fried Dough Twist. As for you, you are free to do whatever you want. Understand? Okay, Sir Fried Dough Twist. Yijiosa was speechless. He touched his face and then began to think about the livelihood of his family. Before he was sure how long he would stay in Japan, he must have a place to stay and a source of food. If he wanted to get a place to stay and food, he must have money. Yijiosa rummaged through his backpack. There were indeed a lot of gold, silver, and copper coins there, but it would be too eye-catching to exchange them for yen. However, this was the fastest way to get money. For the time being, he didn't dare to look for the Huaxia embassy in Japan, nor did he dare to seek help from the Japanese police. The former would take him back to Huaxia, but it was impossible to bring back Kimimaro and the 4 dogs, who could only speak Japanese. The latter was very likely to arrange for him and Kimimaro to go to an orphanage and then give them up for adoption. As for the dogs, sorry, it was tiring to raise a human, let alone a dog. As long as he looked for any official help, he might lose Kimimaro, his dogs, and Nara's head. Yijiosa thought for a moment and finally asked, "Freedom, how is your learning of transformation?" Kimimaro tilted his head and looked very cute. Duh. Fried dough twitched, I am the adopted son of the 4th generation leader. In other words, how could he not be able to learn a mere transformation technique? That's fine. Yijiosa sneakily took out a handful of gold. You become an adult man, the fiercer kind. It's best if you have scars so that people won't dare to ask you for your ID card. Kimimaro wondered, what's an ID card? It's your ninja number. Yijiosa handed the gold to him and whispered, go to the mafia and exchange this for money. Let them put it in a box for you. He carefully instructed. Kimimaro listened carefully and understood what he meant. It didn't take long for Kimimaro to become a burly man. In order to match his momentum, Yijiosa specially asked him to bring the Tibetan Mastiff. Kimimaro led the Tibetan Mastiff and disappeared at the intersection. Yijiosa sat on a chair in the park and began to wait for a long time. He waited until dusk. The sky was getting dark, and even the wind was a little cold. Kimimaro and the Tibetan Mastiff hadn't come back yet. However, he believed in Kimimaro. Although this child was young, he had accompanied many genin and chunin on missions. Even if his acting skills weren't good, he was strong and had a Tibetan Mastiff. If it didn't work out, he could rely on the 3 dogs to find him, or he could rely on the Tibetan Mastiff's nose to find him. The crescent moon climbed up the treetops, and dark clouds quietly spread, covering a trace of light. He didn't know what was going on with the street lights in this broken park, but they were flickering. In the alternating light and darkness, White Firewood took the initiative to jump into Yijiosa's arms, and his dark golden eyes stared at one place. The Samoyed quietly stepped out, and the golden retriever was secretly on guard. In a trance, Yijiosa seemed to hear a cat. He turned his head and saw the lamp wire of a street lamp not far away suddenly burst, and it suddenly went dark. There was a pale, extremely thin little boy standing under the street lamp, as if he was afraid of his dog. He was trembling and didn't dare to approach. The boy was too small. He was barefoot, had dark circles under his eyes, and his clothes were ragged like a homeless child. Yijiosa frowned. He didn't expect to encounter a homeless child right after he praised the Japanese orphanage. It seemed that the so-called developed countries were just like this. He put down White Firewood and got up to approach the little boy. White Firewood opened his mouth and gently bit the corner of his clothes. Stop it. Yijiosa tore off his clothes and decided to send care and love to the ragged boy. So, he took out the Sword Web Triple Crutch Kid's artifact from his backpack, a thick, red, delicious candied fruit. Candied fruit, one of Sword Web Triple Crutch Kid's black technology, was the favorite weapon of male players to pick up girls. Every time a male player met an adult or loli, he would take out a thick candied fruit from his crotch and feed it to them. Whether the adult or loli liked it or not, once they were stuffed with candied fruit, their mouths would automatically say, "Brother Triple X is the best to me." It could be described as insane. But now, only candied fruit was left in Yijiosa's backpack. Look at the poor child, his face was pale, and it was obvious that he hadn't eaten for days. He fed him candied fruit, not because he wanted to test the candied fruit's passive ability. Yijiosa energetically approached the boy under the light, and the 3 dogs behind him followed closely, afraid that he would cause trouble. They didn't mind their owner being taught a lesson, but if his life was in danger, then forget it. The boy in front of him. No, he was just an evil spirit that was haunted by resentment. His obsession bound him and hatred filled him, preventing him from reincarnating. He was so vicious and sinister. If he were to disregard everything and attack, would the owner be able to escape this calamity? Just as the 3 dogs were wondering if they should tear the kid apart, or wait for the kid to beat up the owner before tearing him apart, Yijiosa told them with his actions that they were still too young. He picked up the candied fruit in his hand and stuffed it into the boy's mouth. The boy's pitch-black eyes suddenly widened, and his hands reflexively grabbed the candied fruit, stuffed the fiery red hawthorn into his mouth, and started eating it while shaking his head. Sister Q's is the best to me. A hoarse child's voice came, and it sounded inexplicably eerie. Yijiosa's expression darkened, and he felt that this Sister Q's was really unpleasant to hear. Call me Big Brother. He stuffed another candied fruit into the boy's mouth. The boy finally finished the first candied fruit with great difficulty, and the second one immediately followed. He didn't have any room to refuse, or more accurately, he couldn't refuse at all. Toshio Zubo, a resentful little demon, was about to cry from eating candied fruit. He had never felt so wrong before. Candied fruit is so delicious. Sister Q's is the best to me. Damn it. Toshio Zubo swore that he would never say such a shameful thing. Call me Big Brother. Big Brother. Yijiosa took out a large handful of candied fruit, and Toshio Zubo was almost scared to tears. Is there something wrong with this person? She's clearly a girl, so why do I have to call her Big Brother? Mom! Hurry and save me. Toshio Zubo was forced to eat candied fruit one after another, and he couldn't hold it in any longer. Dark, rancid blood flowed out of his eyes. He really did cry. However, Yijiosa had an expression of disdain when he saw his rancid blood and tears, and there wasn't a single trace of fear on his face. You're too dirty. Did you crawl out of a trash can? Don't cry, I understand how you feel after eating candied fruit. But when your tears mix with the mud and dust, it really stinks. Don't cry, I'll give you more candied fruit, arg. Toshio Zubo couldn't hold it in anymore, and his tears flowed even more fiercely. Wah! I don't want to eat anymore. Under the streetlight, the 3 dogs sat together with wooden expressions, and quietly watched their owner bully a vengeful spirit. Candied fruit is so delicious. Sister Q's is the best to me. They didn't feel anything in their hearts, and they even wanted to bite someone. But fortunately, this thick and long candied haws were not for them. Yijiosa fed Toshio Zubo 10 candied fruits, and he couldn't help but feel disgusted when he saw the poor child's smelly snot bubbles coming out of his nose. He stopped feeding him. In the end, in order not to hurt the child's self-esteem, Yijiosa said with a smile, I still have a lot of candied fruits here. A lot. Toshio Zubo grasped the key word. If you want to eat more, you can come find me again. Continue. Toshio Zubo was so scared that tears streamed down his face. I'll feed you one by one until you can't eat anymore. Feed you. Toshio Zubo crossed his arms and panicked. Well, do you want to pack some candied fruits home? Pack. Toshio Zubo saw Yijiosa take out a large handful of candied fruits, and the black hair on his head stood up. He covered his face with his hands, turned around abruptly, and ran towards the dark shadows of the trees while crying. Yijioso let out a long sigh. What a naive child, he's actually moved to tears. Dogs. As long as you're happy, owner. Yijioso put the candied fruits into his backpack and waited for the next victim. No, the next homeless child. Kimimaro found himself standing in a familiar yet strange living room. It was already night, but the darkness couldn't stop his night vision. He was Kagaya Kimimaro, and the Kagaya family was a branch of the immortal body. Even if he was in a sea of fire or a mountain of knives, he wouldn't be afraid. He looked at the familiar dust and footprints on the floor, including the marks left by Yijioso's fingers. Yes, this was the room he left in the morning. But why did he come here? An illusion. He returned to his childlike appearance, and his handsome face was full of indifference. A large metal suitcase was placed next to him. It was the cash that Yijioso needed. Thump, thump, thump. In the dead house, something seemed to be crawling down the narrow staircase. Kimimaro calmly put down the metal suitcase. After finding no trace of the Tibetan Mastiff, he simply untied his upper body clothes and prepared for battle. Thump, thump, thump. A woman wrapped in a white plastic sheet crawled towards him with twisted limbs and a pair of bell-like eyes. The winding trail of blood was stained with the stench of rotting corpses. She came with resentment, as if she wanted to drag everything to death. It was a pity that this scene, which would make ordinary people have a mental breakdown, fell into Kimimaro's eyes, and was as normal as drinking tea and eating. As a ninja, what kind of strange way of death hadn't he seen before? What kind of strange and sinister ninjutsu hadn't he seen before? What kind of bloody and cruel broken limbs hadn't he cleaned up? Such a clumsy way of attacking by climbing down the stairs. Kimimaro lowered his head, bent down, and stared at the woman blankly. Then, under her eyelids, he reached back to his neck with one hand, and slowly put his fingers into his own flesh. Kayako. She suddenly froze in place. Kimimaro frowned. He endured a little bit of pain and slowly pulled out his snow-white spine. 1 section, 2 sections, 3 sections. Kayako. She unconsciously retracted her claws. Kimimaro unfolded his spine and condensed it into a long sword with chakra. He took a step forward without fear, and quickly and accurately slashed the long sword down dash, clang dash, the sharp tailbone pierced into the woman's head, and she was fiercely nailed to the floor. Kayako. Ah! I kicked an iron plate. How can this guy's bones have spiritual power? No. Seeing that she could still struggle and twitch, Kimimaro nimbly pulled out his ribs, one by one, and nailed the woman into a hedgehog. In the end, he said slowly, "It's you who made me lose the opportunity to be touched by His Excellency. It's definitely too late to go back now. His Excellency will be angry." Sigh. Kayako. Chapter 60. Kayako, also known as Auntie Who Climbs the Stairs, was a sick and vengeful spirit who loved to prostrate herself and crawl like a spider. When she was alive, she was a depressed girl who did not cut her bangs. Every day in her diary, she would complain about the heavens and the earth. She complained that she had no friends. She complained that the man she had a crush on fell in love with someone else, and complained that fate was unfair and sad. She lived with a depressed mentality, and her life became more and more depressed. In the end, because her bangs were too long to see her face clearly, she shrank in the corner and did not make a sound. She did not bask in the sun and gave off a musty smell. She was naturally abandoned by the teenagers in their prime. The fresh meats left their girlfriends one by one, but she was still a single dog. When the whole world was filled with the sour smell of love, and the country did not assign a boyfriend to the bag, Kayako's heart became even more twisted. Even a Chinibu could fall in love, why couldn't a ghostly girl? Kayako cursed this fucked up life. In the end, life got angry and quit. He simply gave her an even fucked up man, Tsutomu Zubo, with schizophrenia. Kayako was very lacking in love, and because she did not cut her bangs for a long time, her eyesight was severely reduced, and everything she saw seemed to be wearing a filter. And in her eyes, Tsutomu Zubo was as pure and flawless as if his skin had been rubbed by Meitu Shio. Kayako married Tsutomu Zubo and gave birth to a son. She raised a black cat. Her life gradually became less depressed. But she did not expect that one day, Tsutomu Zubo's sculpture cancer flared up, and he picked up a knife to chop her, his son, and the black cat. After she died, she turned into an evil spirit and killed him. Originally, there was still an opportunity to be expiated, but after figuring out the reason for her husband's murder, she completely degenerated into a resentful earthbound spirit. Tsutomu Zubo, that idiot, went to the hospital and was diagnosed with oligospermia. He suspected that his son was not his own, but the one next door, Kobayashi's. What a stupid man! Oligospermia was not spermatospermia. He actually killed his entire family for a groundless cuckold. Kayako's hatred could not be erased. She was jealous and resentful of all those who lived happier than her, and finally, it evolved into resentment of all those who stepped into her domain. Ever since she turned into a vengeful spirit, she had never failed on her prey. Be it men or women, young or old, monks or witches, no one could escape. Kayako originally thought that the two children in the house were soft snacks, but she didn't expect that one of them would be so cruel. She had never seen a human being pull out his spine to stab someone before, whether she was alive or dead. Never. Most importantly, this child's body was covered in layers of spiritual light, and he had a fearless heart. His will was not corroded by fear, and his attacks could penetrate her body. What a monster! Kayako had already wanted to retreat, but she never imagined that the bear dog was even more terrifying than the little brat. She left the Tibetan Mastiff on the second floor, in the room of the dead Zwobo Gongxiong. Thus, after she was pierced into a hedgehog, a long howl that pierced through the sky came from above her head. Like a ferocious tiger emerging from the woods, its might was profound, and an unparalleled and powerful spiritual pressure descended from above. It was as if an extremely terrifying ferocious beast had broken free and was prepared to wreak havoc in the world. Roar dash, Susanoo. Rumble dash, the second floor completely exploded, and the ribs condensed from blue chakra protected the Tibetan Mastiff's body, and the heavy punch smashed the vengeful spirit's Zwobo Gongxiong. The unparalleled power of Yin spread with divinity, and the fire that could burn everything was ignited, swallowing the wisps of dark resentment. Kayako screamed and disappeared, and a hoarse wail came from the attic of the haunted house. In the overwhelming hellfire, the Tibetan Mastiff shook off a few sparks on its hair and walked toward Kimimaro with a noble posture. Kimimaro held his spine expressionlessly, picked up the box, and said, "Let's go." His Excellency must be anxious. When the Urga gang returned to Yijiosa's side, Yijiosa was holding a dozen candied haws and feeding them to a slightly fierce little girl. The little girl had childish hair, and there was a talisman on her forehead. Her little face and clothes were covered with dust. She was crying, holding the candied haws with both hands, shaking her head and chewing it, and kept saying, "Sister Kazawa is the best to me. The candied haws are delicious." Beside them, there were 3 listless dogs squatting. The Tibetan Mastiff and Kimimaro. "Call me brother." Yijiosa kept feeding her candied haws. "Ha ha ha, do you think you can scare people with a talisman? Ghost child Hanako, I think she's more like a beggar." "Dogs. That's really a little vengeful spirit." Kimimaro stared at Hanako, and after a long time, he called Yijiosa back to his senses. "Big fried dough twist, I brought the money back." Hearing the voice of an acquaintance, Yijiosa was overjoyed, and immediately took back the candied haws and rushed to Kimimaro. And ghost child Hanako immediately slipped away when he was not looking. Joseph put the money in his backpack and thought about where to stay. He slowly got up and was about to call the little girl, but found that there was no one behind him. Hey, where is she? Joseph scratched his head. Kimimaro, where did that little girl run to? Kimimaro tilted his head and said in a harmless tone, that strange girl ran to the east. Strange? Joseph laughed. Yes, she scared me by pretending to be a ghost, ha ha ha. Sir. Kimimaro's voice suddenly became low. She is really strange, didn't you notice? She doesn't have a shadow. Joseph. Goosebumps suddenly appeared on his skin, and Joseph felt a chill from head to toe, and he was inexplicably scared. Sir. Freedom, don't talk nonsense. It's true, Kimimaro said, I saw her, she doesn't have a shadow. Joseph. No, I can't be a coward. As the successor of socialism, I can't be a coward. Joseph held Kimimaro's hand and walked out of the park together. He looked for a residential house that he could stay in stiffly, paid for tonight's expenses and tomorrow's breakfast, and packed his clothes while trembling, and walked to the door of the men's soup in a daze. Kimimaro, fried dough twist, you are a girl, you should go to the women's soup next door to take a bath. Joseph, no, I am not a girl. I am a man. Kimimaro. Are you too scared to take a bath? Joseph, no, I am not afraid. There are no water ghosts in the hot spring. Kimimaro. He held the small wooden tub expressionlessly and called the hostess of the guest house. The plump woman in a kimono smiled and picked up Joseph, and carried him into the women's soup. Joseph struggled, let go of me. Let me go to the men's soup. The men's soup is too masculine. A moment later, his scream came from the women's soup, let go of me. Let go. What are you doing? Don't strip me, I am a person with integrity. I don't bathe with women, I want to bathe with men. Dogs. Kimimaro. The boy let out a long sigh helplessly. He also realized that there seemed to be a problem with his adult's view of gender. Kimimaro lifted the curtain of the men's soup and squeezed into a group of naked men. He quietly curled up in the corner of the hot spring, listening to the dirty jokes in his ears, and searching for useful information. The water vapor lingered and converged into a white mist. The four dogs lay on the long corridor, listening to the heroic laughter of the men's soup in their right ear, and the soft whispers of the women's soup in their left ear. For a moment, they were speechless. Until Joseph rushed out with 2 nosebleeds in his nose halfway through the bath and slipped in the water with a splash. He fell face first, and his 2 thin arms clung to the ground tightly. He raised his face and shouted at the 4 dogs, "Save me!" The next second, a group of hot spring beauties came out of the nest, dragged his legs, and walked in with laughter. This group of young girls and young wives had never seen such a cute and adorable Meiluo. How could they not take the opportunity to play with it? Joseph was dragged in alive. The 4 dogs. They looked at each other for a while, and no one was willing to enter the women's soup. They were all men. Even if they were wearing the skin of dogs, they couldn't do such a thing like barging into the women's soup. But was it really good not to go in? The owner's face was covered in blood, and the woman inside was still so fierce. What if? The 4 dogs looked at the entrance of the women's soup and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. They looked at each other, and finally looked at White Firewood. Oh, yes, among the 4 dogs, only White Firewood was a cub. If he was a cub, there was no problem, hee hee. White Firewood became alert. He was about to make a preemptive strike when he suddenly met the purple eyes of the Tibetan Mastiff, who asked you to pretend to be a dog and sleep with a woman. After a second of dizziness, the Samoyed seized the opportunity and gave him a fierce paw, who asked you to hit me and push my head into the toilet. The golden retriever decisively raised his leg and kicked Bai Chai's tailbone fiercely. He kicked him into the woman's soup like a ball. Who asked you to slap me and throw me into the well? White Firewood was caught off guard and immediately threw himself out in a parabola, accurately falling into the fragrant hot spring of the women's soup. With a plop sound, his fur was drenched in water, and the sticky feeling was terrible. He jumped out of the water angrily and suddenly saw the scene of Yi Joseph suffocating from being squeezed by a group of women. In a forest of white flesh, he stretched out his hand and mournfully said, Fu Chang dash. The women in the hot spring heard the sound and turned around to see a wet and cute puppy. In an instant, their motherly eyes lit up even more. Ah, kawaii. White Firewood. In the guest house, Yi Joseph took the hair dryer to dry White Firewood's fur, pulled off the toilet paper stuffed in his nostrils, and found that his nose was no longer bleeding. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. Alas, the beauties were too passionate, and he couldn't bear it. He almost bled to death. Fortunately, Fu Chang saved his owner and helped him share the firepower. Although Fu Chang's whole body was a lot more depressed. Yi Joseph finished washing up and rolled into the tatami with White Firewood in his arms. Next to him, Kimimaro opened his eyes and looked at the light above his head. Fried dough twist, do you want to turn off the light? No, I love the light. Kimimaro. By the way, turn on the TV. Let's watch the news and make the room lively. Dogs. As if thinking of something, Yi Joseph picked up the bag and stuffed Nara's head back into the closet. He couldn't bear to see this head right now. He was afraid that he would panic and stab him with a sword. Kimimaro turned on the TV awkwardly, randomly pressed a few buttons, and randomly chose a radio station. Recently, there have been 3 murders in the downtown area of Fuyuki City. The criminals are cruel and violent, using the victim's blood to draw patterns similar to magic arrays. The corner of Yi Joseph's mouth twitched. He felt that Japanese criminals were really scary. Drawing magic arrays after killing people? Are they Chinibu? He changed the channel, heard 2 sentences of Mikado, and immediately changed to another one. There really weren't many TV shows in 1994, especially those from Japan with a strange style. Yi Joseph yawned, threw the remote control to Kimimaro, and started rummaging in the small box next to the TV. Fried dough twist, what are you doing? Checking if the lady boss prepared any videotapes. Yi Joseph fished out a lot of magazines from the small box and piled them to the side. Finally, he found 3 videotapes at the bottom. There really is. There was no label on the tape. Seiji didn't know what this thing was about. Chapter 61. Did Yi Joseph watch horror movies? He had come into contact with them before. However, as the successor of socialism, Yi Joseph had come into contact with them as an advanced youth of the new century. As a single dog who was insulated from peach blossoms. Even if it was a horror movie, he had to choose a classic that could cultivate one's mind and enrich one's self-restraint. Otherwise, how could he live up to his English level 4 or 6, sword level 95, penguin level 60, king level 30? Big boss identity. Therefore, he decisively abandoned the Japanese and Korean horror movies that only focused on visual impact and psychological blow, and turned to the sentimental and beautiful, a Chinese ghost story, strange stories from a Chinese studio, and the mentally retarded, Happy Ghost has a wrong body, Happy Ghost has a summer vacation, what, curse, Midnight Ring, Pen Spirit. He didn't watch any of them. It wasn't because he was panicking, nor was it because the posters were scary, he just felt that instead of spending an hour on horror movies, he might as well spend an hour on studying. Although this, studying well, often required him to prepare a trash can and enough tissues, it gave him a satisfaction that went straight from the body to the soul. Such a full and fulfilling happiness was something that horror movies could not give. Horror movies were used to bring girls to the movies to dress up even if he screamed louder than a girl, but didn't the cinema need gunmen like him to promote the atmosphere? With such a selfless and fearless spirit, how could he be called timid? He was just emotional, he was just more easily excited. For example, now, when the television began to play the videotape, he became excited. His heartbeat increased, and his blood boiled. It was as if he had eaten a complete tonic. He could give himself 100 mountain and river suppression. The videotape ran in the machine, the television made a strange soft sound. After the squeaking sound, a bunch of snowflakes burst out. But soon, there was a woman combing her hair on the TV. She was combing her hair in front of the mirror. During this period, there was the vague appearance of an island, the surging of the sea, and the closing crescent moon rising high in the sky. It was a full stream of consciousness, but it exuded a silent terror. Yijiosa's eyes were glued to the screen. The antennae of an animal with the instinct to detect danger were raised straight up. He was like an octopus, firmly hugging Kimimaro. Kimimaro. What was so scary about it? Big. Fried dough twist, I can't breathe. Kimimaro exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, exerted force with both hands, and tore Yijiosa from his body, stuffing it under the belly of the Tibetan Mastiff. Yijiosa's eyes were glued to the screen. He instinctively turned around and hugged the Tibetan Mastiff. He strangled its neck with both hands and wrapped his legs around its waist. He hung on the Tibetan Mastiff's belly like a monkey. Uchiha Madara was speechless. The old ancestor endured it for a while, but in the end, he couldn't hold it in and decided to turn off the television. What was wrong with her child? She was clearly trembling in fear, yet she stared at the metal lump without blinking as if she was addicted to it. You can look if you want, but why do you have to pull my hair? It took so much effort to grow hair, and now you're pulling it bald again. Uchiha Madara took a step forward, only to find that the girl hanging under his belly was screaming. She crawled out from between his hind legs and pulled his tail forcefully. Democracy. Yijiosa was extremely touched. You're the best dog in the world. For the safety of your master. The best dog. 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 Before Yijiosa could finish his words, the gloomy Uchiha Madara sneered and stopped moving forward. Instead, he sat down peacefully and calmly watched the performance on the television. He did feel a gloomy and terrifying murderous aura, as well as a bone-chilling coldness. However, this was nothing to the battlefield demon. Yijiosa. Did no one turn off the television? The machine that played the videotape made a strange, creaking sound. This was especially so in the dead silence of the night. People. A well appeared on the TV screen, a pitch-black well. Yijiosa held his breath. The screen shook twice, and occasionally, snowflakes appeared on the screen. Suddenly, a hand reached out from the mouth of the well. 2 hands. Slowly, a head was propped up. Yijiosa swallowed his saliva, rolled up the quilt, and shivered. It was out. The dark birth canal had already opened. He could see the child's head. That thick and soft black hair was so charming and eye-catching. Oh shit, the opening was so small, but the child still stubbornly dragged his body and climbed out. The hair was a little long, the child was a little big. Oh, the waist was out, damn it. Ayaya, the little buttocks were out too. Great success. Her cute little feet were out too. As she crawled, she got nearer and nearer, bigger and bigger. It was like the process of a person from birth to adulthood, from ignorance to ignorance, from ignorance to maturity. The artistic youth Yi Jiosa was still very calm. During this period, her long black hair always covered her face. She looked ghastly and extremely gloomy. Of course, this was not scary. The director just wanted to tell everyone that the face was just a superficial appearance. It didn't matter if they didn't see it. During this period, even though her body was getting longer and more mature, it was still very distorted. Of course, this was not scary. The director just wanted to tell everyone that even if people were mature, they still had to have a heart of reverence for nature. They had to crawl on all fours to show their respect for nature. During this period, the long-haired girl on the screen stood up and put her hand on the frame of the television. Of course, this was definitely not scary. The director just used a montage to tell everyone that in the process of harmonious development between man and nature, actors and audience, there needed to be face-to-face communication. During this period, the girl stuck her head out towards the screen, creating a layer of ripples. It was as if she had crawled out of the television. Of course, there was no need to be afraid. The director just revealed a technology that was far beyond the times, the holographic experience. It was worth it. What the hell? Yi Jiosa felt that there was something wrong with the Japanese people's brains. Why did they have to make an educational film about childbirth so scary? Look at what this thing was, it actually crawled out of the television. This made him feel bad. Eat some melon seeds first. No, wait, crawl out. Yi Jiosa took a deep breath and accidentally inhaled the melon seed meat into his windpipe. Cough, cough, cough. He completely ignored his fear and covered his windpipe with one hand. He choked so hard that ghosts and gods were crying. His face was red, and he pounded his chest with his small fists. Perhaps because his face was too scary, the four dogs and Kimimaro completely forgot about the female ghost that crawled out of the television. They all looked at him. The female ghost slowly stood up. Between her hair, a white eye was revealed. Yi Jiosa took a deep breath, loaded the bullet, pushed it into the right track, held it, prepared, and fired. Humph poo. The high-pressure melon seed cannon passed through the long and narrow windpipe. Wrapped in two bubbles of water and snot, it drew an elegant arc in the air like a rainbow piercing through the sun. It crossed the distance of 1.8 meters like a hot knife through butter and accurately shot into the white eye of the female ghost. Paw! The melon seed cannon hit her eye, and snot covered her hair. Female ghost. Dogs. Yi Jiosa finally caught his breath. He looked at the female ghost who seemed to be stunned and said dryly, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to shoot you. Dogs. No, that's not what I meant. Yi Jiosa panicked. I mean, I didn't know I could shoot so accurately. Dogs. No. Yi Jiosa panicked even more. He had never verbally teased a girl before. Although this was the first time he teased a female ghost, she was also a female. Sure enough, whether it was a girl or a female ghost, he had a hard time. Forget it, a real man should not be afraid of any challenge. Since he shot her, he had to take responsibility. Yi Jiosa's heart was filled with masculinity. He immediately ran to the toilet and took out the toilet paper. He skillfully tore off a pile and summoned his courage to approach the female ghost. Let me wipe it for you, fuck, I'm so nervous. He was about to touch the girl. The female ghost's face. Even if the female ghost's eyes were turned upward, as long as she was a female, wouldn't she look the same even if the lights were turned off? Strange stories from a Chinese studio and a Chinese ghost story did not lie to me. Yi Jiosa was overjoyed. He used the toilet paper to wipe the 2 tubes of snot all over the female ghost's head. Dogs. Yijiosa was very flustered. He threw the toilet paper away and rushed into the toilet to look for a towel. But when he rushed out of the bathroom like a gust of wind, he found that the female ghost had disappeared. Yijiosa stared at the TV. Why did it turn off? Kimimaro replied dryly. She covered her face and ran back into the TV. Run. So the female ghost can run. Yijiosa's focus was different. I thought she could only crawl. Looking at her flexibility when she crawled, she must have been a Miss Perfect who studied dancing when she was alive. Long black hair, big eyes, and a white dress. Wasn't this the standard of a Miss Perfect? Kimimaro. Dogs. Wasn't the point that even the female ghost was bullied to tears by you? In order to continue his relationship with the female ghost, Yijiosa decided to stay in this guest house for the time being. There was a hot spring, a room, and private ramen. Other than the fact that they didn't provide dog food, the conditions were very good. Yijiosa asked Kimimaro to help him dry the quilt. He carried the trash and walked to the garbage disposal point outside the guest house. Ah, the weather is so good today. What kind of dog food should I prepare for the dogs? Speaking of which, these few dogs of his were not picky about meat or vegetables when it came to food. They were not picky at all. Rather than saying that they had a good appetite, it was better to say that their stomachs were different. They could eat anything. But this was also good. It was not easy to eat them to death. He could develop new dishes and use them to test for poison. Yijiosa sorted the garbage and was about to turn around to leave when he suddenly heard intermittent whimpering coming from the depths of the alley. It was like the weak whimpering of a small animal after it was injured. Ah! Yijiosa, who had plenty of experience in picking up dogs, had his eyes lit up. He understood that he was about to get a meal ticket, and his footsteps suddenly became light. He quickly turned the corner and scanned all the corners like a dog. Finally, he found a Pomeranian lying in a garbage bag. Pomeranian. Yijiosa was stunned. In a trance, he remembered the girl who held the Pomeranian, and remembered the ill-fated relationship between him and the husky. Yijiosa covered his face with one hand and sighed. Then, he rushed to the pile of garbage bags, took the bloody Pomeranian out, and went straight to the pet hospital. The light of the incandescent lamp was very dazzling, like the sun that could burn the skin. It always reminded him of the pain that was difficult to ignore. But what was more terrible than the sun was the loss of dignity, the loss of love. Whose hand was stroking his head? Whose hand was bandaging his wounds? Whose hand was hugging him? Whose hand was rubbing his neck? Across his back. Across his buttocks. Stroking his tail. Stroking his tail. Ah, tail. Tail. Wait. Where did he get his tail? How could he have a tail? Feeling the little thing in his arms stand up in alarm, Yijiosa laughed. Ha ha ha, you're very energetic. You'll be called Equality. Equality. What equality? How could he be equal? Who could be equal to his bloodline? 9 Orchid Flower suddenly woke up, and the sharp pain in his brain made him blurt out, Yuheim. Woof woof. 9 Orchid Flower was speechless. He lowered his head and saw a pair of furry and harmless claws, as well as pink and cute pads. Chapter 62. 9 Orchid Flower, the ancestor of vampires, a patient with a deep sister complex, a resident figure of the German orthopedics department. The thing he loved the most in his life was to silently care for his sister's life, to secretly help his sister's difficulties, to quietly watch his sister's actions and ruthlessly eradicate his sister's peach blossoms. In his life's creed, his sister was the supreme justice. It was love and hope. It was the existence that he was willing to give up his life for. If his sister did not belong to her brother, who else could she belong to? However, he took the script of the love strategy and played the ending of the family, holding the script of the cold and wise male lead and played the ending of the affectionate male supporting character, holding the script of the close brother and embracing the good guy card's secret lover ending. Something seemed to be wrong. Oh, his sister's peach blossoms again, and this time, his love rival, Conical Zero, was handsome, young, powerful, noble, and cold and had all kinds of titles such as sister's comrade, classmate, family, lover, love-killing partner, and so on. When he was in love, it was like a buff, it made people unable to attack. Facing such an opponent, the 9-orchid flower had the advantage. It seemed that only bloodline and identity were left. And the choice made by his sister made him lose his heart. He was in great pain. He was a noble pure blood, and the ancestor of the pure blood, the origin of the vampires. His identity made people look up to him, his blood made people drool. He had thought that his sister could also have this understanding. However, his younger sister put her neck to Zhuai Xingling's lips. Did she love him that much? She loved Conical Zero so much that she could even turn a blind eye to her brother's sacrifice. Did she love him that much? She loved Conical Zero so much that she could even ignore the consequences of bleeding to death. But, sister, I love you. I love you so much that I'm willing to lower my noble head, tear off my bow tie, and send myself to Conical Zero's mouth to let him suck my blood. But do you know my sadness? Have you ever cared about my standpoint? Have you ever understood my despair? The 9-orchid flower closed his eyes, not giving anyone the chance to peek into his heart. As the blood drained from his body, his thoughts became somewhat muddled. However, in that instant of confusion, he actually switched identities. The 9-orchid flower could not understand. All he did was let Conical Zero suck his blood. How did he become a dog? Furthermore, it was the kind of soft, powerless Pomeranian that was only for show. It was not until he heard the pet doctor say rabies that his dog face became serious, and he couldn't help but think about it. Did the lower vampires carry the rabies virus? Did he turn into a dog because he was bitten by Conical Zero? Then, Yuheim. Yuheim was also bitten by Conical Zero. The 9-orchid flower was speechless. He felt that he needed to calm down a little. Admittedly, the impact of turning into a dog was too great, but suspecting that vampires had rabies was ungentlemanly. He had lived for so long, what kind of grand spectacle had he not seen? Right now, he had to figure out his situation and think about what to do next. The 9-orchid flower calmed down and obediently nestled in Yijio's arms. He watched the girl in front of him buy a lot of dog food and a pink kennel. She held him in one hand and carried the shopping bag and the kennel in the other, skipping towards the residential area. What a healthy child, with great strength. But, the pink kennel, could it be for him? The 9-orchid flower vaguely had a bad feeling in his heart. Yijiosa returned to his residence. As soon as he opened the door, he saw the bento on the short table. Kimimaro raised a shy smile, but when he saw the Pomeranian in Zhang Xian's arms, the corners of his mouth stiffened. At the same time, the 4 bored dogs turned their heads and stared at the Pomeranian vigilantly. Their gazes were like X-rays, scanning from top to bottom and from the outside to the inside. Ha, another male dog. The 9-orchid flower clearly felt the change in the atmosphere in the room, as if the warm spring had turned into a cold winter, and this cold air was targeted at him. This little girl must love dogs very much, otherwise, her dogs would not be so protective of their owner. Since that was the case, by staying with her, his basic necessities could be guaranteed, and there would be no problems of abuse or threats to his life. As for her dogs, if he remembered correctly, canines had the habits of wolves. When a group of dogs was together, like a pack of wolves, they would choose the alpha wolf. As long as he defeated the alpha wolf, he would basically have a stable position. At this moment, the 9-orchid flower was very confident in his fighting ability. Therefore, when the girl put him in the group of dogs, he was very calm. Fried dough twist, this puppy. Kimimaro glanced at the Pomeranian. Is she with us? Yes, she is a Pomeranian. Very cute, right? Yijioza always had a good impression of the Pomeranian. After all, this was the dog that his goddess had raised. She is called Equality. I picked her up from the garbage dump. Oh, Equality. Oh, picked up from the garbage dump. Kimimaro smiled innocently. Fried dough twist, next time I will take out the garbage. Why can adults pick up such dubious things even when they are taking out the garbage? Yijioza opened the dog food and distributed it to his dogs. You can go if you want. Hey, Equality, why don't you eat? Is the dog food not to your taste? The 4 dogs turned their heads and looked at the new member. In front of the Pomeranian, there was a pink dog bowl filled with fine dog food. There was a lot of it, and it was very fragrant and sweet. Not only that, but the owner also considerately poured some water beside the Pomeranian, and even reached out to gently comb the Pomeranian's hair. What was even more excessive was that the owner even picked up a few pieces of dog food and sent them to the Pomeranian's mouth. Even white firewood had never been fed by someone personally, right? The 3 dogs couldn't help but turn their heads and look at white firewood, who was beside them, with some gloating expressions. However, they saw the other party looking back at them calmly and sitting on the side, looking very well behaved. Everyone knew that white firewood had a very impatient attitude towards adult male dogs. Although the Pomeranian's body was small, it exuded the smell of an adult dog. White firewood was not hostile, which was a little strange. The 9-orchid flower looked down at the dog food that was sent to his mouth, and he really didn't know whether to eat it or not. Eat it? He was a vampire and was used to the taste of blood. He had never tried other food, let alone dog food. Could this really be eaten? Don't eat it. He was now an injured Pomeranian, and the dog's body needed nourishment. Besides, the girl in front of him was so attentive and considerate. If he hurt her heart. The 9-orchid flower was a real aristocrat. His identity and status were high, but his education made him unable to do anything to hurt innocent girls. She cared about him very much, even if he was a dog. She was as kind as Yuheim when she was a child. The 9-orchid flower plucked up his courage and stuck out his tongue to suck the dog food in her palm into his mouth. The faint taste of bones bloomed on his taste buds in an instant. It was different from the mellowness of type A blood, the coolness of type B blood, and the gentleness of type O blood. This was a very strange taste. He had never tasted this kind of taste. Was this the taste of dog food? He didn't hate it. However, he remembered that dogs didn't have a sense of taste. They relied on smell to distinguish between smells when they ate, and couldn't taste. But now, not only was his sense of smell sensitive, but his sense of taste had also changed. The 9-orchid flower no longer refused to eat, and even ate gracefully and slowly. He savored it carefully, and there was some elegance in his posture, just like a real human. Yijioza rubbed his eyes and felt that this was his illusion. In order to prevent the incident of the dogs tearing down the house again, to promote the relationship between the dogs and the new members, and to ensure that they could live safely and happily in the guest house, Yijioza started a daily game activity. His game was quite boring. It was nothing more than following the slow movements of my left and right hands, throwing a frisbee, playing with a ball of wool, and rubbing the dog. The dogs were used to playing with him, and when he was tired and wanted to take an afternoon nap, they quieted down. They went back to their respective kennels and looked like they were resting. The 9-orchid flower saw this and remembered it in his heart. He felt that Yijiosa was a good owner again. She dutifully trained the group of animals like soldiers. He cooperated and went into the pink kennel. So far, the 9-orchid flower didn't feel any discomfort. He even felt that when he recovered, he could try to find Yuheim. However, plans couldn't keep up with changes. After the owner took an afternoon nap, she seemed to be haunted by something. Her lips trembled, and she said some nonsense. Wish. Wish. I want to go home. I want to go home. There was a dark red pattern on the back of her hand that was faintly discernible. It condensed into a pattern little by little, outlining a complicated and beautiful shape. There was a surge of energy around her, and a mysterious aura was surging. What was that? A pattern, a blood-red pattern. Chapter 63. Yijiosa was still asleep, perhaps because he did not sleep well enough. A lot of cold sweat broke out on his forehead. A hidden airflow surged in the not-so-spacious room. There was no wind and waves. It was as if a large hand had rubbed against their hair. The seemingly substantial force field twisted slightly, rotating and converging into a focal point, carefully weaving a profound pattern. Taiyin and Shaoyang, the 5 elements and 8 trigrams, the universe, the earth, the clear and turbid. That was the manifestation of the Taiji Yin-Yang fish, condensed into a blood-red pattern deeply engraved on the back of the girl's fair hand. Snow-white and blood-red, the contrast was even more conspicuous, making it difficult for people to ignore it. There were gilded water ripples shuttling through the blood-colored patterns, like flowing blood. It made the yin-yang fish completely come to life. It was as if it could really jump over the back of the hand. The energy fluctuations gradually dissipated. In the dark, every dog felt that there was something beside Yijiosa, but they could not see anything. Uchiha Madara walked forward. He bit the quilt and tucked Yijiosa in. Saishomaru slowly walked to his side. He lowered his head and sniffed the back of his hand. After distinguishing for a while, he turned his gaze to Gilgamesh. Gilgamesh's dog face was a little twisted. He understood that white firewood had smelled that the power fluctuation was of the same origin as him. Holy Grail, heroic spirit, master and servant. Those life and death battles were still vivid in his mind. Those brotherly feelings were still fresh in his mind. He was Gilgamesh, a heroic spirit who had already experienced the 4th and 5th wars. However, after becoming a dog, he returned to 1994, the beginning of the 4th Holy Grail War. He couldn't understand why a simple-minded person like his master would have such an obsession that had to be fulfilled. Was he even obsessed enough to respond to the call of the Holy Grail and let the Holy Grail choose her as a participant in the war? 7 masters, 7 heroic spirits, slaughtering and plundering each other. The final winner could make a wish to the Holy Grail. It was said that the Holy Grail could fulfill all the wishes of the person who made the wish. Hee. Whether he was a heroic spirit or a dog, dead or alive, he still remembered the fire that engulfed Fuyuki City. It covered the sky and the earth, burning everything in its path. Only the crazed Weigong Keisai and the half-dead teenager were left in the ruins. The Holy Grail was a divine object, but it was also a demonic object. This was a lesson that he, Gilgamesh, had learned through blood and death. But now, his owner actually wanted to participate in the battle of the Holy Grail. He was simply jumping into a fire pit recklessly. See Jean. He remembered that a few of those miscellaneous cultivators were really capable. Although the owner knew some spells, if he were to encounter the swordsman saber and the spearman lancer, who specialized in close combat, would he really be able to handle them? The Battle of the Holy Grail did not discriminate between men and women, young and old. Once he participated, he would either win in the end or die in the hands of others. Gilgamesh was slightly anxious. He rubbed his claws in the kennel, glanced around at his colleagues, and finally fixed his gaze on Uchiha Madara's circle-shaped eyes. Woof 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 dash, go to your world, talk face to face. 9 Orchid Flower. Wait, he seemed to understand. Dog language. 9 Orchid Flower's gaze turned to the golden retriever, and he could not hide the surprise in his eyes. As soon as they saw his expression, the dogs no longer had any doubts. Okay, this dog is also a fake. So why was his owner always picking up all sorts of random things? The 4 dogs had a common enemy, and they pointed their spearhead at 9 Orchid Flower. Samyed narrowed his eyes. Woof woof woof. Should he take it away as well? The golden retriever was agitated. Woof woof woof. Take it away, lest this miscellaneous cultivator drag me down. Miscellaneous cultivator. This king. 9 Orchid Flower slowly raised his eyes, and there was a faint red glow in the depths of his black pupils. As a genuine pure-blooded king, this was the first time a dog pointed at his nose and scolded him as a miscellaneous cultivator. And he even called himself a king. Ha! The petite Pomeranian gracefully stepped out of the kennel and stood beside the absent golden retriever in a dignified manner. In terms of the current atmosphere, the Pomeranian was obviously more reliable. Seeing that his colleagues were ready, Uchiha Madara's sharp gaze instantly killed them. In an instant, the space was distorted, and they changed their appearances in an instant. In Uchiha Madara's illusion, they finally took off their dog's clothes and became human again. The men looked at each other. Oh, it's still the same old formula, the same old smell, this guy is still so annoying then. They quietly looked at the new member, shoulder-length hair, deep facial features, handsome face, upright posture, very young, awe-inspiring aura. No, the hair that was chopped off by a shovel, uneven facial features, a face with ordinary makeup, and a body that was not very good. One look and you could tell that he was an inexperienced young man. How could he have any profound aura? 9 Orchid Flower was elegant and serious. He did not know what his colleagues thought of him after putting on a 1000-degree filter. The few of them were silent for a while. Finally, Gilgamesh said, "This king recognizes that pattern. That is the incantation of the master chosen by the Holy Grail." Holy Grail, incantation, master. Uchiha Madara murmured. What is that? The Holy Grail, the legendary treasure that can fulfill all the wishes of a person. Gilgamesh's arrogant voice had a hint of mockery. Once a human has a wish that he desperately wants to fulfill, and this person happens to have the physique of a mage, then he will be chosen by the Holy Grail and become a contestant. Gilgamesh explained the rules of the Holy Grail War. The more she explained in detail, the darker the faces of the few of them became. The Battle of the Holy Grail was a battle to the death. It would not end until the strongest was chosen. Countless blood would be watered and countless corpses would be piled up in exchange for the final path to the throne. No, this was not the path to the throne. This was a path of no return. You mean, from the moment she was chosen, it means that she will be targeted? Uchiha Madara frowned. In the future, we will encounter all kinds of battles and assassinations. Yes, she must summon her own servant. Gilgamesh said slowly, "We are just dogs. Even if each of us deals with an enemy servant, we will not be able to take care of them. But, she does not have a medium to summon her servant. Whether it is a sword, blood, or clothes, she must have a servant." Gilgamesh's red eyes were full of coldness. The Holy Grail War is not a joke. Those who summon their servants may not survive, but those who do not have the time to summon them all die. Saishomaru suddenly said, "Does the smell of their power be the same?" "What?" "Master, servant, and the Holy Grail smell the same." Saishomaru's voice was very cold. "Is it the same as your power and smell?" Aizen smiled. He understood what Saishomaru meant and immediately made a better plan. "If the smell is the same, we can look for them. Identify the target and get rid of them." Saishomaru glanced at him and did not say anything. "When the master dies, the servant will also disappear, right?" Aizen used the most gentle tone and said the most bloody idea. "The master is only a human, and humans will not guard against a dog. Pretend to be close to them, and then take the opportunity to bite off their necks. Our minions should be able to deal with a mere human, right?" Aizen caressed the Zanpakuto at his waist, his eyes as gentle as water. "As for the backlash from the master and servant if we fail, I think with everyone's trump card, we will not be unable to escape. After all, we—" He looked up and glanced at everyone present are essentially the same kind of people. They were equally strong, equally cold-blooded, equally domineering. Perhaps each of them had a different bottom line, but if they wanted to achieve their goal, whether it was through means or wisdom, they would do anything. They were not good people at first glance. As for the pitiful people who believed that they were good and determined to catch up to them, well, hope was the furthest distance from understanding. Saishomaru glanced at him. "Boring. Ha, mongrel." Gilgamesh was extremely disgusted with Aizen's seemingly all-seeing way of doing things. A worm should have the awareness of a worm, just like a dog should have the awareness of a dog. Once you go out, you will only be a dog. Instead of scheming against the master and servant who are nowhere to be found, it is better to think about how to reasonably leave the owner's side. He naturally said the word owner without any discomfort. He had completely forgotten the dark history of calling Yijiosa a little mongrel. Would the owner let the dog go too far away? Impossible. What would happen if the escaped dog was caught by the owner? Brush. Brush the soles of his feet. Gilgamesh's face darkened. Aizen just smiled. Compared to losing the source of spiritual power forever, I would rather be beaten up. Before I find a replacement, I will be loyal. He did not hide his evil nature, but also expressed his absolute loyalty. At least before there was a replacement, the collaborators this time did not need to worry about him betraying them. After all, no one would gain anything by losing Yijiosa. Seeing that everyone was a little tempted, Aizen swung the Zanpakuto in his hand and used his thumb to secretly push open a part of it, revealing the shiny blade. So. Aizen looked at 9 Orchid Flower. "Newcomer, what do you think?" He was a powerful person with a lot of money and power. At a time when everyone was ignoring 9 Orchid Flower, only Aizen was willing to give him an olive branch. However, no one present was retarded. Even the person involved, 9 Orchid Flower, would not have the illusion that he was taking care of me. 9 Orchid Flower knew that this group of people were not easy to deal with, but he was not easy to deal with either. My opinion. 9 Orchid Flower's voice was elegant and gentle. Bide your time. Compared to Saishomaru's warmongering and Aizen's craftiness, 9 Orchid Flower was more inclined to boil the frog in warm water. The owner is just a child. So, we don't need to deliberately search for them to attract the people we want to deal with. Why don't we set up layers of traps and let them walk right into it? 9 Orchid Flower directly showed his hand without hiding it. This was because the first time he came into contact with this group of people, he understood that hiding his strength was useless. In front of a powerful person of the same level, too much apprehension would only make people look down on him. Moreover, if he did not show his value and did not reveal his danger, he was afraid that he would become the one being targeted, right? His strength and intelligence were not on par with them, but he knew their appearance, personality, and plans. In the future, he might not even know how he died. Moreover, 9 Orchid Flower stared at Aizen with a heavy gaze. Search one by one and defeat them one by one. If he failed, he would be devoured by the enemy's master and servant. If he was stabbed by his collaborator, it would be someone else who would be the scapegoat. The silver-haired man thought of the warmongering, but the brown-haired man deliberately mentioned devouring. Devouring, who would be the one who would be devoured in the end? 9 Orchid Flower ignored Aizen. He didn't like people who thought too much. His lips arced upwards beautifully as he glanced at the 4 men in front of him. Everyone. Aren't you going to introduce yourselves? The atmosphere suddenly fell into a strange silence. Everyone's expression turned ugly as they recalled their dark history. However, 9 Orchid Flower ignored them. He needed to find out some basic information about them. Even if you don't tell me your real names, shouldn't you at least give me a code name? I believe that there will be more meetings like this in the future. If he could hold one once, he could hold one a second time, and there would be a third time in the future. It would be very inconvenient if there was a problem with the code name. Aizen felt that 9 Orchid Flower was an interesting person. He was always able to gather information that he wanted without batting an eyelid. After all, no matter if it was an identity or a code name, the first thing that people thought of was the most practical. Sometimes, even if he told the truth, no one would believe him. Aizen said generously, "I'm death." Following that, he released his spiritual pressure that was as thick as the firmament. It reverberated and reverberated for a long time. "TSK, this king is a heroic spirit," Gilgamesh added. "I allow you to call me the Hero King." One was death, one was a heroic spirit. Saishomaru understood. Both of them were born with teeth that could slash. Demons. Death, heroic spirit, demons. 9 Orchid Flower felt that there was something wrong with this nest of people. Vampires. Uchiha Madara. What are these things? Does that mean that none of them are human? Wait, do these strange legendary creatures really exist? And they're still acting like dogs. Taking a deep breath, Uchiha Madara said his race. Human. This time, it was the other 4's turn to look at him as if he was a rare creature. Uchiha Madara said angrily, "What are you looking at?" Aizen said, "After you die, I will help you extradite them." Gilgamesh said, "Extradite them to the heroic spirit throne. Your strength is not bad, so don't let down your glorious status." Saishomaru said, "Humans have short lives." 9 Orchid Flower nodded in agreement. Humans are food. In the illusion, Uchiha Madara's expression turned cold as he raised the banana fan in his hand. "Are you very smug? You keep talking about humans. What's wrong with humans? Today, I'll let you know how powerful humans are." Boom. Chapter 64. Yijiosa had a dream that was too realistic. He found that he had become a lonely and wild ghost drifting on the familiar yet unfamiliar streets. Following his instincts, he turned the corner, arriving at the permanent skewer stall. He saw his bad friend. This idiot ordered a table full of skewers and opened 6 bottles of beer. As he ate, his mouth was dripping with oil, and he cried his heart out. It was as if he had just had his 18th girlfriend, but she ran away with someone else. He went through it, sitting in an empty seat, staring at his bad friend to eat and drink. He thought that this guy was going to start singing "Love is a Bubble" again, but he didn't expect his bad friend to touch his pocket for a while and put a 1-inch photo on the table. Yijiosa was happy when he took a look. Oh my god, this face. Wasn't it him? You fucking left just like that. His bad friend blew out his snot bubbles and splashed on the photo. you still haven't paid me back the 50 yuan phone bill. Are we still brothers? Yi Jose. Fucking heartless man. His bad friend wiped his tears and swallowed 3 skewers of tripe. He gulped down a few mouthfuls of beer. You won't even give me 50 yuan. Yi Jose. So I'm not fucking worth 50 yuan. Yi Jose's face twisted. He was about to give this fool a slap, but he found that his hand had passed through his cheek, and because of inertia even his entire ghost pounced over, passing through his bad friend's body, landing in an obscure interweaving of light and shadow. Rumble, rumble. This was the sound of the wheels of a train. Yi Jose's face turned pale and he turned his head abruptly. His gaze passed through the carriage and landed on the seat at the back. There were 4 seats, and 3 people were sitting there. One of them was an elegant man with a smile on his face, and the other was a beautiful, mature woman. Sitting across from them was the immature Yi Jose, who looked excited and joyful, and shone with the energy of a 16 or 17-year-old youth. Yi Jose trembled. His eyes were sore, and his heart ached again and again. Dad, your son, am about to enter university. The young man emphasized, I definitely have to introduce myself. How should I explain myself to make my name more domineering? The scholarly man smiled gently, but there was also a hint of malice in his eyes. The name Yi Jose is very meaningful. The woman glared at him and pursed her lips. After a tree receives the blessing of rain and dew for a long time, it will start to scatter its leaves. A long period of grace from the rain and dew, and having children. Yi Jose. The teenager was speechless. Old man, can you not flirt with my mother in front of me? Dad really can't do it. If it were me, your son, I would definitely be able to hit the mark. What kind of father raised what kind of son? Yi Jose's ability to shoot off his mouth was not just for show. The elegant man revealed a look that said, Son, your father is very disappointed in you. First, you have to have a wife. Oh no, I overestimated you. You have to have a girlfriend first. The teenager was speechless. I'm so angry, I don't want to talk. The familiar conversation, the familiar scene, the familiar them. Yi Jose approached step by step. It was as if he was dancing on the tip of a knife, and the pain was heart-wrenching. He could not say anything, nor could he do anything. He could only watch, even if his tears wet his clothes. We're going into the tunnel. The woman took out a thin shirt from the suitcase and put it on the young man. This tunnel is very long and very cold. Cover yourself. Don't catch a cold. Mom, I'm not a child anymore. Only a child would emphasize that he is not a child. The young man. It was really sad to be criticized by his parents every day. The lights suddenly dimmed. Without the light, the train's sensor lights automatically turned on. However, the surrounding air was cold, so cold that it made people shiver. Don't drive. Don't drive. Yi Jose stood in the carriage and ran madly to the driver's seat. Don't drive. Don't go over. He passed through the crowd, moving as fast as the wind. However, when he passed through the driver's door, he suddenly heard a loud roar. The tunnel had collapsed. Thousands of tons of boulders came crashing down from above. Even if the train was made of steel, it would still be smashed into a pile of mud. Just as he ran into the driver's seat, he saw a black shadow flash in front of him, and the driver was crushed into a meat patty. The thick smell of blood permeated the narrow air. The boulders had crushed the train, taking away countless lives in an instant. Wails, screams, and after a short commotion, there was dead silence. Yi Jose slowly turned his head. His gaze seemed to penetrate through space and return to the scene of the incident. Dad, Mom. He would always remember the scene where his mother made a prompt decision to throw herself at him, and his father spread his body to protect them. At that time, he could not even react to what had happened before his face was splashed with blood. His legs and ribs were broken. He was diagnosed with hysteria. He was treated in the hospital for a year, crying and howling day and night, but he still survived. One day, the old man in the ward next door had a rare moment of sobriety. He said, "You have 3 lives, your father, your mother, and yourself." As if he had been stimulated by something, he suddenly came to his senses. After he was discharged from the hospital, he went to the cemetery and hugged 2 cold tombstones. The black and white photo on them was very eye-catching. They were smiling, but he was crying. The living cry and the dead laugh, why does it seem like years to meet? He took the college entrance examination that year and entered the prestigious university that he had wanted to enter but could not get into. He vowed to live happily and live a carefree life from then on. He had a few good friends, a girl he liked, a dog. He had an inexplicable adventure, but the most unforgettable thing in his heart was still the time before he was 17 years old. Family, he wanted to go home. Go home. Yijiosa woke up from a dream. His head was full of sweat, and his stomach was twitching. It was obvious that he was too hungry. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw the Tibetan Mastiff sticking out its big tongue and brushing his face to cool down. Kimimaro and a bunch of listless dogs were surrounding his tatami, watching. Yijiosa. How long did I sleep? The whole day. Kimimaro said softly, "You have been crying. Saying that you want to go home." Yijiosa covered his eyes and smiled. "Yes, go home." He slowly got up from the bed, hugged the Tibetan Mastiff, and kissed it. Under the Tibetan Mastiff's confused eyes, he happily dragged each dog over and kissed them. Finally, he used a head pat and knocked over Kimimaro. "I'm going home. In the future, wherever you are, it will be my home." There was only one sentence, critical hit, instant kill. The dogs rubbed their paws, looking at the sky and the ground, but not at their colleagues. "What nonsense are you talking about?" "Oh, forget it, I didn't look at you for so long in vain." Yijiosa stretched, washed, took a shower, squatted on the toilet, and rushed to the convenience store to buy a bunch of food. There was one good thing about the lunchboxes in Japanese stores. The fresh lunchboxes in the morning would be sold at a 50% discount in the evening. You could buy 2 lunchboxes for the same amount of money, and the taste was quite fresh. It was the choice of many working students. Yijiosa finished the rice ball and wandered around in the convenience store. He raised his arm from time to time, so that the pattern on the back of his hand was particularly eye-catching. He was not blind. He had discovered it when he was taking a shower. But he had seen all kinds of big scenes. It was just a pattern. The decals of Kenzen's disguise were too high. He didn't care, so naturally he didn't hide it until he went out with the convenience bag and met a man. The man had a cigarette in the corner of his mouth. His gray hair was a little messy, and his clothes were quite untidy. He hid in the half-light, half-dark border. A pair of eyes that could see through the vicissitudes of life stared at the back of his hand. The look in his eyes was obscure. He seemed to be hesitating about something, but also seemed to be in a dilemma. Yijiosa stared at him warily. He felt that this man with a dejected face, as if he had lost his spouse, must be a pervert. If he wanted to kidnap and sell him, he would give him a yin and yang transformation. The man sighed. It was not clear what was going through his mind, but he walked over quietly. He looked to be in his late 20s, but his face was extremely old, and even. There was a layer of death aura around him. He strolled to a place not far from Yijiosa and shook the back of his hand. There was also a complicated pattern engraved on it, sticking to the wrinkled skin. It was like a blend of life and death, beautiful and sorrowful. Let's talk. The man's voice was hoarse. My name is Jiantong Wild Goose Night. Yi Jiusa was extremely vigilant. He felt that he might have encountered a local mafia in Japan. Looking at the man's expression that said, "You are also a member of the big FFF organization," he could not help but feel sorry for himself. Oh my God, wasn't it just a pattern on the back of his hand? How did it coincidentally match the secret code of the mafia organization? The man obviously thought that he was a new member. Was he going to drag him into a pyramid scheme? Yi Jiusa couldn't help but take a step back. Jiantong Wild Goose Night let out a long sigh and said, "I don't have any bad intentions. I just feel that you are very much like the daughter of an old friend of mine." There it was, the classic phrase that human traffickers often used, "I am your mother's friend. That's why I can't help but want to say something to you. I promise, I don't have any bad intentions." There it was, the sincere and passionate tone and declarative words that human traffickers often used. Wild Goose Night lowered his voice and pointed at the back of his hand. "You. Hurry up and summon your servant, or hide. The war is about to start. You will die." There it was, human traffickers exaggerating the truth and pretending to be a chinibu to gain the trust of a child. If you lack a medium and don't know magic, come with me, I can secretly teach you." Wild Goose Night also knew that what he was doing was strange, but he couldn't do something that would let the little girl sacrifice herself in the Holy Grail War. Children should live well. However, when his appearance and tone fell into Yi Jiusa's eyes, it became, once again, a human trafficker throwing out the bait of, "I'll let you play Arena of Valor with my tablet," to lure children. Yi Jiusa grabbed the shopping bag and said, "Uncle, we don't have a date." Wild Goose Night. He didn't seem to have any luck with children. Just as Wild Goose Night was at a loss of what to do, the two dogs that were hiding in the alley popped their heads out. "Woof. Should we make a move? Gilgamesh, woof woof woof." This cultivator was still useful. He seemed to have a medium. Without another word, they came to an agreement. First, they had to squeeze Wild Goose Night dry of his value. At least wait until the owner summoned his servant, then they could consider whether or not to kill him. Due to the poor communication, Wild Goose Night decided to leave. The golden retriever couldn't help but run out of the alley and bite Yi Jiusa's sleeve, dragging him in the direction of Wild Goose Night. "Fuck. Stupid dog. What are you doing? What are you doing? Let go." The golden retriever spat out her sleeve, looking extremely angry. It actually chased after Wild Goose Night's footsteps. Yi Jiusa was stunned. Even if they couldn't kidnap a child, they had to kidnap a dog. Are human traffickers so good at their business now? Since they couldn't sell people, they would sell dogs. That was amazing. Even though he thought about it, he still followed the golden retriever's footsteps and chased after Wild Goose Night. Behind them, white firewood lightly leaped onto the roof and quietly followed. He saw a man in the distance. There was also a seal on the back of his hand. The man raised his gun and aimed at Yi Jiusa for a long time before finally putting it down. Vaguely, he heard the man spit out, "I can't kill a child like Aaliyah." He couldn't do it. Should he say that it was useless or tactful? However, he let him go for now. Chapter 65. Jiantong Wild Goose Night, a man who loved Lolas as his life motto, a real man who saved Lolas as his life motto. Due to the erosion of the engraved insect, his body was hunched, his skin was old, and his face was like that of a zombie that had been censored. It was said that one's appearance came from one's heart. Yijiosa was afraid of that face, so he was extremely wary of it. However, he couldn't stop his golden retriever from trusting him. Not only did it follow him, it even looked back from time to time to see if he was following. Yijiosa braced himself and walked on the dark path. He thought that Wild Goose Night would bring him to some strange and dazzling mafia base, or kidnap him to a horrible place to sell people. Who knew that he would arrive in front of a rather old mansion after a few turns? It was a duplex mansion, brownish-red in color, covered with large patches of dark green creepers. The wild roses in the outer courtyard were in full bloom. A rich fragrance flowed in the air, covering up the smell of rust. There were many cracks between the brick walls. Insects were crawling inside, and it looked very natural. Yijiosa thought that this was a den of thieves, but he didn't know that it was an office. He thought that Wild Goose Night was a human trafficker, but he didn't know that he had become a teaching director. He was foolishly brought into the mansion's library. Dizzily, she took the documents, pen and paper from him. He wobbled as he moved to his seat. He opened the stack of 5 years of magic, 3 years of battle skills, 38 sets of Holy Grail, the dialectical relationship between master and servant, the complete collection of Holy Grail questions over the years. On the other side, the golden retriever lay quietly at the side. Wild Goose Night automatically took the role of a tutor and explained to Yijiosa what the Holy Grail War was, how to better participate in the Holy Grail War, and how to find one's own value and meaning in the Holy Grail War. At this moment, Yijiosa was once again reminded of the fear of being dominated by the Golden Retriever class during his university days. Wild Goose Night seemed to be in a hurry. His expression was obviously anxious. He spoke very quickly, but his eyes were sincere and fervent. His concern and worry were definitely not fake. "Do you remember it?" Wild Goose Night asked. "You." "I'm sorry, I was too hasty, but can you repeat what you know?" "If you don't understand, I can still." Seeing that this honest man seemed to want to continue lecturing him, Yijiosa stopped him with a pale face. "I understand." What kind of Holy Grail war was this? As expected, the worlds he came to were never normal. Every 60 years, a godforsaken place called Fuyuki City would turn into a power bank. It would be filled with the power of the Great Desolation to continuously charge the Holy Grail. The Holy Grail has gathered 7 top-notch doctors to perform full-body surgery on itself in order to prevent itself from becoming overnourished and turning into a 100-pound dog. It will give a huge sum of money to whoever can make it look like an internet celebrity. Wild Goose Night. Wait, I didn't say anything so strange. Golden fur, habitual. JPG, in order to fight for this huge sum of money and reach the pinnacle of their lives, the 7 doctors brought along their assistants and decided to fight to the death outside the operating room. Wild Goose Night was dumbfounded. Yijiosa cleared his throat. "Did I make it too complicated?" "Alright, let's go with a simple version 1.0. Every 60 years, Fuyuki City will hold a dance festival. The judge is the Holy Grail, and the prize is also the Holy Grail. The 7 contestants will bring along their dance partners and enter the stage. There are 3 stages: semifinals, and finals. If Wild Goose Night rubbed his temples. "Alright, stop. I understand. You understand." This child's comprehension seemed to be a little problematic, but the description she gave seemed to make some sense. Wild Goose Night felt that there were bugs in his brain. How could he agree with such a statement? Master and servant, lead and dance partner, this kind of shameful setting was simply poisonous. He couldn't help but sigh and change the topic. "This is my private villa. I bought it a long time ago. You can stay here. It's still safe for the time being." Wild Goose Night looked at the girl, hoping that she could understand his painstaking efforts. The Jiantongs and other magicians won't find this place for the time being, but I can't stay here for long. Why? Yi-Jose asked. What are you running from? Wild Goose Knight raised the back of his hand. Under the dry skin, a worm-like creature was slowly wriggling. With every inch of wriggling, his skin withered a little. Even his forehead was covered in cold sweat. Yi-Jose's relaxed expression changed slightly. I'm the one who's destined to not survive this war. Wild Goose Knight raised his hand gently. Seeing that she didn't resist, he nervously placed it on her head and gently rubbed it. But I have something I must do. I will do my best to win this war and bring the Holy Grail to you. Find me. Why? Yi-Jose frowned. If you get the Holy Grail, you can make a wish that will let you live a long life. But now... It's a presumptuous request. Wild Goose Knight smiled. Even though his face was old, it couldn't hide his gentleness. I think that every child should grow up healthy and happy. Be it you or Sakura. So I hope that you can summon your servant. Wild Goose Knight looked away. After I bring back the Holy Grail, ask your servant to send me to Mitsukawa. Dying in the hands of this child servant was better than dying somewhere else. Although it was very selfish of him to stain the hands of a child with blood, he strangely felt that the girl in front of him could understand him. Yi-Jose's face turned cold. You risked your life to get the Holy Grail and gave it to me, but you're not even willing to fight for your life. I hate people who don't care about their lives. Wild Goose Knight smiled bitterly. I'm destined to die, from the moment I chose to participate in the Holy Grail War. This was his destiny that he couldn't escape. But you still have a very long future. Your life has just begun. Wild Goose Knight held Yi-Jose's hand and brought him to the depths of the library. Here are the mediums that I asked someone to secretly collect 3 months ago. He pushed the thick books aside and took out the box that was hidden behind them. I don't know if these mediums are real or fake. I only know where they were found. You can choose for yourself. I can choose for myself. Rules are meant to be broken. Your appearance has always been a variable. What do you mean? 7 people should be full, and you are the 8th. In the past, this has never happened. Before. Wild Goose Knight left. With a complicated feeling, Yi-Jose went to the guest house to pick up his dog and Kimimaro. He took out Nara's head and the videotape, packed up, and went to the mansion. He believed that Wild Goose Knight wouldn't harm him. If he wanted to, he would have done it long ago. It was already midnight. Yi-Jose dragged his family and dog into the library. Under the warm yellow light, he dragged out the big box with difficulty and opened the heavy lid. There were 7 or 8 items in it. A broken piece of dead wood with straw mushrooms growing on it, a pitch-black, knife-like feather, a handful of silver-white, blood-stained hair. These things are mediums. Are you messing with me? Yi-Jose glanced at the label at the bottom of the mediums. Bermuda, pyramids, tropical rainforest. What the hell? Other than these sources, there were no other annotations. What was worse was that he had no idea how to summon the mediums after obtaining them. Right, could he only summon one of them, or could he throw all of them into some kind of summoning array? Yi-Jose activated his bookworm mode and flipped through the books. It was getting late. Yi-Jose prepared the sleeping bag for Kimimaro to rest. He yawned and continued to search for answers. Around 2 in the morning, after searching for a long time, he suddenly turned around. Only then did he realize that Wild Goose Knight had thoughtfully prepared a summoning array for him. It was engraved behind the corner of the bookshelf, in a dark and spacious area. There was the fishy smell of blood, but also a strange fragrance. He thought it was the smell of rust, but he didn't expect it to be an array. Yi-Jose didn't know how to operate it. He just randomly picked the piece of dead wood and threw it in the center of the array. So the question was, how should he summon it? Yijiosa couldn't help but fall into deep thought. After a while, he held Nara's head and shook it hard. It was as if he was shaking a fruit, directly waking up Naro from his slumber and giving him a fright. It's you again. Nara's mind was in chaos. When he opened his eyes and saw Yijiosa's face, he felt that his demon life had turned gray. Nara, what's the sequence of hand seals for the summoning technique? Yijiosa urged. I want to summon something. You don't have chakra, so you want to summon. Summon. Nara's eyes moved slightly and swayed to the huge array behind him. After thinking for a moment, he understood. But thinking of Yijiosa's ability to cause trouble, Nara really didn't want to see him cause any trouble. Who knew how he would feel when she caught him doing research in the Hyuga family's laboratory and accidentally opened a black hole? Every time he met her, he would always play himself to death. How could he let her feel better? If he wanted to summon the hand seals, not to mention a door, he didn't even have a window. So, Nara bluffed, you should understand that your power is different from that of a ninja. They need hand seals to complete the summoning. Maybe you don't need to. He secretly flattered, maybe, as long as you show a little bit of your power, you can summon what you want. Hurry up and input your power. For such a complicated array, the most taboo is to inject power. It will be fun to see her expression when she fails at the last step. Nara was full of malice. When Yijiosa heard this, he felt that Nara's words were very reasonable. He has the pure yang skill, what is there to be afraid of? Isn't it just to input internal force into the array? Thinking about this, he threw the dead wood into the center of the formation and drew out his long sword. After thinking for a while, he cast a mountain and river suppression on the dead wood, as well as a life of Tai Chi aura. The power flowed, and there was a light blue glow flashing between the complex characters, and it was shining at a speed visible to the naked eye. Yijiosa, oh. It's done. Nara. I'm so angry, but I still have to keep smiling. The brilliance became more and more magnificent, soft and warm, like the warm sun in winter. In the bright brilliance, a tall and strong man loomed. A huge airflow floated his long black hair, and the scroll behind him was slanted. His robe fluttered in the wind. Just a glance, he exuded a towering aura like Mount Tai. This man. The Tibetan Mastiff suddenly jumped up, and all the hair on its body stood on end. It suddenly entered an extremely vigilant mode. Yijiosa stared at the other person's face, and somehow felt that he had seen him somewhere before. Not long after, the heroic spirit in the array opened his jet-black eyes. He looked blankly at the weak child outside the array. His rationality gradually returned, and the rigid facial contours instantly softened. He squatted down, and his eyebrows were in high spirits, and he raised a sunny smile. Well, I am Senju Takuma. Yijiosa's face cracked. He remembered. He had seen this face on the Hokage rock. Woodleaf's first Hokage, Senju Takuma. The universal Hokage who built a village to place himself in, and in the end, not only did he screw over his best friend's family, but he also fucking screwed over his own family. He was commonly known as the Holy Father of the ninja world and the textbook-level pig teammate. The most terrible thing was that he had awakened the wood release, and his skin was even thicker than that, a healer. Yijiosa looked up, took a deep breath, and opened his arms, firmly hugging Senju Takuma's calf. Daddy Senju, from now on, you are my bound healer. The pure yang had fragile skin and weak blood, so he did not dare to act recklessly. But now, he had a healer. He could take his sword and go on a killing spree in the Holy Grail War. Rubbish Holy Grail, tomorrow I will let you know how powerful Daddy Pure Yang is. Chapter 66. Senju Takuma, a real man who grew a big mushroom with the nutrition of an 8-pack abs, he wore a hairpiece that fluttered with thousands of flowers, his feet stepped on the auspicious clouds that shone brightly draped in the colorful clouds woven from scrolls, came to marry. Came to his Alyujin's side. The lighting, special effects, and characters were all present, the storyboard, positioning, and beauty were all in place. Coupled with Yi-Jose's divine stroke of hugging his calf and the frightened expression of the Tibetan Mastiff, this new heroic spirit immediately occupied all the ratings of the radio station at the same time. The dogs present were not easy to deal with. Their small eyes darted around, they stared straight at the Tibetan Mastiff for a while, then they turned to look at the righteous Senju Takuma. And couldn't help but reveal their 8 fangs. The people smiled. Who asked you to beat us up in the illusion? Hee, you also have this day. The beautiful days of getting his colleague's real name from the heroic spirit and laughing at him every day were coming. A strange excitement was ignited in the dog pen. Senju Takuma didn't notice it, he just rubbed the girl's head, he asked gently, well, I remember that I'm a dead person. I remember that I'm already a dead person. How did I return to the world of the living? He lowered his eyes, he swept his gaze across the fishy array under his feet and was silent for a moment, then he still had a sunny smile on his face. Did you use a special ninjutsu to resurrect? No, summon me. Senju Takuma awakened the wood release in his body, he was the most sensitive to the aura of nature, he could feel that his strength was connected to the girl in front of him, it was as if the other party was the mother and he was the child. He sighed and held Yi-Jose's armpit and picked him up, you're really messing around. If he let a half-grown girl support his chakra consumption, he was afraid that he would squeeze the other party dry. But seeing that this child had no parents to look after him, only a younger brother in a sleeping bag, a group of dogs, and a toy head to accompany him. Perhaps she was too lonely, so she wanted to summon someone to accompany her. In an instant, Senju Takuma automatically imagined Yi-Jose's life experience, and conveniently gave him the title of a left-behind child looking for a reliable playmate. He naturally played the role of a parent. He grabbed Nara's hair and lifted the head up. Ha, who made this clay head? It looks so real. This hair feels good. Is it oiled? Nara. In the future, the number of people who would play with him would increase from 1 to 2. Ha, it's really special. Look, he can actually blink. Senju Takuma laughed devilishly. Suddenly, he stopped, blinking. He lifted Nara's head and brought it face to face with him. Senju Takuma blinked, and so did Nara. There was a moment of silence. Senju Takuma took a deep breath. He threw Nara's head away and slammed it against the wall. He shouted, This head can actually blink. Yi-Jose, I don't know why I'm a little stunned. This feeling is really familiar yet strange at the same time. Nara's face was pressed against the wall. He once again recalled the fear of being dominated by Yi-Jose's head. Dogs. White firewood, Tibetan Mastiff, and Golden Retriever expressionlessly compared Senju Takuma and Yi-Jose's performance against Nara. After thinking about it, they found that there was no difference between them. Yi-Jose spent some effort to explain the rules of the Holy Grail War to Senju Takuma, but he did not know that this guy was not worried at all. Instead, he was eager to fight. Involuntarily, Yi-Jose thought of Daddy Iceheart, who was obsessed with output in the arena. He shook his head and banished this terrible thought. What a joke, this season. In this Holy Grail War, the only one who can be a daddy is pure yang. Pure yang. Repeated emphasis, brainwashing, and deepening the impression. Yi-Jose took a handful of fresh straw mushrooms from Senju Takuma's body and activated his cooking skill. He began to make mushroom rice, stir-fried mushrooms with vegetables, and mushroom soup. Ever since he had Senju Takuma, He could even save money on buying vegetables. It was simply a must-have for cheating people at home and traveling. Dogs looked down at the mushrooms in the rice bowl, and their hearts sank. Ever since they had Senju Takuma, they had not eaten meat for several days. And the owner did not even go out to buy dog food to save trouble. What else could they do? Eat. Resign to fate. Bye. Seeing that Senju Takuma was curiously attached to Kimimaro and was grabbing him for physical training, the owner was extremely bored and made a fresh twist for Nara. The few dogs gathered together, quietly left the courtyard, and slipped into the room. They found the owner's dog-head-shaped wallet, bit open the zipper, and poured out the coins and a stack of paper money inside. Saishomaru and Uchiha Madara did not understand the prices of goods in this world, so they looked at their colleagues. 9 orchid flower, woof woof woof. Sorry, I've never let my subordinates swipe their cards, so I've never seen money. Aizen, woof woof woof. The money in this world is just a huge number to me. Gilgamesh, woof woof woof. Are you looking at me? I only pay with gold. Alright, this is a group of invisible tycoons. They have never touched paper money since birth, because their heads are made of jade and their feet are made of gold. Even the toilet they use is inlaid with diamonds. So the question is, how much meat can these paper money buy? The bosses who did not know the price of oil and rice went out the door with their wallets in their mouths. These days, there are many well-trained dogs that will buy things for their owners. It should be no problem for them to go out on the street like this. Right? The Inuchi group routinely patrolled their territory, scaring away all the wild cats in the park, startling the sparrows in the trees, and scaring away the stray dog leaders. They rushed into the nearby convenience store. With their keen sense of smell, they stared at the freezer. They saw it, beef. The price of a few zeros is not expensive. The Tibetan Mastiff, with its long body, quickly stretched its neck and threw all the boxed beef into the shopping basket. The owner, the staff, and the customers were speechless. The atmosphere in the convenience store froze for a moment. The customers stared blankly as the dogs swept away the beef, pork, and mutton. They didn't even let go of the fish. Do dogs eat fish these days? What was even more frightening was yet to come. This group of dogs was like a spirit. They actually looked at the goods on the shelves and tilted their heads to think. Finally, they put the items they liked into the shopping basket one by one. Not only that, but they also had a discussion. 9 orchid flower, woof, woof, woof. Chambord. Well, although the taste is not pure, it can make the fur smoother when applied during the bath. Smooth fur. Woof. Take it away. Thus, the store manager looked on stupidly as the 2 dogs threw a pile of fresh jam into the shopping basket. Aizen, woof, woof, woof. I have seen this box before. It should be chewing gum that has the effect of cleaning teeth. Uchiha Madara, woof, woof, woof. Take it away, we need to clean our mouths. So, the store manager watched the 2 dogs pull all the condoms from the bottom of the shelf into the shopping basket. In the end, in front of a group of confused customers, they swaggered to the cashier with the basket in their mouths. Gilgamesh put the wallet on the cashier and watched the store manager open the wallet with trembling hands. Her eyes suddenly widened. He stared at the group of dogs in shock, took a deep breath, closed the wallet, and put it down with trembling hands. Store manager. A shop assistant whispered worriedly. Well, don't be afraid, bring me the baseball bat from the storage room. The store manager stared at the group of dogs and said angrily, You want to take away half of my store with just the price of a strawberry daifu? Go to hell. The 5 dogs were shocked. They were extremely shocked. Was their owner already so poor? No, that's not the point now. Seeing that a violent dog abuse incident was about to happen, Uchiha Madara suddenly opened his Sharingan. With the surge of chakra, whether it was the customers in the store or the outside space, everything fell into a moment of stagnation and distortion. But in the next second, a cool breath suddenly hit, causing this stagnation time and space to rotate again. Suddenly, Uchiha Madara seemed to notice something, looked back toward the door, and saw Senju Takuma who came out with Yi-Josa to find the dogs. Shit! He didn't take back his Sharingan. At that moment when their eyes collided, at that moment sparks flew, and at that second his heartstrings were bulging. Senju Takuma stared at him sluggishly, opened his mouth, and seemed to want to say something but couldn't. His expression was extremely complicated, and he couldn't help but say a word, Madara. Dogs turned to Uchiha Madara. Oh, so your name is Madara. The Tibetan Mastiff looked back indifferently. Yi-Josa didn't notice anything special at this moment. As soon as he stepped into the convenience store, the first thing he paid attention to was whether the convenience store was destroyed by the dog. Seeing that the shelves were intact and no customers were injured, he breathed a long sigh of relief, raised his cutish smile, greeted the store manager with the most sincere words, and directly paid the bill without asking. That's right, Jiantong Yenya gave him a card. A card with half a year's living expenses. The store manager smiled and put down the baseball bat. He nodded and bowed as he sent the group of gods of wealth away. When they were far away, he smiled even more happily. Well, that's great. The fresh food that will expire tomorrow has finally been sold. Great success. Inside the mansion, the night was quiet. Outside the dense rose bushes, a Tibetan Mastiff was sitting, and Senju Takuma was squatting down. Uchiha Madara figured it out. After accepting the memory of Black Jew and understanding the cause of Hashirama's death, all the past grievances disappeared. But at this moment, Hashirama recognized him, and there was no point in hiding it. If he asks, he will pull him into the illusion. There is nothing that can't be solved. Senju Takuma's eyes were tangled and complicated. He stared at the Tibetan Mastiff, and his lips trembled. No wonder it's so similar. Whether it's the aura, momentum, or the feeling I get. No wonder it's so similar. I really didn't expect, Madara, you actually. Uchiha Madara sighed and stared at Hashirama. Woof woof woof. Hashirama, let's talk about the illusion. However, the next second, Senju Takuma burst into tears. He buried his head and directly avoided Uchiha Madara's eyes. He cried his heart out, as if he had been betrayed by the whole world. Madara, I didn't expect. You actually like dogs. Uchiha Madara. What the hell? Is that why you didn't marry a wife in your last life? Senju Takuma's face was full of tears and snot, and he put one hand on the Tibetan Mastiff's body and cried. I didn't expect. Your son is so big. Uchiha Madara. Die. Stupid Senju. What illusion to reminisce about old times. What do you mean by letting go of the enmity? Untie the knot. Let's go see the six-path sage. He is going to kill this stinky fool today. The Tibetan Mastiff rushed to Senju Takuma and beat him into a pig's head. In the living room, Yi-Josa looked at a bag of condoms and fell into a long silence. Sure enough, dogs should eat vegetarian to wash their brains. Eating meat is easy to gain fat and block the brain circuit. They buy what he lacks. Are these damn male dogs mocking him that he can only practice the sunflower treasure? Hee, don't even think about eating a single bite of the fresh food you brought home today. The next day, Yi-Josa was still angry. He decided to punish his dogs and let them know that the majesty of the shovel officer is not to be provoked. So he called a group of dogs into the kitchen, peeled the beef, put it into the pan, fried it, sprinkled cumin, and seasoned it. In the eyes of the dogs, he smiled and picked up the plate, slowly put it on the table, and then ate in front of them. Dogs. An hour later, Yijiosa clutched his stomach and crawled to the bathroom. 2 hours later, Yijiosa crawled out of the bathroom with a pale face. 3 hours later, Yijiosa clung to Senju Takuma's thigh for treatment. The dogs looked at the owner's miserable appearance and couldn't help but be glad that they didn't eat the meat well, tonight. Should we still eat mushrooms? Oh. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.